Welcome to the Grand Theft World podcast, hosted and sponsored by the fine members over at Grand Theft World and all the live stream listeners around the world. Welcome to tonight's show. We're going to get deep into this past week's news in Grand Theft World history. We're going to start with looking at stories like James O'Keefe's being sued, which is not new for O'Keefe. He usually wins his lawsuits, but the interesting part is he's being sued by Project Veritas, which is their way of saying, tell us that you're a loser without being a loser. That's what you do after you fire the key instrument of your success. And then because you don't know how to raise money on your own, just go sue James and prevent him from doing his work elsewhere. We're going to dig into that story because it's about free speech and free journalism. And those who seek to crush such things might not be our friends. So we're going to keep apprised of that situation. Next story up, former President Obama, and his former Vice President Biden, they want the United States to be like Australia. And Obama specifically said, can't we just go take their arms? Can't we just seize the guns like we did in these other countries? It's an interesting thought, but I don't know if he's aware of the history of how this country came around in the first place. So we're looking into interesting stories like that. We also have Neuralink got FDA approval. So now the Food and Drug Administration has approved Neuralink for somebody's heads, not mine, not yours, hopefully, but it does pose an interesting conundrum if there's people wandering around with part of their mental capacity being outsourced to some place that could maybe turn them off at some point. We don't know what the capacity of Neuralink is. Hopefully you'll just be able to tweet with it and that's about it, right? No, I don't think so. I think it's going to keep going. We have new Epstein evidence this past week. There's several pieces. First off, we're going to see evidence tonight on the show from somebody who was in that incarceration place, the MCC holding facility in New York City. And we're going to examine the standard operating procedures that obviously were not followed. And that's going to lead you to believe that probably Epstein didn't kill himself. And when you get to who had the power to make such things happen, we might be led back to things that we learned in One Nation Under Blackmail by Whitney Webb. So we're going to break into that story. We also have Pfizer having used much of their money, not only to control mainstream media, you knew that, but they also controlled the hospitals, the politicians, and anyone else who would take their money to turn their head and cough and screw over their fellow Americans on the biggest crime of the century. For sure, that was the COVID pandemic. So new evidence coming out about that, not so surprising, but in league with that, Pfizer also had this experiment going on in Israel. There's a new study this past week where no man under 50, no healthy male under 50 died from COVID in Israel, which begs the question, why are they mandating so many children to have the vaccine to go to school? So we'll get into that story. Also, the title of this episode is Premature Obsolescence. That's the term and the phrase I've always used for it, but it's inspired by last week's Truth Stream Media release. They released it while we were doing the show last week. So when I got done, I got to sample some of the planned obsolescence work of Aaron and Melissa Dykes. It was fascinating. It was fantastically well sourced. The B-roll is impeccable, how they visually tell the story. So we're going to take a look at part of that tonight in the intermission. And also we're going to take a look at Plandemic 3, which premiered last night in Austin. It was a very exciting premiere. And if you haven't seen the movie yet, it's one of the best documentary films I've ever seen. It's very well composed, thoughtfully composed, and just about anybody could watch it without probably having a triggering event, which is nice. Is you can watch it with the family and you guys can all be better for it. Tonight's guest is John Kleisic, author of the book School World Order. And without further ado, let's go to tonight's kickoff with Luke Radowski from wearechange.org and thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And let's see what his report from earlier today can lead us into.
See, that's what they don't want you to know. Because the thing is, we were the original Irish. We were in Ireland years before we are the original Irish people. I'm telling you, the pubs, the beer, all that, we made that up. And the thing is, they're trying to get Tory now. They're trying to get Tory because they know we're the original leprechauns. We the real leprechauns. We was leprechauns first. The golden end of the rainbow, that gold came from Africa. And the problem is, since they know that we're the lucky charms, and that's what they want you to know that.
And from my interactions with the Irish people, that actually makes a lot of sense. Well, welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name is Luke Gradowski here of WeAreChange.org, and there is some absolutely absurd and wild news to get into, as of course we are now officially in LGBTQ plus MA, LMNAQ, whatever they want to make up, month that is going very interestingly, to say the least, as of course there is a major cultural backlash that is very interesting to see, especially with so much overt propaganda and disinformation in your face. All of this as some politicians are calling for the end of food. Yes, you heard that correctly. We're going to be talking about that, plus a lot more, all here on this independent media organization. And if you like the shirt that I'm wearing, you can get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And the clip that we played in the beginning of this broadcast is done by a female comedian that did an absolutely brilliant job detailing the truth of the Irish people. It looks like she goes on TikTok on The Baddest Mitch. And if you guys know her YouTube channel, definitely let me know in the comment section below so we could put it in the description so you guys could subscribe and follow her really incredibly funny work that made me chuckle and laugh today. And hopefully did the same to you, since of course we need a lot more of that in our modern day, ever so encroaching, dangerous end of civilization life that of course has to deal with psychopathic governments that have a long and extensive record of taking people out, and their larger saber rattling over, of course, the authority to tax individuals. At the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. All of this is happening as a Chinese warship nearly just hit an American U.S. destroyer in the Taiwanese Strait during Canadian U.S. military operations in the region. This has tensions between this new emerging world power and the current world power have been, of course, very tumultuous within the last few years and getting more and more tense by the years, as there definitely looks like there's a Thucydides trap or an excuse by the military-industrial complex to bolster up more of their coffers. This is, we have to understand that the vast majority of our taxes, of our debt, of the money printed, literally goes towards the military-industrial complex that in the United States not only robs the American people of their wealth, but overprices and price gouges the American people when it comes to items that they decided to charge a very heavy premium on. Yes, the United States has spent more on defense than the majority of the world combined, but how much of that is actual legitimate spending that actually produced something? How much of that is corruption? Well, that's a question that, of course, we should be asking ourselves as the government keeps taking more and more of your money, and they're now looking for other excuses to do it, or just to destroy your livelihood, make food more expensive, and make it more difficult to make ends meet. All in the name of making the weather gooder. Yes, you heard that correctly, as of course, for many years now, a lot of central controllers have been using the excuse of the weather in order to, of course, not just trample and destroy human freedom, but also economic prosperity. And one of the biggest ways that they're doing it right now is to go after the food supply chain, as Ireland is looking to take out 200,000 cows in order to fight the weather. Yes, you heard that correctly. In the latest efforts to reduce emission from agriculture, Ireland is setting forward plans to take out the life of 200,000 cows. An action that is not just horrific and cruel, but would of course significantly raise the price of meat inside of the island, and goes along a part of the UN 2030 vision pushed on by a lot of secret society members that do unspeakable things in coffins, like John Kerry, that now have come out and officially said in order to meet net zero goals, they have to stop farmers from growing food. Yes, these are the words from John Kerry, an initiated man into many secret societies that now is working with the Biden White House in order to make the weather gooder. Here are this psycho's own words himself, as of course he flies around on private jets and justifies it by saying pretty much that he's more important than anybody else.
Agriculture contributes about 33% of all the emissions of the world. Depending a little bit on how you count it, but it's anywhere from 26 to 33. And we can't get to net zero. We don't get this job done unless agriculture is front and center as part of the solution. But with
Now, what is that solution, you ask? Well, it's probably something that the New York Times is hinting at today as they're releasing more propaganda that, of course, is centered around the larger depopulation agenda and narrative that you see so conveniently pushed on by a lot of central controllers. As their latest New York Times Magazine piece reads, quote, "Is it wrong to bring a child into our warming world?" Specifically trying to gaslight and manipulate any kind of useful lemming reading this trash that they somehow have a responsibility not to procreate in order to make the weather gooder. Again, a lot of this is just nonsensical and boils down to people trying to get more power and control over individuals, making our lives more inconvenient, making food more expensive, making travel almost impossible unless you're one of the elites individuals with private jets that could just fly around willy-nilly anywhere and everywhere they want at the snap of a finger, while people are now told they can't have short-haul flights because they're not rich enough to afford private jets. In France, they just banned all short-haul flights. Why? In order to push a climate-friendly agenda. And we know it's not about climate, it's not about carbon, it's about you, reducing you, getting rid of you. And that's one topic out of many topics that we satirically highlight on our t-shirt store on thebestpoliticalshirts.com, like this broadcast does, of course. There's a lot more people that are waking up to the nonsense of our modern day society every single day. And I would say, I think we're even potentially at a moment of a major turning point, especially when it comes to a lot of the woke propaganda that is failing on its face again and again. And whether it's Target or Budweiser, a lot of people, a lot of industries are moving away from what some have called the satanic death cult. This as we're finding out that Mark Wahlberg, by the way, is trying to create a Hollywood 2.0 away from woke California, at this time in Nevada, as he just moved to the state for a better tax bracket and, of course, a, quote, better life that's not filled with criminals and crime. As Mark Wahlberg also lobbied Nevada state lawmakers to pass a bill that would increase tax credits for film production from $10 million to $190 million per year. All of this as YouTube even announced major shifts in their censorship enforcement policies that are really interesting, and according to some individuals doing it because a lot of YouTubers have talked about moving over solely to Twitter. I, for one, being one of those individuals who is thinking about doing it, but isn't really too sure, especially with the upcoming CEO that has a lot of ties to some very nefarious organizations. All of this as there was a lot of flip-flopping at Twitter over the weekend as the Daily Wire talked about showing their movie, What is a Woman on the Platform, which was originally met by Twitter saying we're going to limit the reach of this. Elon Musk got involved and said, no, that's not going to happen. Daily Wire released a documentary, and then that tweet and that documentary was limited from the general public. And then after a moment in time, Elon Musk clarified, got rid of the limit that he promised wouldn't be there, but was there, and then ended up promoting the movie himself, talking about the Streisand effect, and then how, quote, every parent should watch this movie. And I agree with him on that sentiment. Of course, I previously watched the movie. It is a good movie. It is a good documentary. It does provide some very interesting points and perspectives that are worth considering and looking at from a perspective that, of course, is hidden away from the general public and usually censored. Now, Elon Musk admitting that there was a mistake originally with the flip-flopping in the beginning is a step in the right direction, and something that, of course, gives me a lot of motivation to see that his platform is going in the right direction. Since, of course, not many times do we see big social media platforms admitting that they got things wrong when they routinely do. I'm looking right at you, YouTube, right now. I'm seeing you. You guys goofed up a lot, messed up my channel a lot, messed up my career a lot, and somehow I'm still here on this platform. Yeah, again, LukeUnfiltered.com is something that we're building ourselves that's growing rapidly. But again, seeing this move by Twitter, although tumultuous, highlighted Musk's commitment for free speech, or at least his own interpretation of it, as we're also finding out that a major Twitter executive quit after Musk promoted What is a Woman on that platform, showing specifically that Twitter's head of trust and safety, Eli Irwin, was probably behind this decision to censor a documentary with scientific facts while allowing some really crazy stuff on the platform with absolutely no limitations or warning. So with the ousting of this head of trust and safety, does that mean Twitter is going to be looking good from now on? Well, again, important to keep a skeptical eye here, especially with a new World Economic Forum CEO incoming. All of this, as I think the conversation should be focused on the documentary and the larger questions that it brings forward, especially when it comes to detransitioning and transitioning of young children that brings irreversible harm and a dependency on big pharma for the rest of their lives. As there's individuals who went through the process that are coming out, including a Navy SEAL, that is warning people that the establishment, that the corporate media, social media, and the doctors performing these experimental surgeries are not sharing all the data and information with the people that they're performing them on, including, of course, small children that do not know what they're getting themselves into. As, of course, a lot of the details here of what actually happens during these surgeries, the pictures, the horrific imagery that you have to see and to understand of what's really going on here. These skin grafts that again, mutilate human beings, that create objects that are there solely just for some kind of weird, horrific visual that don't serve any kind of purpose. No reproductive purpose, no pleasure. There's no pleasure from these things that are attached to human beings from their skin. There's no urinating function. There's no semblance of any kind of logical thinking when it comes to this. And to have children to go through this at a young age without informed consent is cruel, is evil. And I agree with Elon Musk, especially with his sentiments saying that, quote, gender affirming care for minors is pure evil. And it's not gender affirming care. That is a PR marketing term used by a lot of people pushing an agenda that closely aligns with the depopulation agenda. As Dr. Jordan Peterson originally says, the phrase gender affirming care is a criminally evil lie. This, as many states and presidential candidates have been coming out against, quote, gender affirming care as detailed by the corporate media, when some people are detailing it as child mutilation. Elon Musk then went on and later clarified that, quote, consenting adults should do whatever makes them happy, provided it does no harm to others, but a child is not capable of consent, which is why we have laws protecting minors. And I absolutely agree with him on his larger sentiment here, as, of course, we need more informed consent, and we absolutely have none of it. We have propaganda, we have disinformation, we have emotional hyperbolic dribble that is trying to make people feel oppressed, that is trying to make people feel like they're being attacked when in reality they're being promoted, because there is a sinister agenda behind all of this, according to my own personal opinion and perspective from what I've been seeing within the last 20 plus years of focusing and studying on all of this and seeing the progression of it. Now, Big Pharma's grip of control on the American people is vast, and the former president of the United States does represent that, as, of course, he also promised to ban child gender transitioning, which some institutions are questioning, since, of course, he also has a lot of stocks in the major big pharma companies that profit off of this policy very heavily. As, of course, they have customers for the rest of their lives that are dependent on them. And as some people are putting, trans rights are big pharma profits, and they're absolutely correct on that assessment. As if you're an adult, do whatever you want to do, but at least know what you're doing. If you're a child, what's happening to them right now with parents pushing them to do this, causing irreversible harm, a dependency on pills for the rest of their lives, a destruction to their reproductive organs, a destruction to, of course, their hormones, which are linked and key indicators of health. Holy frickin' cow. It's absolutely bananas that we have regressed in our society and that this is still somehow a debate. I don't think it should be. I think it should be very clear. What do you think? Let me know down in the comment section below. And if you agree with my opinions and my sentiments, share this video with your friends and family members. It is more imperative than ever. Or
So, John Kerry, Skull and Bones, about halfway through that video. Did anyone's record screech to a stop for tonight? No, probably not. But tonight's guest, John Klizek, in his book, School World Order, we're going to talk a lot about Skull and Bones. I have a feeling. And I just wanted to show you a couple artifacts, because John Kerry is part of a long lineage. And we're going to go to the history blueprint in a minute, but I just wanted to show you a little artifact. This is how the order, Skull and Bones, 322, the Yale Secret Society, controls education in this country. I once upon a time paid $80 for this little tiny pamphlet by Anthony Sutton. And imagine my
Was it
chagrin.
reprinted by Stan
Well, it's in
Monteith or
this.
something.
It's chapter 8 in his book that you can get for $20.
Right.
And you get a whole book with it, right? And then there's also Chris Milligan edited Fleshing Out Skull and Bones that has Sutton's work along with other people, including I thought Charlotte Iserby was in here, but multiple authors being brought together and marshaled in this great big thick book here. But Carey is not just a skull and bonesman, right? Now, I do believe, this is my opinion, this is one of the few times you'll hear the opinion of myself on the show. I do believe that JFK was referring to the Skull and Bones Secret Society in his Secret Society speech to the Press Association. People say it's communism. I said the Skull and Bones rumor that they created. Communism doesn't have secret oaths. They're not in control like McGeorge Bundy and all these other people that surrounded Kennedy. Skull and Bones, Rhodes Scholars. Those two groups predominant.
Bush family was
Bush family,
the
Nazis, the people who funded the Nazis.
The Born
Surprise,
Shield-
everybody. They're in a German death cult at the East India Company University in New Haven, Connecticut, right? So put two and two together, start to get 4, add another 2, get 6. This is how it works. So these types of facts now bring us to John Carey in the history blueprint. Now, what you need to know is the John in John Carey he has a middle name named Forbes. So who is the Forbes family? Oh, they're one of the first families of Boston, the Boston Brahmins, America's Eastern establishment. You know, the Anglo-American establishment, it's families like these. They're involved in the old China trade, which is code for the opium trade. Free trade is also the opium trade too, if you look it up. Russell and Company is the founding family that got the 1832, when Skull and Bones is founded, that 1832 is when the East India Company privatized its opium monopoly. So instead of just East India Company, now you have privateers like Russell and Company that become very wealthy in America and help to facilitate, right? And then the list of billionaires and all these sorts of things that come from here, right? Because it's the same. John Murray Forbes was the captain that was the opium smuggler. So if you wanted to do that history, he went to Phillips Andover Academy, just like H.W. Bush, right? So you can go to Andover and who are the people? Oh, Godfrey Rockefeller, Richard Carey, Oliver Wendell Holmes, Norman Dodd. The whistleblower, it tells us about the Reese Committee and these nonprofit foundations. He also went to Phillips Andover, and actually Prince Al Walid should be below. Nathan Hale, who I mentioned this morning, what is this? 10 hours ago when I started Q&A with the students, Nathan Hale came up in Cloak and Gown, how the university systems were taken over by MI6, CIA, the communist milieu that was in between them, right? Because it was being run by intelligence. So even just the founding, academies in our country that have been training these people. Here's de Mohrenschildt. I'm sorry, nephew of de Mohrenschildt.
Mm-hmm.
So H.W. Bush, Phillips Andover, Nazi financier. John Kerry's right there with him. In fact, he ran against H.W. Bush's son, also a Skull and Bonesman, in 2008. Oh, 2004.
No, 2004. Yeah.
Yeah. So going back to John Murray Forbes and then John Forbes Carey, what did Carey oversee? BCCI. Tony.
Yeah. So
the Carey Commission.
The Carey Commission
Committee.
in the late
right
90s.
here.
Yeah. That's a
terrorism, narcotics, and international operations
Mhm.
that Skull and Bones are running, Tony. So
Yes.
he's in charge of running the Skull and Bones investigation.
Yeah, it's almost like he's charged with making sure they detail and document the history of what took place and make sure that no major reveals that are too particular to people that are currently in power are, leaked through. So it's interesting because Whitney Webb in chapter 7 of her first volume, and then a number of times in volume 2, quotes that very specific commission because all of it links back to BCCI in regards to drug running, arms dealing, that sort of thing. So,
and just real quick for the audience, BCCI. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Just read chapter 7 of volume 1 of Whitney Webb's One Nation Under Blackmail. And that's the entire
Edmund Safra and George Soros. Okay, so BCCI, the Bank of Credit and Commerce International. I've got 5 or 6 books at least on this topic, right?
Yeah, easily.
This ties in all the narco terrorism funding, not all of it, but the majority of it, the Iran-Contra stuff, the Mujahideen,
yeah.
All this stuff that was being laundered right up to 9/11,
Mm-hmm.
right? This is all Robert Maxwell.
It's like all those proxy groups.
Killed. Yeah, Adnan Khashoggi, the Bin Mahfouz.
And that's where you see because Epstein had a connection with obviously Khashoggi. Like it's as if he was immersed in the network in the 80s, understood its operations, got to see behind, the veil, so to speak, and then try to sort of what's the word, like sort of reinvest in a new version of it in the 1990s. It's like as if like this whole thing happens with BCCI and all of a sudden Epstein right afterwards seems to take over and is buying up the same like Southern Air Transport and Polar Cargo that was used during BCCI to do all this nefarious like air arms trading, flying across, and like it was actually his boss. Was it Wexner at the time who bought it?
The limited needs to buy Air America
to fly it to Hong Kong,
but they're not flying heroin and opium and stuff like that. Right?
Nothing to see there, nothing to worry about. It's
so narco traffickers investigate narco traffickers, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly. Exactly. That's what it is. It's like Alan Dulles being the head of the Warren Commission.
So now with that context, if you remember, John Kerry's there talking in his purple tie, because that says, I'm with the royalty, right? When Hillary came out after her loss and they were wearing purple, remember this is their symbol that we might lose politically, but we're in control geopolitically, right? So Kerry's standing there like the big Herman Munster that he is, and he's got his purple tie on, and he's telling you that you can't have the cows. Now that dude, he's got a yacht, he's got a plane, he's got probably an island and stuff, he's not on the same playing field as you. You guys aren't even playing the same game. Why does he get to have a right to say what you put in your pie hole? He's not doing it for him. Why should you have to do it for him? Is he your bio Jesus? Is he your carbon neutral Jesus? Who convinced John Kerry that carbon neutral is a good idea, that we got to get all this stuff to zero? I don't know who made that argument. I don't even know that it's made in public, but those people at the top all sure believe it. And they think that Ireland needs to kill all their cows. Right. Wasn't that the story? 200,000 cows are just going to slaughter them?
It's already happening in the Netherlands.
Yes, I was going to say.
Yeah, so like it's what they're doing is, I think the World Economic Forum and the partners, the global community of the Fortune 500 corporate, international corporations come together. I think what they're envisioning is that they're not going to be able to stop humans from eating meat just with bug production or lab grown meat. It's going to be too hard to sell. People don't want to change their habits. And quite frankly, we've done this for thousands of years, and it's the most nutritionally available and best option for humans. So I think they're going to just try to price the world out of meat production. They're going to make it so, and even if the CBDCs fail, they'll just make it so even the average person, what we experience as a middle class sort of individual today who has income to be able to buy excess goods, won't be able to afford even something as simple as like a flank steak, for God's sakes. That's, I think, what they're attempting to do with this. At least that's one of my theories associated with it, is looking at some of the evidence that's coming out, both in the Netherlands, which major pushback has happened there. I mean, there's a whole grassroots party that won like 26 or 24 elections recently to their parliament. And it's specifically to support the Dutch farmers as a backlash against it. But I don't know how much that's going to be. And it seems like it might be enough to push against the main legislation against them, but there's still a lot of power plays going on there. So we'll see how that plays out. But Ireland's looking to push the same thing. UK's not far behind. Certainly Germany's right behind them. So it's, we'll have to see. And obviously America, they've, Castor and Often Fitz has made this point many times. If you look at what's been happening in America, obviously Bill Gates buying up farmland all over the country, but then look at like feedlots. Look at like look at the regulations associated with how you're allowed to slaughter cattle or livestock in general. Like it's making it so it's more and more centralized. So it's harder just to be like a local grower. You have to send it to a state sanctioned butcher, right? And then you're sort of out of your control. You can't even butcher your own animal. They make it very hard because of the regulations for our health and safety, apparently, to even have the autonomy to be able to grow locally and produce for ourselves without, you can do it for yourself, but if you sell it,
private membership association is the phrase.
That's what you'd have to do. That's the way. That is a reasonable workaround.
Someone who's got cows, get to the PMA. I'll find a butcher to come and we can all do business outside of those regulations. That's legally how it's done.
It is legal. Yep, that is legal.
All right. Now, I was thinking, you had me out thinking about flank steak. I was like, we could freeze a little bit and cut it, and we could stuff it, or we could pound it out and roll it. I would
do like carne asada.
Off the barbecue. My brain was in the barbecue for a minute. All right. So
gotta do like some steak.
There's this other phrase. Yeah. See, now you're making me hungry. There was this other phrase dropped in Luke's report, and there was that tweet where they're like, if we took part of our defense funding, we could solve homelessness and poverty and whatever else they imagine. Right. and I'm not arguing that the defense budget is way too much, or that it's not even a defense budget. It's like an offense budget, right? That's not how it's used. All right. So
Imperial budget.
this idea that Elon Musk can give money and it ends poverty and hunger and homelessness. Is that true though? Because people are always like, hey, why don't other people's money? Why don't we just put that and pay the thing? Right. It's never their money. It's always like Elon Musk should take his money and pay, end homelessness and poverty and things like this. Now, if that was on the market, do you not think Elon would buy it? Do you think he'd not press that buy button and say, here's $40 billion, have at it?
Hey,
Or
that's
do
the
you
Lowell
think he
McCaskill.
knows that can't be solved from the top down? Let's say hypothetically, I've got $40 billion. I'm going to write a check. Now what happens? Oh, we're going to give people houses. Great. We're going to give people food. Great. What else are you giving people? Free healthcare. Great. Call me in 2 years. Everybody ran out of money. They're homeless again. They're all fighting with each other. We need another 40 billion.
Wait, you mean they haven't been taught the skills to heal themselves, to be able to provide shelter for themselves, be able to provide basic amenities for themselves? They haven't been able to have those most basic skills. Instead, they were just given stuff and they decided they weren't incentivized to develop their own skills and take responsibility for their own actions. Is that what you're
everything that
Rich?
Myron Golden said last week in that clip? You can't solve income inequality that way, because it's not why it happens in the first place.
Exactly.
Right. They undermined our education system, created a school system, which is indoctrination. It drops you off down here for a life that demands up here. And you have no way to fill that gap, and people get demoralized, and then they dehumanize each other. Then they get
then you have
frustrated and aggressive, and then they attack each other.
Then you have the DSM, you have critical theory, you have like the rationalization of the psychosis of people that just can't actually, participate with great agency and as before. Like their freedoms have been coerced from them, and their ability to participate and write their own script in life has been, it's been torn up, taken from them, burned in front of their face, and they don't even know it's happened. So by the time you get out and you're in 20s and you're in debt and you've got a college degree for a job you don't even want, you're wondering, and you feel like everything's been so scripted, and you find or have this weird aching feeling that life is meaningless. You have no way to sort of orient that free floating anxiety. Where'd it come from? Why do I have this feeling? Oh, it just must be something wrong with me. And the gaslighting begins, and the projections begin, and you can see the sort of that creates the cultivation of the what we're witnessing today with the gender crisis and the critical theory and the BLMs and Antifas and the progressive left and then the postmodernism. That's the sort of progenitor for it all, psychologically at least.
Yeah. So you can't just take some money from the Defense Department's budget and end homelessness and hunger and all these sort of things, right? But what we can do we could take steps to diminish the mental mindset of poverty that keeps so many people away from opportunity that exists everywhere that you go. There's always people who have problems, who need help, who need service, who are trying to do something and they don't know how to do it. If we knew how to fill in those gaps as human beings, we wouldn't need big daddy government to come in and solve these problems for us.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So and
that was just reiterated by John Taylor Gatto when we played the Ultimate History lesson, like when he remarks about a speech given by Lincoln in regards to most people are looking just to save enough money to start their own start their own business, to live their own life, to invest in themselves and their own destiny. They're not, beholden to the idea that they're going to work for their family or the corporation, the chartered corporation of the nation state under which they happen to live or whatever. They want to do their own thing. That was the American dream, is that you truly rugged individualism. Here's your opportunity, and let's see what manifests from that.
Yeah, you might go learn blacksmithing on the East Coast, so you can go do that in the Midwest.
Yes,
you take your skills and you travel. And the other notion that came up in that video that Luke was talking about is it's a recurring theme. We're going to see it all through tonight's content. They want to reduce you in almost every way, shape, and form, right? So what can you do to produce you, right? To increase you? Do the opposite of what these people were trying to do to us, right? Let's not go so willingly into their coffins.
That's right.
And it occurs to me that, in the world of solutions, a lot of people see the landing page or the obstacle course and they just don't get it. And that's fine. But if I might just provide some clarity, because at this point, I've been working 10 hours straight. I did a 3-hour Q&A with the students, and then I did another 6-hour workout, and then I prepped for the show for an hour. So to be able to have long form, not just Q&A, that's valuable, But what they got value in is the 6-hour workout in the dojo, where they learn interpersonal skills, listening skills, speaking skills, question and answering type of skills that lead to progress, making plans of action and getting agreement, moving forward. So these basic skills that we as adults need and use all the time, if we have them, I use mine every day, should be afforded to more people. But all we can do is make it known. So I'm saying for thirsty people, we have water. I can't, you can lead people to knowledge. You can't make them think. I don't know what it's not voluntary to make them think, but I can give the opportunity. Getautonomy.info/ignite is the landing page. And then if you click the button, it goes to the obstacle course, and the obstacle course has value. There's value stacked all through there. And what we show you at the beginning is just a fraction of what you actually get at the end. So we're underselling the opportunity, undervaluing it. I don't know. Maybe it's too easy to get into. But for those in the know who were looking to grow, we have options, because it does help to eradicate the culture of mental poverty. And once you start thinking with a wealthy mindset, with non-scarcity and without these artificial limits that schooling put in your brain, then you have a chance to grow. You have a chance to ignite your potential. You have a chance to align your understanding with reality and actually get predictable consequences, results out of your actions. So that's the gist. That's the pitch. It made me think of it, so I thought I should say something, because instead of reducing you, I think you might opt to increase you if you only had the option and knew where to go to do that.
And right now, a lot of what they're doing is just with words. Certainly, there's a lot of coercion, obviously, with force, but a lot of it's convincing you that you don't have any agency or power. Yep. When in fact, we still have a lot of freedom of we still have especially in America, the freedom of movement, freedom of free association, freedom to use the dollar, like the standard debt note if we want to. In other words, we still have a lot of opportunity. We still have a little homestead where I'm living at. Like, you still have a lot of opportunity to prep yourself while these freedoms are still available to us as they continue to try to roll in their sort of globalist, panoptic, transhumanistic, technotronic sort of panopticonic system that they're developing. But it's a slow rollout, and it's convincing you that there's already done, that this has to happen. It's happening, when a lot of it isn't. There's words, and then there's the reality. And it's like, we'll see how that matches up over time between what's happening in the Netherlands and Ireland and other places where a lot of the climate alarmism is going on and attacking actual agriculture, particularly animal husbandry. So I'm curious to see if how much of it will just be hot air, or how much of it will just be straight up coercion, like the Netherlands. We'll have to see.
Yeah, the Netherlands have been
crazy.
I mean, I didn't think they'd fall like they did. I thought they'd do it to like a third world type country first, but not the Netherlands.
Yeah, that's part of the demoralization.
Amsterdam and all those cool windmills and stuff over there. I guess they weren't eco-friendly windmills. Right? Yeah, wooden shoes. Let's bring out I'll take Netherlands stereotypes for 100, Alex.
I have some. My dad brought back when I was like a kid or something. When
you click your heels, you go home. I heard. No, it's a different movie. All right. Also, coming up later, School World Order, author John Kleisig. I just wanted to put that on the radar, since we did just talk about education. That would be a righteous thing to do. And then next, I got to take you over here. I got to show you something, because if it didn't just end up in my Twitter feed when I was tweeting to say the show was starting, I wouldn't have mentioned it. But let's see. Here we have this page. We got a tweet from Vigilant Fox 3 hours ago. Dr. David Martin, yada, yada, yada. Plandemic. Do you see that? That capital PLAN-demic, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I've seen that before. Where have I seen that before? I saw it before over here, because we were talking about it with the students 12 hours ago. March 11th, 2020. I used this hashtag Plandemic, right? Again, on March 11th, 2020, Plandemic. I'm posting evidence and I'm tagging it, Plandemic, right? Plandemic. Going up March 11th, 2020, more Plandemic. I even forgot to hashtag that one. That's me jumping back in, right? So being as part of our intermission tonight is Plandemic 3. I was thinking about, what do you think Plandemic 4 and 5 are about, Tony?
Well, you can only focus on the problem for so long. At some point, you have to introduce solutions, introduce a way to galvanize community, and create real sort of grassroots action, amongst the individuals or communities that sort of adopt that work. So I think it sort of you have to, at some point, you can only so long pedantically detail the specifics of how they did this to us in regards to health tyranny. So they're going to have to, I assume, like sort of transition to hopefully ways in which we might be able to fight it, or operate outside of it, and develop communities that can hedge against the worst effects of these massive corporations, especially in big pharma.
Here's another one.
Associated with
I
like
used
world
I used a curse word in this. I
organizations.
very rarely curse in tweets. Look at that. Fan-fucking-tastic.
Uh,
Plandemic. What is this? Microsoft Bitcoin mining system works on biological signals and shows proof of work. Right? This is
mhm.
an article that that ties into the human biology, right? Works on biological signals. Now, this is pretty ominous because they're talking about COVID and jabs back then, and Bill Gates is all involved. And then this article came out. So anyway, that was just something I was tweeting about that day, right? And then so the point, going back to this, what are Plandemic 4 and 5 going to be? Well, I got that written down right here. Let's see. Where's that business plan? This one right here. All right. So let's get into it. Plandemic 4. I think we got to break open those woke identity politics, because he said this Plandemic 3 did a wonderful setup. Communism's a thing. Collectivism's a thing. Here's the current manifestation and how it came from that thing you just learned about in Plandemic 3. And then if we go so bold as to Plandemic 5, well, we're going to say who's funding communism in the first place? Oh, the same people that funded the Wall Street and the Nazis. And there's a group of people. Okay, that's interesting. Who are they and what's their agenda? That could be good for Plandemic 5. But that's the future. We'll see what Mickey does.
You get to make that pitch, maybe.
I don't need to pitch.
Put on that sales hat.
Universe has its own plan.
Well,
I just
true.
try to read
There
what
you
it's
go.
doing. All right, so we'll get to that. We'll play.
Ride
It's
the
a bit-
wave, huh?
Plandemic 3 is available for free. You guys can all just see it. It's on Odyssey. It's on the plandemic.com or Plandemic 3 site. So it's gonna be out there for free. So I don't feel bad if we're gonna play half hour tonight. In fact, I think it'll inspire a lot of people who otherwise wouldn't watch that film without us pointing it out and sharing a sample along.
It's an hour and 45 minutes. So yeah, we're just gonna play a section. Obviously, you found very
we'll play the strong section on communism,
Yeah,
because that's
exactly.
the part that you'd see on Grand Theft World anyway.
exactly.
One of the many parts. All right, very well orchestrated film, and I was very pleased to see the pre-show, the film, the after party, all that sort of stuff. It was really inspiring. So now we got to cover some of the news between here and there. Got our guests coming up in a little bit. Let's see what we can cover. Project Veritas getting the suing over the James O'Keefe thing. I watched one of the interviews with O'Keefe. It's noteworthy as far as like anyone following the timeline in history has seen them really try to take the legs out from under O'Keefe, and he just keeps getting back up. I don't want to cover those clips first, though. So what are the clips that are hot on your mind, Tony? I know there was a whole snafu with the Daily Wire and Elon, and then he fired people allegedly. And
yeah, what a mess that was earlier in the
50
week.
million people just saw What is a Woman?
Which, by the way, is a phenomenal documentary.
I would have thought that not that many people needed to understand, but apparently a lot of people have that question.
The thing is, it really highlights the gross insanity, the complete irrationality that has metastasized throughout the culture. To get to the point where there's such a blatant and egregious denial of basic reality shows that we're at the stage at which people are either so disillusioned or misanthropic or resentful of the reality they experience that that's the only way they feel as though that creating imagination in their own mind is a better thing to imagine is the real thing. Or whatever the psychological reasons for the adoption of this is the end stage of civilization. When you can't recognize the most basic and common of all truths that have been universal since man became conscious. And that's what to is it Matt Walsh's point, the producer, obviously interviewer throughout. He does the Socratic method to highlight. He lets these individuals, when he goes to the university and talks to like associate professor, when he goes and talks to, I forget the woman who's supposed to be who's expert in transitioning children and is a doctor giving pharmaceuticals. I forget, it's been a while since I've seen it, but when he goes to these individuals, he just asks questions and they fall into his trap, and you sort of realize the inherent irrationality, apparent in their ideas, completely and utterly contradictory. They're more associated with how you feel rather than what you are fundamentally. So it's, they're not interested in that. I'm not surprised. And it's a very good documentary to kind of get a good understanding of how to get to the root cause of people's own intrepid and irrational ideas. Socratic method, everyone. Ask some good questions, engage in honest and meaningfully good dialogue. And people will respond. People will be open, even when they tend to shut down. So it's an interesting rhetorical exercise to watch Matt Walsh's disposition throughout. He did a good job. But the firestorm it created was a disaster. So Daily Wire came out, obviously, and had a lot of fun with it. They were terribly upset, but they decided to do the way they're going to do it, which is poke fun at Elon Musk and do their thing with it. There's a bunch of commentary in regards around it. Do you want me to just bring up some videos, like the timeline for it, or do you want
to? Yeah. Do we have a timeline around it?
I think so. Let me see if I can. I think I saw one earlier this week that I was watching.
I was getting a link for LD.
Let's see.
And then I was also calculating if that didn't work, how else to work this part. But I have a clip coming up. It's about Epstein.
Okay.
It's going to be conspiratorial because he didn't kill himself. That means there's other people involved. And we're going to hear some evidence about that coming up soon. But go ahead, Tony. You're looking at the timeline aspect of.
Wow. It's nothing but the Young Turks and the majority report is Sam Cedars. It's a bunch of, it's almost like you can't research or can't find the commentary I'm trying to. It's
almost like dead internet theory. Maybe while we're waiting, Elon will take care of homeless and poverty and all that sort of stuff. So we don't have to worry about it.
Here's the Hill. So here's one from the Hill. 3 days ago, misgendered Daily Wire claims Twitter censored Matt Walsh as was a woman. So they go over sort of the general story of what happened.
There you go. This is as milk toast as you can get. Here's the hill that I don't want to die on, and they're going to tell us about timeline. I think this
is what I saw earlier this week, but hopefully it'll be good.
What is a woman, and how did it work out?
Got Robbie
Suave. Robbie Suave. People who don't know the Rico Suave, they don't get that though. We're not playing it. We're not playing Rico Suave on this show. No. Certainly not. Now I got that dude dancing around in my head. All right. So we're going to go to this clip from the Hill. They misgendered somebody over Twitter. I don't know, Matt Walsh stuff.
Full culture.
The co-founder and co-CEO of the Daily Wire claims that Twitter canceled a deal with the Daily Wire to premiere Matt Walsh's What is a Woman documentary on the platform for free because of 2 instances of misgendering that occur during the course of the film. Now, according to Jeremy Boring, who is the co-founder of the Daily Wire, he went on a very interesting Twitter thread about this. He says that Twitter backed out of an agreement that it made with the Daily Wire after content moderators determined they would actually limit the reach of the film and label it as hateful conduct because of misgendering. Specifically, in the film, a father refers to his 14-year-old biological daughter, I believe, as a her, and then a store owner uses the wrong pronoun in a confrontation with a trans person. The Daily Wire reminded Twitter that they removed misgendering from their policy as something that they'll take action against. And then, again, this is according to Jeremy Boring's telling. Twitter clarified that they only removed misgendering from their policy because they didn't need to be specific, but they still consider the act of misgendering covered under their general policy against abuse and harassment. They then gave the outlet the opportunity to edit the film in order to comply. The Daily Wire says, no way, Jose, on that. This is very interesting, and Jeremy Boring and Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro are very, I think, understandably upset. Because let's be real specific about what, and again, I haven't heard Twitter's side of this, so this is all from their perspective. Mm-hmm. But these are people who are not anti-Twitter or anti-Elon Musk at all. They were just moving all their content there. But they said their videos are going to appear there. So I think we can take what they're saying with they're not going to go out of their way to be uncharitable to Twitter. They're saying that Twitter was going to limit the reach, the distribution of the film just being published on Twitter because of misgendering that occurs during the film. And I think this is a pretty, this is not a great application, even if there is a policy, even if Twitter's position is you can't just like abusively, go out and start using the wrong pronoun at someone in like a proactive or spamming, hateful fashion. I can understand why they, if you just keep like replying to Caitlyn Jenner, like, you're a dude, you're a dude, you're a dude, they're going to take action against that. I understand that. This is a film that already exists. And, within the film, this is kind of like, this is getting close to the territory where like, there's like a racial slur in a book or something because it's historical context.
Play Gone with the Wind or
right? Isn't this
Breakfast
like
at
that?
Tiffany's
Right.
because of the Andy Rooney character?
Right, like this happened. I mean, in the documentary, it's not the Daily Wire person who's doing it. It's somebody interviewed or portrayed in the course of the film. Like that's a legitimate perspective. Would they take action against a film that was like from a liberal perspective, as progressive? It was making all the arguments that trans people want it to make and depicted misgendering from the perspective of calling it out.
Right.
Would they censor that? Like, this is kind of crazy.
It's very unclear what the policy is, but the part of this that is even more interesting to me.
Go ahead. Go off, Brianna. I know where you're going to go with this.
New Twitter, old rules.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not coming from the perspective of someone who didn't want Musk to take over and was out to get him from the get-go, but he made very specific claims about the changes he was going to make to Twitter, because this was the reason why he was buying Twitter and spending $44 billion of his own money. It's because he had an objection to these kinds of rules. And now we're seeing, if what the Daily Caller people are saying is true, that they have not actually changed any of the policy on misgendering, that they chose to remove it explicitly from their policy so that they could say to conservatives, oh, look, we're making these changes. This is no longer the policy. But behind the scenes, still operating in the exact same way, which maybe is fine. Maybe it is the case that corporations make these kind of decisions because they're corporations and they need to make money, advertisers have demands, and they all bend the knee. But that being the case, can Elon Musk continue to hold himself out as this courageous person who stands up in the face of censorship and does the right thing if he bends the knee to these old guard policies, if he bends the knees to advertisers, if he bends the knee to Turkey, if he bends the knee to India, if he bends the knee to the EU, per the segment we're talking about earlier today.
Right.
Maybe it's okay. You're no worse than anybody else. I'm not trying to pile on to you. But can you be described as the overseer of the freest place on the internet, as he was characterized on the Ron DeSantis campaign launch on Twitter, if in fact you are operating the site substantially in the same way as the people who came before you?
And I think this choice, unlike some of those other things which you mentioned, this is being freely chosen by Twitter.
Right.
No Turkish government said,
Right.
hey, you can't, we're going to hurt you
Right.
if you post this. This is freely chosen by Twitter. And honestly, it's pretty close to the exact thing that allegedly is what inspired Elon Musk to acquire Twitter in the first place, is that he didn't like that they had taken action against the Babylon Bee, which is a satire from a conservative Christian perspective website that had engaged in misgendering. And I think they suspended the entire account of the Babylon Bee. And Elon Musk was really perturbed by that. That was, he's been, and in fact, I think he did a podcast or some kind of video with the Babylon Bee that was released like yesterday, where they're all kind of celebrating the new free speech regime, the new, and so I saw the Babylon Bee guy talking about this Daily Wire case, and he seems pretty disappointed, to say the least. So yeah, look, Elon can't, on this one, he really can't have it both ways. If this is so close to just taking books out of the Amazon store or whatever because they have bad words in them. It's not free speech. It's just not free speech.
I mean, the irony was, look, even when
his company, but it's not free speech.
Sure. When Jack was CEO, the irony is that so many trans people and activists and allies were mad at Jack because they felt like he wasn't doing enough to censor bullies and to take care of harassment. And I'm sure if I searched for various anti-trans language right now, find a lot of it. And if I did this a year or two ago, I would also find a lot of it. And so at the end of the day, what this feels like is personal grievances, legitimate or otherwise, being elevated unnecessarily because of the platform that Elon Musk has as the richest person in the world, or various activists have. Everybody feels like the world is not exactly the way that they would design it. Everybody does. And we are making really broad claims about sometimes what this means about free speech, when it's not actually about that. Like, there are really big free speech issues happening in the world right now. There is a SWAT team that just arrested a bunch of protesters in Atlanta for handing out pamphlets and raising a bail fund. These are significant issues. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be concerned about some of the constraints that have been put on social media. I do think that these disinformation task forces that have no transparency as to their metrics and that are very politicized are a big problem. I'm not saying any of that isn't a problem, but some of the core goals that were articulated by Elon Musk and some of the other conservatives, particularly in this space, and the liberals who were mad about this stuff too, are very subjective claims that have to do with their personal feelings. People have made the argument that Elon Musk used to tweet happy pride and everyone is welcome to buy a Tesla. And there was some shift that happened around the time that his partner left him and started dating a trans person, and maybe who knows what is motivating these kinds of feelings. But not everything that is bothering you in your personal life.
His proximity to one of his children's school system. That's also a theory that's been floated.
And he can have that kind of a personal problem.
Yeah.
But making this into this global free speech fight and claiming the mantle of a vanguard of free speech rights and interests when you're really just pursuing your own petty claims is not the move.
Should mention also that this comes in the wake of his announcement that Linda Yaccarino would be the new CEO of Twitter. There were a lot of conservatives expressing concern about her, given her kind of mainstream background, some World Economic Forum connections, that sort of thing there. So if you were worried, you're probably feeling pretty vindicated in your worry right now. Whether she actually has anything to do with this, we don't know. And maybe Elon will appear on Twitter. I'm sure he's seen it by now. He's not away from the platform for very long. He might reply and go, looking into this, what is this, and reverse it. I don't know. But for the moment, it seems very sus. We'll have more Rising right after this.
Robbie trying to be relevant by using sus, using the kids' lingo out there instead of the King's English.
Good old Robbie.
I'm not too sure about the misgendering part.
I think was the initial.
I think we're assuming the gender. What if it's Mr. Gender instead of misgender? Misgender is not good in our society. So you shouldn't assume such things.
Yeah, I mean, they're just making they're making irrational claims that have nothing to do with whether or not the film has any right to be shown or not.
But isn't that the wokenomics of the situation?
That's hate speech. It's now prescriptive. It's not free speech. So anything can be regarded as hate speech if someone feels as though they're offended by it. And that's the slippery slope of hate. Exactly. And that's the slippery slope of hate speech. Anything can all of a sudden become hate speech. Somehow.
I mean, I would never assume the right that if I hated something, it should be something like the other people. Like, I don't understand the whole logic behind the thing. Maybe because it's irrational and I'm trying to understand it logically.
There's no way to understand it. The only way to understand it logically.
When did our feelings become the central hub of our society instead of that which was tangible and not subjective? I'm just asking for a friend because I might get beat down by the what do they call it? Struggle session.
Yeah, Chinese struggle sessions during Mao's revolution. Yeah,
that was one of the best parts of that pandemic movie last night when it was left side communist, the
left version
the revolution,
of communism, right version
and
of
then what's
communism.
going
It's like
on
Nazis.
Here?
We're getting the left version of communism, but the Nazis are the right version. It's this or fascism, same thing. It's like they both lead to fascism, which is private and state entity essentially.
Well, he was showing the Chinese Cultural Revolution, and it's like black and white, and then it's like here's the Summer of Love in color, and it's like the same type of activity in each set of photos.
Absolutely. That's an interesting point because think about it. I was talking to my girlfriend about this recently. Like, what economic forum promote and like BlackRock and Vanguard? These.
Who's BlackRock?
They promote something like ESG, right? So they get massive corporations to go. I've been thinking about this. This is just a general theory. It's a speculation of mine. they get these massive multinational corporations to adopt DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, or ESG. Was it environmental sustainability governance or something like that? So these contrived, postmodern sort of critical theorist-based policy organizations in order to direct corporate policy and to interject that sort of woke culture into corporate.
Now, did you say BlackRock or Blackstone?
BlackRock.
All right, because I had Blackstone as an answer for Skull and Bones.
That's the old, yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. You're talking BlackRock instead of Blackstone.
But it's interesting because I was thinking about this, like ESG, for example, right? So they get all these corporations, massive, like many of which are international, to adopt ESG or DEI. Then, of course, I think it was just BlackRock recently, wasn't it? Or was it Vanguard? One of the two dropped it because it wasn't profitable. So they first get all these corporations to adopt it. These corporations start adopting it. They allowed for these individuals coming out of, African American studies or gay and queer studies or whatever, like made up studies in liberal arts colleges at universities. They get them to come in. They had these like whole departments essentially at these major corporations, and then all of a sudden they start matriculating in positions of management, maybe sales and marketing, and all of a sudden you have a situation where these major brands, major retailers, major businesses are like shooting themselves in the foot, essentially immolating themselves in front of like the god of woke in order to it just is, to me, in other words, metaphorically seems like a giant honeypot, even for massive corporations. It's like in other words, it's like they already, many of people in the know knew this was the script they were going to play in order to get corporations to slowly, because they needed a total sort of dominant strategy.
Can I paint it for you? I have the metaphor. Companies strong enough to go through the quicksand and out the other side led all the other companies into the quicksand, knowing that they couldn't escape.
Exactly. So as a meat grinder, and that's essentially what, and that's what you're seeing with the Targets and the Anheuser-Busch's and many other woke corporations have already come before them that have dissolved due to the go broke mantra. And it's interesting because what's going to be at the end of that? Well, it's going to be this destruction of like traditional older brands, major businesses, and the conglomeration, the consolidation of those brands into just a couple, like the Vanguards and the BlackRocks, and essentially the investment capital firms around the world that can, buy these failed businesses all of a sudden, even though they were very successful for a long time, up for pennies on the dollar, and restructure them and, do all that sort of nonsense. So they're doing it in schools. They're doing it in businesses. They're doing it under the Biden administration. Trump banned it, the teaching of critical theory or any sort of critical theory within federal property. But Biden, the second he came in, reversed that ban. So they're obviously promoting it within politics heavily, in DC specifically. So it's like everywhere you turn, they're promoting this one completely irrational ideology, which, by the way, is fundamentally a religion, which we have a separation of state and religion.
Just teach the parents and we'll teach it to our kids. What's the problem with that? Why wouldn't they just come to us?
Well,
Why are they going directly at the kids with the agenda?
Obviously. What
did Mao do? I'm hearing this for myself in the future.
I always find it interesting.
Mao used the young people to kill off the old people? Oh, okay.
Exactly. Well, yeah, you would need to indoctrinate the youth. Yeah, 100%. You need to separate them from the values and the principles that would be instilled oftentimes by the family, who has enough experience and common sense and knows there's some sort of reality that exists that has some basic essences and universals and experiences that are normal to the things we, happen to experience within it. A rock has the same properties. Humans have the same properties. Chickens have the same properties. We observe the same type of behavior. There's something essential to that specific object. So once we determine that, we can then understand how it works. We can engage our minds, engage our logic, understand the properties associated with the behavior, and how these things work, and utilize it in our life for good or for ill or for whatever. But it's up to us to make that determination, and we'll have to
it's true that the rock and the chicken and these sort of things have the same properties, but the rock, the paper, and the scissors are chosen specifically because they have different properties. So I wanted to disambiguate that for the audience in case they were confused. Next time they got to do some Rochambeau type stuff. All right, there's two more clips on Elon Musk that I want to get to before we get through the the Musker section. The next one, LD, Elon goes nuclear, we're gonna take a couple minutes from the clip by Jeremy over at the Quartering. And did Elon fire everybody? What happened after this whole little snafu? Because Twitter made a deal with the Daily Wire. Daily Wire went to fulfill that, and then they got the rug pulled out from under him. Why would Elon cut the deal if he didn't plan on following through? And then you're going to find out there was some people who had not too much to do, and then they got in the way and pressed buttons and said Elon had to say. Let's check out the clip.
Hey, bro!
What's your question?
My question is, what the hell? What's going on, everyone? Jeremy
pause
here
real
from
quick.
the Quartering. I hope you're having an absolutely...
Yeah, you want
sorry.
to decrypt that for everybody?
Okay, so that comes from Parks and Rec. That's a phenomenal clip. In fact, we have to play that because it's Ron's. It's not Ron Swanson. I forget. Is it Ron Swanson? No.
I want to say Swanson. It's the
Yeah,
best
I
answer
think from
have.
Parks and Recreation. He's the libertarian in the show. So he works for the government but hates everything about the government. So it's a really funny clip, and people who watch this show will very much appreciate. I actually played it on a town hall once because it's very.
So that's supposed to be
very
Elon
amusing.
seeing that and then firing somebody. That's the meme translation.
That's
Did I
the
get it
meme
right?
translation.
Or am
Yeah,
I,
you got it.
am
You
I
got
too
it.
boomer? All right, I got it right. Cool. All right, now let's continue with the clip.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering. I hope you're having an absolutely wonderful day. It's Friday. It's just like any other day for me. I will be working, and I am so very thankful to have you tuning in today, and hopefully I'll earn your subscription. There's a button down below to subscribe wherever you're watching. It's not easy reaching people out there, and subscribing helps a ton. Now, yesterday, the Daily Wire had planned to release What is a Woman? A documentary that, Matt Walsh put out, essentially lampooning a lot of the more absurd parts of the movement, and putting it on the world stage. Then they worked on an agreement with Twitter so that they could have like a special page for it and promote it and this and that and the other thing. If you saw my video yesterday, you remember how that went down. And then randomly, right before the video launched, everything got suppressed. There were labels put on the video. Elon Musk himself decided to say that actually, essentially, it will be censored. The trust and safety team at Twitter apparently told the Daily Wire that Elon Musk was in the room and approved the censorship, although it would have been hard since he was allegedly in China at the time. There was not really going on. But as of right now, shout out to Barbara Streisand, the tweet containing the video has 41 million views. I don't know what that translates to actual views right now. I'm going to guess it's probably less than 50% as a general rule. So you're looking at, 20 million views, and it's really only been up for a little bit. And everybody's getting fired. It's great. I think this is a huge win for the Daily Wire and a huge win for a lot of us people out there. Because it really revealed that there is still extensive suppression going on at YouTube and direct contradictions to what Elon Musk says or had said about his commitment to free speech, essentially saying anything is good on Twitter as long as it's legal. I pointed out any one of us could open up Twitter and see people's head get turned into a canoe at any moment of any time on Twitter and see no flags or suppression of those videos, but a video that contained 2 mispronounings was flagged into oblivion. Obviously, now we know that there were internal forces at work that we're going to take a look at who are now no longer with the company. It's Friday, June 2nd. This weekend's coming up. I don't know if you're in the Midwest. It's looking like it's going to be pretty nice. Father's Day is just a few weeks away. Just a quick reminder before you get into the weekend, link in the description to our Father's Day gift boxes. They are holiday themed gift boxes, sell out every holiday. I know it's still a little early, but I just want to make sure everyone gets it, because we usually sell out. Last for Mother's Day, we sold out a week before the shipping cutoff. So this year, I'm annoying you all with ads earlier. You could pick up the Father's Day gift box, the kids' favorite edition gift box, or build your own. Pick your own coffee, teas, cocos, and snacks to put together in a gift box. Promo code DAD, D-A-D, will save 10%. Dads out there, let your kids know that that's what you want for Father's Day. Kids out there, make sure you pick yours up now. Now, link in the description. So essentially, the documentary gets suppressed. Elon, under immense fire, responds saying, actually, yes, it is being suppressed. People were pretty shocked by that. Like, he said, essentially admitted that, oh, well, it's still getting, let's actually look at his interactions here. I'll read them to you, because that's what I do. So when all heck broke loose last night, Elon was clearly around, and he had faced basically a massive pushback from conservatives. And you have a situation where a lot of people were looking to share this video. A lot of people had also already seen it, but they understand the opportunity that this reaching normies would have being on Twitter. Now, I still think Daily Wire should have put it on Rumble and YouTube as well. Maybe they will at some point. I understand that they have to have things behind paywalls to pay for things. 100% understand that. But interestingly, there were a lot of comments from Elon talking about, actually it will be censored. So I'm pulling yesterday's tweets here for you. Elon is saying, oh, a Streisand effect. Some people are actually saying, like, wildly, this is all planned, blah, blah, blah. I doubt that. I mean, although it would be genius level stuff. So after it had been censored, Elon tweeted, we're updating the system tomorrow so that those who follow Real Daily Wire will see this in their feed, but it will not be recommended to non-followers, nor will any advertising be associated with it. And it was like, what? So it's still suppressed. It's still shadow banned. And then he went on to say, commenting and deliberate sharing will be allowed. Sensitive content just won't be pushed to people unless they're asked for it or a friend sends it to them. Now, a rare ratio for Elon. I'm not sure what's sensitive about, having, pronouns, be, misgendering pronouns or whatever. But that was the case. And then it seemed like Elon had kind of changed course. You'll see we're going to update it tomorrow. And then he also said, he made some comments about protecting kids, things of that. I think he has a kid that's trans, so maybe that has something to do with it. But after saying, hey, it's going to be censored, then he just went full bore. Not only that, he tweeted it out himself and confirmed that the people that were in charge of this were fired. They resigned, so to speak, but they were fired. Elon is facing the reality of going up against the world's political powers. I'm on team humanity. Said works now. Only limit is that it will not be placed next to advertising. Totally fine. I think that's reasonable, and that was 4 hours ago. And I think it's all fine. I think people are pretty mad about it, and what's really interesting about it, what's great about it, is that it revealed all sorts of rot still at the company. As Twitter top safety executive Ella Irwin, you may remember her from locking my account, locking Brittany Venti's account, gone. Also here, a Twitter employee who works in brand safety with a history of making derogatory posts about white people is leaving the company, the employee said on Thursday. Today was my last day at the Bird app. The post from my Aid Twitter account that is verified being
Go ahead,
affiliated
pull
with
it.
Twitter. Today is my last day with the Bird app. It was a heck of a journey.
All right, so now we covered that angle of what's going on over there at the Twitter, and we'll cover Neuralink in a second. LD, you want to go to this Parks and Recreation so we can understand that meme that Tony was explaining to us? Because I didn't watch Parks and Recreation. I missed that one.
It wasn't a great show. It had its moments, but it was a while old.
Well,
show.
it led to Chris Pratt's whole career in the dinosaur world. So
That's
he's
true.
like the guy in Land of the Lost. He's stuck
Land of
back
the
in
Lost,
time.
That's taking me back.
Got to go back in time. All right, so let's check out this clip, and then we can laugh together.
Hey, bro! Listen, I was trying to buy this handcrafted mahogany wood model of a B-25 Mitchell Panchito aircraft.
Aw, for me?
Don't sass me. And I went to this website, and this ad popped up that said, "Hey, Ron Swanson, check out this great offer."
What's your question?
My question is, what the hell?
Like, how do they know who you are?
Yeah.
Okay. There are these things called cookies where, like, if you go to a site and buy something, it'll remember you and then create ads for other stuff you might want to buy.
So it learns information about me? Seems like an invasion of privacy.
Dude, if you think that's bad, go to Google Earth and type in your address.
Now he can't see it, but everyone else can. All right, so moving forward, there's one more Elon Musky type story we got here. This is coming straight from Reuters. I think, what do they got? Some sort of truthiness index over there. I heard they're good. Elon Musk's Neuralink wins FDA approval for human study of brain implants. So if you read down, May 25th, Reuters, yada, yada, Neuralink, FDA approval. Let's get down to the interesting stuff. Neuralink tweets about it. They got the FDA's approval. And then down here, now Musk did not respond to Reuters' request for comment. They say that twice in this article, okay? And here's why. Neuralink employees told Reuters last year that the company was rushing and botching surgeries on monkeys, pigs, sheep, resulting in more animal deaths than necessary, as Musk pressured the staff to receive FDA approval. So that's kind of concerning. In one instance in 2021, the company implanted 25 out of 60 pigs with the wrong size devices. The pigs were all subsequently killed. Now, I'm sure that's not going to happen in the human trials, everybody. They worked out what size device goes where, right?
Just like they did with the COVID-19 vaccine. You know, they had such incredible trials for those. You have nothing to worry about.
Yeah. So, yeah, dude. And they keep using the word probing.
Probing.
Right?
It's like, are they aliens? Do they have like orange slices and like, you know, orange pudding or something?
Look, let me do Control
Let's
F.
think of what's the Rosetta Stone from Tool, you know.
Probing. Oh, there's only one probe. One. I thought right here there was 2 of 5. I was like, oh, but that could be problem too. All right, so we're gonna cross out that link. Maybe they didn't use it overly in this article. Maybe. Oh, look, there's another probe. They did. See, that's my point. Here, look, the probe. The probe. It's like Fantasy Island for Neuralink over there. Elon Musk.
A bunch of fucking
weirdo
brain boyers.
Yeah, the other part that struck me about this, let's see. Again, neither Musk nor Neuralink responded to multiple requests, but they got employees on the record, right? So they got all these probes about, rushing experiments, which is concerning, but it's also interesting the angle that Reuters is taking against Musk.
It's interesting also, like, are they testing just implanting it? Are they going to test like removing these devices? Is it just like, is it just to see if they can get it in and the person survives? Like, I'm curious as to like what type of, to be approved for
10 patients,
human trials typically has to have some sort of success rate, and phase 2, was it phase 2 trials, I believe, when you're working with animals? It's been a long time since I researched. I believe so. You have to have almost 100% success rate with phase 2 trials. I think you cannot have your animals dying before you move on to humans, unless you pay the regulators, probably. So,
well, how did it work in COVID? Oh, they just skipped that part.
They skipped it.
They just
called it an emergency, and they skipped it.
So now on our standards at the bottom of this article, I'm going to click this link. I'm going to open this page here. Let's see where it goes to. Oh, the Rothschild Archive. They must want me to search the archive timeline, right? Where's the timeline, collections, the exhibition? Oh, the timeline. Now, if we go to the timeline, we use that Control F again. Let's see if this works, Tony. And we do Reuters.
Mhm.
No?
Oh, you
Let's
just
see.
saw Forbes. Forbes was Boston Brahmin, everyone. Let's see about Reuters here.
Oh, it doesn't. It won't let me search because of how they
No,
have
you
it
have to
formatted.
open it up.
So
Yeah,
I'm
the
going to do it
formats.
by. Let's do it by memory. Let's go.
Forbes would have been
right around
really that
here.
far back.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
thinking like late 19th century, not early.
No,
Okay.
no. It's right here somewhere. I'll remember, unless they took it out.
I don't think
See,
it's
so
out
the
now.
text search won't search the
I'll find
drop
it.
downs.
I think I can help. Let me see. Forbes.
I'm going too late. There's a lot of history here in this timeline. Okay, so it was after they did the insurance company, and it was around the time the carrier pigeon. Ceylon tea, that's just the the opium wars. Don't worry about that. Solomon's Rothschild, that's mining. This one is that Irish famine. No. Viennese house. Did they edit this page? We're gonna have to go back in the time machine now for real. 46. Oh, right here. Efficient communications were essential to the Rothschild early business success. A letter dated circa 1846 from Nathaniel Rothschild to his brothers refers to their use of pigeons. I hope our feathered messengers will have brought you in due time our good prices. Right. So they in 1846, sorry, got so excited. 1846, they're using carrier pigeons still, right?
Yep.
But by 1852, right around the time when they're working with the refinery, we have the Reuters connection. So let me go. That's Mentmore Towers. That's the hospital advisors. Because Reuters ended up working with Queen Victoria and the Rothschilds. This is the Royal Mint. Oh, I'm looking bad on my photographic memory right now. There is a Reuters reference, and it's
No,
not
for
just
sure.
the
I remember this
pigeons.
too. I just thought it was later.
Not just the
19th
pigeons, but
century.
someone out there is getting a.
This is so much. I have to go through each one.
You get an executive overview of what's available here. All right, I'm gonna look
Let's
for it
try a
during the
different
next
way.
break because
Yeah.
it's there. I just need to figure out why I'm not remembering what year it was. I thought it was before the 1860s, but I will continue to check. And that
Yeah, you're right. It's
that is not what's really
mid-1800s.
linked. It's not
Judge
what's really
Tom.
linked right here. Okay. I was just making fun because Reuters been working with the Rothschilds for a long time. Oh, communication. Here. Let's see.
It's around the 1850s. Should
No,
be.
right
So
there. It
you
should be
you were
after that.
right. Hold on, let me get archive.
1851, Mentmore Towers. Right here, advisors. Okay, right here. Rothschild correspondence. So they were using carrier pigeons, and it was Queen Victoria and Albert, right? They get with Reuters when the telegraph comes around. So it's going to be one of these entries right here. So this basically says Queen Victoria made regular use of the Rothschild courier service for her overseas correspondence, describing it as perfectly safe and very quick. Right. So they have their correspondence network, and that starts to go obsolete when they bring around the telegraph. And it's in one of these little drop downs. That's what I'm saying. Like you have to read them because you can't search them or assume that just what's in that drop down is just about that one thing, because oftentimes it leads into other pieces of history. And that's not it. All right.
Yeah, it should be a mid-19th century. I found another reference that just loosely references to their first establishment being around the mid-19 or 1800s.
Right.
So you were right. You're it's just finding the specific.
Yeah, I got to find the specific place in their timeline where I saw it before that they may have changed it. However, the fact holds true. I will bring it to bear in due time. Now I have set something that sets that mysterious je ne sais quoi of Alfred Hitchcock. Right now, you guys don't know. There's a mystery. I'm going to find this missing piece. There's a blank to be filled in. Is that point? All right, so let's go to the.
I want to make one real
Go
quick, if I can, just for one real quick comment. And this is a point that Jeremy was making, is that this is actually a ominous situations, because misgendering is actually illegal in a number of countries, including Canada. Obviously, Bill C-16, the adoption of the what is it, the Human Rights Declaration by the UN. Anyways, that's a whole whole situation. But anyways, since that happened, Canada, for example, there's laws in the books against misgendering. Not sure in the UK, but it wouldn't surprise me necessarily in other nations that have gone full woke, especially Western European nations. So Twitter is an international company. So there's multiple avenues here. It's like, what's scary is if you're an international company, it's a platform for free speech, a platform for speech, and it's really the new town square. In America, we recognize that it's supposed to be protected under the First Amendment, should be, but other nations don't. So does that mean that you have to have a situation where there's a cutout for Twitter just for America, but then Americans can't interact with other international people unless they abide by the laws of the international nation, international governments? It sets up a precedent, in other words, that businesses are capitulating to other governments that have more stringent, prescriptive, tyrannical, despotic laws on the books, regardless of the laws out of which they're operating, in this case out of America, for example. It just sets a very disconcerting precedent, because they see themselves as sort of supranational, so they have to sort of kowtow somehow, to everyone. And the only way you do that is by capitulating, to the laws of all these various nations until you get to a point where you can barely say anything or offend anyone. It seems like it's just obnoxious and absurd, and sets a very disconcerting precedent, especially for media companies that are international. And that's the pressure being put on them, not just from leftist forces in America, but certainly from first world nations and countries around the world, has been immense and problematic as far as revenue is concerned. Then there's the issue as well of money. He's trying to make it profitable, but it seems like all these major corporations that spend major advertising revenue, they've adopted woke agendas. So it becomes one of these situations where it's caught between a rock and a hard place, I guess.
Between a rock and a hard place. All right, so I'm going to take an L on finding that in the timeline. I've tried valiantly, but it's sometime in between when they.
Book, maybe?
Well, I have other references, but I remember seeing it in the timeline. So it's right between the House of Rothschild rescuing the Bank of England and the House of Rothschild taking over the Royal Mint Refinery. I remember it was in there somewhere. So I'm going to look. Maybe I'll even put my glasses on. I'm getting serious about this.
This is for Reuters, right? The connection to Reuters or Forbes?
Well, Reuters was the connection.
Yeah, Forbes is the Boston province. Sorry, that's
right.
Okay.
Yeah, Forbes is a different thing. But Reuters specifically started working with the Rothschilds because they had worked out telegraph service, and the Rothschilds had pigeon and they wanted telegraph. They started working together. And I have multiple references from other sources, but it used to be on their own official timeline.
Here's from the Rothschild archive.
Oh, maybe that's where it was on a different page, but not in the timeline when you have to break into all these things and read them.
Pigeon Post, Telegraphic Code, 1850s. Paul Julius Reuter approached the Rothschilds in London. Here we go.
Vindicated. Thank you, Tony.
Yep, absolutely. Telegraphic Code. This comes from, let me go down one here. This comes from the Rothschild archive. Let me just put this on one single tab. So we are still on the Rothschild archive, we're just not on the timeline. This is something that was posted under Treasure of the Month. This is back, February 2019. Telegraphic Code Book, South American Business from 1909 to 1938. And here's the sort of the synopsis. Treasure of the Month. The collections of the Rothschild Archive, London, contain over 2 million pieces of paper, volumes, files, photographs, artifacts, and artworks. Each month, the archivists will highlight a particular treasure from the collection. I see. The archivists, yeah, they're okay.
Bro, they don't have any influence on your society, our society, British society, but they got 2 million pieces in their archive that's being run over there by the government.
And let's see which one they've decided to feature February in 2019, these archivists. In today's fast-moving business environment, rapid access to accurate intelligence is critical.
It wasn't back then, though, right? It's just a recent thing that they have this need, right?
Courier pigeons,
What was David de Rothschild doing during the pandemic, Tony? What was that called?
Oh yeah, he's doing the track
Stepwise.
Yeah, it's the whole trace track database thing he's got,
which was tracking people's COVID data.
Correct. And he was the hippie. He was the one that was first about saving the planet, carbon, polar bears, sail my little plastic boat or something like that.
Predict wise. Sorry,
yeah.
just being accurate for the record. He's on the board of directors. David the Rothschild, the Green Jesus.
Yeah,
The Green Jesus. The Green Jesus.
He's
That's a joke for later. He's the Green Jesus.
He's the Green
We will
Green
discuss
Jesus,
Angleton later.
and he has his angle. He has his angles by which he,
Definitely.
he forms his world.
he's
He
kind of a
measures
square,
out
though.
his world. Like the Masons do. Anyways, this continues here. It says, protecting our information assets and the data entrusted to us by our clients and partners is the responsibility of us all. And the digital aid system, blah, blah. So basically, they're saying they're uploading all these archives to the internet. Letters. Let's just go down. This is be careful with letters here because people are curious to know whether we have any secrets. This is Karl Rothschild to his brother Solomon. Solomon and Nathan, written from Berlin. This is December 10th, 1816. The 5 sons, and it gets in blah, blah, blah. So let's go to the Pigeon Post. This is where this reference, telegraphic code.
So people say, first off, they say this is conspiracy theory. They say it's anti-Semitism. Like, you're not supposed to know about the Pigeon Post and the early
anti-Semitism is a
Telegraph
form of hate speech, right? Even though it's a truth, that's the way it's been appropriated. So like, oh, you can't talk about that's
if they hate the truth, then the
speech,
truth becomes hate speech. I don't know what to say about that. It's not my problem.
Yeah, because their feelings get hurt or something. When did it all become based on one's feelings, not based on one's, I thought we're supposed to steel ourselves against those words. Sticks and stones may break my bones, words will never hurt me. Well, cliche. I think that was what I'd hear when I was like 5 years old, something like that. Anyways.
Unless they tell you that you're woke, then they hurt you a lot.
Well, then they teach you to be a victim. And then you're in a mindset where everything is always done to you. You are the unfortunate circumstances of a world outside of your control. And then you become a nihilist, you become a determinist, you become someone who feels like they have no agency. And they, that creates a situation.
And then when you say, watch out for that car, they
control.
say, I don't like your tone of voice. And then the problem solves itself.
Facts, actually, very big.
Facts.
Telegraphic code. Let's go to this is where the reference comes in. In 1850, Paul Julius Reuter approached the Rothschilds in London, seeking them as a client for a new service he was developing to speed information across Europe with the latest technology. Within months, Reuter had moved to London and set up in offices only 2 minutes from St. Swithin's Lane,
where they set the price of gold every day. No, I'm sorry, that was New Court. There's so many places in this story. Sorry.
That's right. N.M. Rothschild and Sons became early and effective patrons of Reuter's telegraph, using it to send coded messages to and from their agents and counterparties around the world. A new generation. I mean, they even use the word agents and counterparties.
It was Tor before Tor, everybody. All right.
Yeah. That's right. The internet before the internet. A new generation and definition of speed had arrived. The first telegraphic codes were developed shortly after the advent of the telegraph and spread rapidly. By 1854, 1/8 of telegrams transmitted between New York and New Orleans were written in code. Code was used to say, so it's talking about the ways in which they would make sure that other people weren't aware of like how they're coding their messages, in other words, and how other people would do the same thing, I guess. But that's in other words, Paul Julius Reuter approached the Rothschilds in 1850 and and basically got them on board with this idea of being able to have this very fast telegraph system. And they adopted it and formed a very meaningful partnership. And what's today? We get AP and Reuters. That's where all the news for the mainstream media comes from. 2 organizations.
Official news.
Yeah.
Trusted,
Reuters and AP.
Safe and effective news.
Safe indeed.
So that's interesting how they put it, because really PJ Reuter might have been working on his telegraph and then he gets at the door.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely.
So
it's
how
like
they
if someone
present
invents
it,
like a free energy machine, they're
like, we got a monopoly on the fastest forms of communication, bro. You're not allowed to have that, right?
Yeah.
Just like if you develop Silk Road, they might.
Yeah.
Hey, we can't have that. We have a monopoly on the narco-terrorism and drug training and all whatever else they thought was going on out there, right? Yeah. Here's another aspect of this. 1834, N.M. Rothschild appointed bankers to the United States and Europe. So anything America's doing in Europe, they're funding it over there, right? So that's interesting. N.M. Rothschild became banker to the United States government in Europe. In which capacity? The firm, N.M. Rothschild, purchased the government's claim to the legacy of James Smithson, leading to the foundation of the Smithsonian Institute. Did you know that they founded the Smithsonian in DC? That big famous museum where everyone takes their kids to see all the history of America? That's an interesting little fact right there, right? Mm-hmm. Smithsonian. did they ever do any global warming research or climate change, climate control research? Let me look. I just seem to recall this thing about. Let me just type in Smithsonian over here in the history blueprint. Smithsonian magazine. Nope. Weather modification in the
Life on a
Soviet Union.
sustainable planet.
Oh, look at this. Weather modification in Smithsonian. They got a whole bunch of this stuff back in the day.
Mhm, yeah.
1946, right? They're doing weather modification in the Soviet Union. This is a Smithsonian magazine, right? Weather control is a cold weapon war by the people who brought you the Cold War in the first place. That's interesting. Cloud seeding study suggests we could boost rain by 15%. These
Which
sort
is
of
what we
things that
do
they
now
did.
in like those artificial islands outside Dubai.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Weather modification experiments from the 1940s forward. There's a lot of that Smithsonian type stuff. So that's interesting. Now we know who funded that aspect of Smithsonian history. But soon thereafter, when is Andy Jackson president? Before or after 1834? Because he
Yeah,
allegedly
because he
beat the
killed the
bank,
bank.
right?
Yeah, and I was thinking about going back through that old.
However, on the flip side,
Yeah,
in
1829 to
Rothschild and Company,
1837. He was
they had a
president.
picture of Andy Jackson, a portrait of him hanging on the wall. So these types of things are sometimes incongruent with the stories we're told about history. Like, is he enemy number one, or is it because he's your best client, Andy Jackson? I don't know.
I forget it was
Bill
because
Still.
it was the chartered bank for America. So it was like a central, it's like a public I forget if it was a public central bank that he attacked because it caused a bunch of problems. And I could see why the Rothschilds in that capacity would be like, yeah, we'd like our private central banks to control you, not any sort of chartered public bank. I forget though. I could be totally.
Well, my point would be
used on my time. Like it's been a long time since I reviewed that history,
There-
but it'd be worth
there's
to
a
go
bit-
back and review it at some point.
there's a banking power that tried to take over America in the 1800s. And did it go away and disappear and the Federal Reserve's a different banking cartel? Or do you think it's the same? Right?
Sorry, say it again. The first part.
The banking cartel that took over in 1913 in this country, are they
Same.
different or the same as the one that was, jocking
Yeah.
America all through the 1800s?
Same. That's the biggest actually for the longest time. Monetary policy was oftentimes like today we talk about woke stuff and maybe inflation, maybe we talk about the Ukraine war. Like there's different things that are abortion or something like that. Those are the policy initiatives. But back in the early or late 19th into the 20th century, the main policy issue was what like monetary policy, who has the right to issue money, what gives it its value, what's going to be backed by. That was huge. And that all of a sudden became completely stopped with the instantiation in 1913, December of 1913 with the Federal Reserve Act. There's
And if
this
there- Go ahead.
There's this thing here, new boundaries, Baron Lionel Photography in the United Kingdom Electric Telegraph Company. And it says here during 1850s. Let me just read this. This is kind of interesting.
Well, Lionel is he's the zoologist who was riding the giant tortoise, right?
Yeah.
Lionel also was a photography buff, and they had, what was it called? They had this type of photography back then that was like almost three-dimensional. So they would like take a picture and then they'd do this thing so you can see it in like 3 dimensions. I forget what it was called.
Like a holographic style.
It was like the
a
pictures on
holographic film?
glass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
I
it like has
forget.
a prism-like effect, so it has like a refraction quality to it. So
But there's a whole collection at the Rothschild Archive that'll show you like all these, eccentric hobbies of people like that are born into
Eccentric.
money, don't know what to do with it. And then his daughter Miriam Rothschild is the one by around the 1850s was working
giraffes
in,
and stuff. And she
eugenics,
names
yes.
giraffes. Yeah. Or
Yeah,
she
they have
names like animal
butterflies,
wildlife.
giraffes, lots of Rothschild names in the species and genus scenarios.
So it says here, just real quick,
They have a Rothschild
during-
zebra probably.
they probably actually I think they
Because
yeah.
Lionel had
Yeah,
that
they
carriage
did.
pulled by zebras to
Mhm.
to show that they could be like tamed.
That and that they have all these wild exotic animals that most people have never even seen for the most,
Sure.
in these. So it says here that though this is from rothschildarchive.org. This is materials. This is 2004 Telegraph. It says during the 1850s, following the 1851 United Kingdom Electric Telegraph Companies Act, Baron James de Rothschild, 1792 to 1868, persistently stated the telegraph was ruining our business. To your point, Rich, exactly to your point, quote unquote, ruining our business. And as Neil Ferguson has pointed out, quote, it made it much easier to do what the Rothschilds had managed so ingeniously before, namely to conduct financial business between affiliated house over long distances, end quote.
And they wrote in Yiddish, so it's like an encrypted language.
It's already encrypted.
Frenchmen or Englishmen who might find those pigeons. They just like, oh, there's some scribble on this.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, it seems like it wasn't just PJ Reuter or whatever, approaching Rothschild. It seems like Rothschild was not too happy about this one to make sure they had this under wraps. So
yeah,
to your point.
If you read like Baron Guy de Rothschild, or who's the other one? That did
well, here, let me read this real quick,
because the point is when I was reading it's like, so these are Rothschild biographies wherein they in the first person tell their family history, right? And there's discrepancies between how different generations tell the story, right? But in several of these books, it was straight out of Godfather, right? They're like hijacking, they're stealing stuff, they're selling it behind the scenes. Like there was an organized crime aspect to it that was adjacent to like this clean and upper crust banking thing that was going on.
So you showed me 2 books when I was up visiting. Let me put my camera back on real quick. One was by Guy de Rothschild, the other, I believe, and the other one was Baron, which I don't know. Is that Baron Guy de Rothschild? Is that a different person, Baron?
Let's see.
Because both those books were
Whims of Fortune is Guy de Rothschild. Baron Philippe is the Burgundy book. Baron James is another book. So there's already like, and I'm, I went out and searched and I tried to find every book that's ever been printed on that family. And it goes back a while. Like Egon Corti was, he was a count. Count Egon Corti wrote 2 big, thick books on the Rothschilds like over 100 years ago. And that's one of the, and then there's the ones that like Joan Underwood wrote, or Derek Underwood and Joan, what's her name? They did like more official biographies in the 70s and 80s that were trying to like give them modern panache and stuff. So I try to read them all.
And what's interesting is I think it was either in the Guy de Rothschild or Baron Philippe, which is the one I have on my shelf.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten the Guy yet, but I have 2 copies by accident. I think of the Baron one. It was so to your point, let me see if I can piece this together, because they operated like organized crime in the late 18th into the early 19th century. And the reference for this is actually from their own writing, because you put it in front of me when I was up there back in October, and it was either Guy or Baron Philippe. He stated very specifically that what they did in order to move was a Hesse's gold. This would be like the Austria-Hungarian Empire, I believe, and try to avoid the Napoleon situation, make sure they preserve their wealth. They set up this deal with Rothschild that would somehow move it through Napoleon-controlled territory, like France, for example. France, quite literally. And they did. They were able to pull it off. Now, how did they do it? Well, they had paid off. It's just like Serpico or something in the 19th. So they paid off all the police.
Yeah, cops accept money back in the day. Who'd have thought?
They had the police chiefs paid off. They had media.
They used
paid
the police
off.
officers. They used the police station as part of like their courier trail, right? So this is where it gets into like when you watch.
That's the origins of blackmail. Probably you can't just, because there's probably some good players, people that are maybe sympathetic to Napoleon. How do you deal with that? Well, it's like you have to know who your good people are. It's like the road to perdition. Go to this father. Don't go to that father. I mean, when he talks to his kid after he witnesses the murder and they're in the mob scene or whatever, and the kid's like, you have to go to this one. Don't go to that one. Make sure you stay hidden. Make sure you do these things, because like now you've witnessed something, or like the movie Witness, where the Amish kid witnesses the murder, and then so it's the same sort of gangster techniques are at play. And I'm sure like there is some sort of with courier telegraph coded messages, and with Napoleon and the issues of Napoleon, Rothschild,
you can take over the world.
Yeah, like they set up the perfect situation by which they were able to run a very risky business, and they got away with it, and then banked off essentially the 2 premier powers at the time. They were able to bet on one failing and won, and that sort of gave them the leverage they needed to be in with the German house that took over England. And that,
well, one of the keys to understanding that, and then we'll get back to the news, but that piece of history is important, because from 1806-ish, when the Prussians are defeated at Jena by Napoleon,
Mhm.
William of Hesse, I think it was 1805. So right before that, he says to Meyer Amschel, who works for him, he's like, I got to hide my money. And Meyer's like, I can get it to my son. He's in London.
In
right?
London, yeah.
Now, the scourge of Napoleon goes on for several years. And according to the claims, now this is the claim, I have searched long and hard. They claim they gave the money back to Wilhelm in like 1814 or 1815 or 1816. The only evidence of the transaction, get this, you want to know what the receipt is? 2 paintings of the transaction, Tony. They're both different scenes with different people in it, but these are the receipts for the transaction. There's 2 paintings of the scenario where they gave the guys money back, right? So from 1805,
commissioned by whom? Who were those paintings commissioned?
I don't
by?
know, but who owns them now?
Yeah.
To go check out that history. It's hilarious. Now, let's get back to the answer.
Oh.
1805, all this gold goes from Wilhelm over to London.
This
Now,
is like
how
the
did-
Austro-Hungarian Empire sending all their wealth over to London.
Okay,
basically.
but now check this, dig, if you will, this picture. How did William of Hesse, Wilhelm the Ninth, or whatever his name is, right? How did he get all that gold? It was his dad's gold. How does dad get a gold? His dad rented Hessian soldiers to the British to fight the Americans. So really that was British gold that went to Hesse temporarily until they figured a way to bring it back to London. So that's one aspect. Now from 1805 to like 1812, when Wellington runs out of money and the government goes to Nathan and they're like, hey, we need some money. And he's like, I just happen to have $5 million in East India Company gold, and I will use my network and send it to Wellington in the Pyrenees. So, and then we will use our courier pigeon network to find out about Waterloo ahead of time and corner the market. And then we'll take over the Bank of England and the Royal Mint and all these things that follow from that scenario.
Exactly.
So it's a very interesting and understudied part of history that I think is fascinating because it has a huge, huge effect on China and India and the United States. So billions and billions of people today are adversely affected from that little piece of history that few people know about.
Yeah, because the ripple effects are still at play today, and the same techniques are in play today. So if you want to see the origination of a lot of these, these techniques of communication, of blackmail, of being able to run black markets, look no further than the
Read the
Rothschilds.
Whims
You still
of
have
Fortune.
the most powerful banking family today in the world, supposedly.
You're not allowed to talk about them. All
Not
right,
allowed to
so
talk and have
let's
maintained
go.
their wealth for centuries somehow.
Now, if you were the world's biggest banking family, how comfortable would you be with Americans and Second Amendment rights? Asking for a friend. All right, so let's go to Coleon Noir, and he's going to show us how Obama's trying to make us into Australia. Only, I don't remember Australia fighting off the British Empire. Do you, Tony? Do you remember them taking up arms against their oppressors once upon a time? Maybe they did. Maybe
They were a slave colony. Somehow they won their independence, then they gave up their guns in the 90s, and then you saw what happened during COVID. So there you go. Everyone.
Yeah, it's kind of like Canada. It's kind of like what they did to Canada. Do you remember the trucker protests where they did that stuff to people here in America? Because I don't. All those clips I saw last night in Plandemic 3, where Jim Carrey said the stuff about Canada, and then Mickey cuts to all these I said, at least as bad as it got here in America, you did not see that type of jackboot thuggery. The best you had is Antifa with friendly, peaceful but fiery protests.
And that's because of the way our government was set up. The separation between the state constitutions and the federal constitution creates a situation where you can have a California and a Florida existing at the same time in the same nation state and be wildly like complete 180-degree difference in experiences. What's up, Lucas?
He was saying good night.
No, buddy.
He says good night. He says have a good night. So what I was going to say about that is the Second Amendment right. I think that we didn't see the same resistance to activities in this country because people can't, like, the difference is
and
there's not a large percentage of people in Canada with body armor. Whereas most people in America, if you got your AR and all that other stuff, like, people shoot back, you'd have that stuff too. If it's legal in your area, people probably a lot more prepared than Australia or Canada or the other British territories to defend their lives, their family, and their property.
That's right.
That's a difference.
And you have the ability. You can't, in Canada, you can't just go from province to province and experience something differently. You've had family move down to different. I had family leave as well, go to different areas because of the COVID policy, and, you know, wildly different experiences. So the fact that we can live in one nation state and still travel to other states that have different policies associated with how they interpret the emergency, you know, it's an interesting dynamic, because what it does is allows for contradictions to emerge between what the states are doing and what the government's doing. And then you can actually have a debate. You can actually look, well, why is Florida doing all right after they opened up so early, and all these other states that like lock down or continue to be locked down or forcing vaccination?
You know, open carry. There's a lot less nonsense when it's open carry. All right, let's go to Coleon Noir. He's going to help us end these ambiguities and see what it's all about.
Anti-gun politicians and anti-gun groups love to gaslight gun owners by saying they're not trying to take your guns, we just want reasonable gun laws, and that the idea of a slippery slope is simply silly, and we're just fear-mongering. We're not fear-mongering. We just know the history of gun control in other countries and in this country, and can see that you all are trying to do the exact same thing here that they did over there. Don't believe me? Come along with me while I break this shit down. Recently, Obama did an interview with CBS Morning where he said this.
You know, in Australia, you had one mass shooting 50 years ago, and they said, oh, we're not doing that anymore. That is normally how you would expect a society to respond.
Anyone want to take a guess what they did in Australia with the guns?
Just 12 days later, the then Prime Minister John Howard pushed through a sweeping set of gun regulations, despite a lack of support from his rural constituency.
I'm sorry about that, but there is no other way. There is no other way.
Within a month, the government passed the National Firearms Agreement, transforming gun legislation in the country.
The hardest things to do in politics often involve taking away rights and privileges from your own supporters.
The tough new laws banned the sale and importation of all automatic and semi-automatic rifles and shotguns, and perhaps most significantly, called for a massive mandatory gun buyback. Australia's government confiscated and destroyed nearly 700,000 firearms, reducing the number of gun-owning households by half.
People used to say to me, you've violated my human rights by taking away my gun. And I'd say, look, I understand that, but will you please understand the argument? The greatest human right of all is to live a safe life.
New licensing requirements were adopted, and a national firearms registry was established. The law says Australians need a genuine reason for having a firearm, such as sport shooting or for agricultural use. It doesn't include self-defense. People must go through background checks and wait 28 days before they can buy a gun. The government also spent $375 million to buy back 640,000 civilian-owned guns and then destroyed them.
First, there was a mass shooting, then background checks. Then they created a gun registry. Then they banned semi-autos, and then they confiscated them. That is what Obama is using as an example of what he thinks we should be doing here in the US, but then tells gun owners that the slippery slope thing is silly. Prime example, take Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada. In 2010, this is what he said to a group of people who were making the same arguments we are making right now with respect to these gun control measures being a slippery slope.
Fear in here is that the first step towards registering your guns is just the first step towards taking away guns from everyone. That's never going to happen because here in Canada, we have a culture that has grown up with guns and that respects the need to go out into the wilderness and shoot things from time to time.
Now, fast forward to 2020, where he did this.
Effective immediately, it is no longer permitted to buy, sell, transport, import, or use military-grade assault weapons in this country.
Then fast forward again to 2022, where he did this.
Today, our national freeze on handguns is coming into force. From today forward, it is no longer legal to buy, sell, or transfer a handgun in Canada.
Oh, it gets worse. Fast forward again to 2023, and he's now trying to ban hunting rifles.
A 32% increase in violent crime, a 90% increase in gang crime. Murder rates now rising again this year, year after year. And what's his solution? To ban Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle. In fact, he wants to ban hundreds of thousands of hunting rifles and spend hundreds of millions of dollars doing it. Why won't he leave hunters alone and go after the real criminals?
The Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that we are not targeting law-abiding hunters and fishers. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to take the necessary measures to keep Canadians safe while respecting the rights of law-abiding Canadians. That's what Canadians expect. That's what we've been doing.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I get my information from the amendment that his government tabled in the committee.
That's right.
And I have it right here. A list of the firearms that he wants to ban includes the Webley and Scott wild fowl gun. Fowl is in wild turkeys and wild ducks. That's right in the list that his government put forward of guns he wants to ban. Mr. Speaker, why is he more concerned with protecting wild turkeys from hunters than he is concerned about protecting Canadians from criminals?
This is literally the same progression that anti-gun politicians and the anti-gun lobby are trying to do in America. It's so blatant now, it's laughable, but it's not really funny because there are so many people that believe these politicians when they say they're not trying to ban guns and that they just want common sense gun measures. I just walked you through real world examples of this lie in other countries, and the leaders in our country are literally saying we should use the same countries that ban guns as an example of what we should be doing here. The thing is, they think you're so stupid and so slow, they don't think you'll pick up on that. They think you'll just hear, oh, we should take into account what Australia did with their guns and they don't have mass shootings anymore, and therefore we should take that as an example and use it here in America. They don't expect you to actually know what happened in places like Australia. They don't expect you to pay attention to what they're doing in Canada right now. Hell, even our current president sat down with the former New Zealand Prime Minister and said that we needed guidance from her on gun control when she was the Prime Minister.
Which is, I think, a fairly big deal for all of us, and we need your guidance. And we're, it's a pleasure to see you in person.
Same New Zealand Prime Minister who did this.
Today, I'm announcing that New Zealand will ban all military-style semi-automatic weapons. We will ban all high-capacity magazines. We will ban all parts with the ability to convert semi-automatic or any other type of firearm into a military-style semi-automatic weapon.
Look, the only reason this hasn't happened in America is because the U.S. is run by its people, not soft tyrants and dictators. Long story short, our leaders have to convince us to give up our 2A rights because our 2A rights are protected in our Constitution. So the only way the anti-gun lobby and its politicians can get to our 2A rights is if we give it to them. And the way they do this is by lying to you and saying it's for your safety and that they just want to pass reasonable common sense gun laws. But as I demonstrated to you here in this video and time again, it is a lie. They are lying to you. They inevitably want to get to the point where they can ban guns. That is their ultimate goal. And they do it one step at a time. They do it in such a way to convince you to take the first step by lying to you. So if you're watching this video and you're someone who's kind of on the fence and you're in the middle about the gun issue and you're trying to understand where you want to lie in this issue, understand they lie to you. Common sense gun measures is BS. They know the stats, they know they don't work, but their goal isn't to keep you safe. Their goal is to gain control over you. And they do this by taking away the most effective means you have to protect yourself. And I know it's easy to think, I would never have to protect myself from the government. Yes, that is a very lofty idea to take on. But there's a reason why founding fathers wrote the Second Amendment in the first place, because they did just that, to protect themselves from that government and to establish this government here in America. And they understood that the only way that people can remain free is to have the threat of an armed civilization. And in the moment you get rid of that deterrent, the government has no incentive to treat you other than like a slave. Guns aren't political. That's why I need your help getting this message to spread on YouTube by clicking the thumbs up button, leaving a comment to let me know what you think of the video, then subscribing to the channel. But most importantly, click that bell symbol.
All right, so solid reporting by Colion Noir. It's a long history of the disarmament of the planet. And the irony is, as the people's arms go down, the globalist arm capacity just goes up.
Right.
And this whole thing about like you want to ban sporting guns and shotgun, all this stuff, like save it for somebody else. because I see you how many arms you're shipping to Ukraine. I see you giving these places, our old military planes and sending rocket launchers and guns and ammo, but you can't get ammo in this country. Let me ask, is there a lead smelter that's allowed to operate in America? Oh no, we have to get any lead for ammunition from the Chinese. They're allowed to have it and process that stuff, but we Americans can't be trusted with ammunition. And that's probably that's a well-earned lesson that the British Empire has under its belt. Yeah, don't trust Americans with firearms. They've been trying to get rid of them since like 1814 when they lost at the Battle of New Orleans and ran away with the tail between their legs. Andrew Jackson beat them off. Oh, I didn't mean it the way it sounds, but maybe.
Well, he's 18. He was 1829, I think, to 1837. So
hey, you know what's funny? Now that I'm saying that, Andrew Jackson, he defeats the British, Battle of New Orleans, 1814. But the Hollywood version of that has the pirate Jean Lafitte, played by Yul Brynner, and Jean Lafitte was a pirate that worked with the Rothschilds. So it's interesting how Hollywood paints the picture of the 1814 end of the 1812 war back then with Great Britain.
Notice the pattern too. It's the Commonwealth. It's Australia, it's New Zealand, it's Canada. You're hearing the same.
Just send to Ardennes.
So it's
Ardern.
Just send to Ardern, yeah.
Yeah.
Or from New Zealand. That just obnoxious and absurd.
That lady's full of opinions that would not be popular.
The mandating the COVID vaccine, like
you could live in San Francisco, that let that go on, but
yeah, right. Yeah, she's made for like San Francisco.
I'd like to see I'd like to see her try to convince a remote pig farmer, like a rural pig farmer, of her argument and see if she comes out of that.
Yeah, I don't even think they'd say anything back. They just kind of give her a perplexing stare, like,
they'd be like, you want to see the pigs?
Yeah.
Watch out, the mud is slippery.
Right. So I guess it's for
no,
safety.
she fell in.
So I didn't know that life is inherently safe. That's something new to me. That is so that's curious. I guess because they're doing it for safety.
It's only safe in New Zealand, Tony. Come on.
So by removing firearms, you're safe from everything. You're good.
Apparently,
that's good.
Except tyranny from your government, which doesn't seem to be an issue on their radar.
Coleon Noir, by the way, fantastic production. I want to give a shout out in regards to all those examples represent one ubiquitous fallacy here, the fallacy of the mean, the shifting of the goalposts. And notice how every time these slippery slopes are involved, every time it goes down the same pathway. Canada,
or King
New
Chucky
Zealand,
III's
Australia.
Agenda.
Look at what happened in the United Kingdom. I mean, for God's sakes, was the Malhotra, the mayor for London banned knives, and they had more knife homicides. So it's like you go ahead and continue to try to ban lethality. You're not going to be able to necessarily.
But at least, look, I can give Great Britain the benefit of the doubt and recognize when something's done right. MI5, which is their equivalent to FBI, they're not allowed to carry guns. They're not allowed to come raid your house, do all that stuff. They don't have the capacity to do it. They got to report it to Scotland Yard. Now, I know that because I was watching some very informed FBI whistleblowers this week on Patrick Bet David, right? O'Doyle rules. Yeah.
O'Doyle, okay.
So I pay attention to that stuff. So that, see, at least like they don't even have their guys. Our guys over here, they're all, they just gave 87,000 IRS agents 37 minutes of firearms training and sets them all loose.
Yeah. It's like basic training for going to terrorize like innocent public civilians.
It's like basic training like they do in Ukraine during the war. They're
yes.
like, you got 5 minutes to learn how to do this and get out there and get shot at, basically.
That's exactly right. Yeah, you want to learn how to fly an F-16? Don't worry. We got a crash course, quite literally a crash course available just
Well, it's like Top Gun. We're going to teach you how to go get the target, but not how to get back. That's basically it. You need enough training to go do the thing. We don't need you back. We got
we just needed to get up in the air and just go fly directly in that vicinity. They're called kamikaze in World War II. We're going to call them
they were divine wind. They gave them a lot of baked beans to power their journey. That's why.
Like in Blazing Saddles.
Oh, that's good. El Touche there. Good job.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think of any lines from Blazing Saddles that I could repeat.
Yeah, right. Yeah, in today's world, the woke world we live in, where we're not allowed to acknowledge reality and poke fun at the absurdities of culture.
What would the woke version of Blazing Saddles look like? Picture that for yourself.
Definitely wouldn't be funny.
It would be funny unless we're watching it in a camp someplace, then it's not funny anymore, but it would be funny. them trying to make that movie.
It'd be funny
Just-
to watch them fail.
actually,
But the movie itself wouldn't be funny. But
the
like,
movie, Tony, that I'm
it'd be a
pitching, you,
meta funny.
dig if you will, this picture.
Mhm.
I don't know what it is with that line tonight. I noticed it. I noticed it too. So just,
You're digging
but
the
if you
pictures?
picture,
are you probing
All
the
right,
pictures, bro?
you know how they made that like movie, the producers that made
Yeah.
fun of that situation.
Yeah.
Same thing.
It's like
Like
the
there exists a
Aristocrats.
movie, Blazing Saddles. Woke Hollywood has been assigned to reproduce it, and we are the documentary crew. And then it turns into Parks and Recreation because they can't do it. They're like, "How do we do this joke? You can't do this joke, and
like
you
a
can't make it funny
mockumentary sort of
because the
thing,
joke is the joke, and you can't like make it all like not the joke because then it's not funny, and they
In
don't
order-
get it, and that would be
would-
hilarious.
It'd be a clever way because you're doing it from a meta perspective. So if they don't see the meta, they think you're within the lines of their ideology. But if
We
people
break the
see
fourth
meta-
wall all the time, and they're like,
There
"Who are
you
you
go.
talking to?" And we're like, "No, don't worry about it. People in
You'll
the
ca-
future,
you'll catch
they're
up
watching.
at some
They're
point,
watching
maybe.
you like watching Ron Swanson from Google Earth. That's how it's going on right there. That's how it's going
fantastic.
down. All right. So other clips that we want to cover before we get to tonight's special guest. Things that play into
Is there anything? Let's see what was specifically. So we have a couple different. Is there another topic you'd like to move into before getting to?
Yeah, I was just looking to see if there was something quick that pertained to the content we're likely to cover with Mr. Kleisik.
Oh, so yeah, schooling. Let's see if I can find anything here.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I know what I promised that Epstein clip. Let's go.
Oh yeah, we talked about the beginning.
Yeah. So I got this for you, LD. We're gonna go into this now. Here's what I'm recommending for this. If you put it on 1.5 speed, I think we get the whole thing in 10 minutes, which would be very nice because it's a 30-minute video, and it would take us 20 minutes to get to the point probably that you need to get to. But it may even happen sooner. It was very easy to listen to at that speed, so it's not going to sound all like choppy or squirrely. You're going to be able to hear someone who's speaking much slower because it's the accent, and you'll be able to take this in more concisely, and then we can stay on schedule. So let's go to John Elite. Is that his name? I'd never seen this before, but anyone who's done time in the place where Epstein did, I need to listen to what they had to say on this matter. We got flying friends in this room. Oh, look at that. All right, let's go to this clip.
Today's episode,
my favorite one.
John was super excited to talk about Mr. Jeffrey Epstein, the infamous pedophile, horrible human. Jeffrey Epstein, and I guess I'll let you take it away since you clearly have some thoughts.
Well, recently, for the people who don't know, I did a radio show and I was asked about Jeffrey Epstein. And I briefly touched on this at another period, but we really didn't get deep into it. And on the radio show, we really didn't either. They just asked me, why do I have such strong opinions of what happened to him? And I said, well, first, I don't think it's okay that any of us forget how many kids were affected by whatever happened to them on that island sexually, underage, and nobody else has been arrested. Nobody's names have came forward, and that's not okay. If this is going to be a justice system, it's got to be one for all, right? And especially when it's crimes against our kids. So I don't want to let that situation go. I'm not going to be just, time went by and we forget about it, like this country's used to with everything, with 9/11 or anything else. That does not just disappear. So I spent over 4 years in MCC, where Jeffrey Epstein was. So I know what it is to be on the 10th floor in those solitary confinement cells where Jeffrey Epstein was. I know what it is to be a high-profile inmate, like Jeffrey Epstein was. Well, actually, he was probably the number one highest-profile inmate in this country, in probably ever, I would think, because of his involvement with so many people on all sides of the aisle in other countries, and he was also accused of being an operative. Whether that's true or not, who knows?
So what you saying?
What I'm saying, he definitely did not kill himself. That's 110%.
Okay.
So
then what happened?
Now, what happened is our Attorney General, Barr, completely lied to every citizen in this country when he said that he was going to look into the investigation. And I believe he was in Texas when he said, somebody asked him, one of the media outlets asked him, Barr, did you look into this? And he said, yes, I did. And there was nothing there to look into, so I dropped it. And then the follow-up question was, what do you mean there was nothing there for you to look into? And he says, well, I watched the video and no one entered the tier. Stop right there. So what Attorney General Barr said is, all you people are too fucking stupid So I can really abuse you all. I don't want to sound like my cousin Vinny, abuse yous. I don't want, and I'm going to insult everybody's intelligence. But he forgets that a lot of us dummies that were in jail know the system. And here's the system for the people who don't know. If a count is not cleared because he said 2 guards fell asleep and did not do the count, so they did not find Epstein dead until the next morning. That's so fucking insulting and laughable, because if that occurs, then they hit the deuces in the jail. They try to contact the guards upstairs, and it can't be 1, it's got to be 2. Have to walk and do counts. So I'll walk you through that. When they do a count, they go into each cell, and if somebody's not moving, they kick the door or bang the door. If it's a dorm-like cell, they hit your rack, your bunk, with their stick or their light, and they make you move your foot or your hand, because in the past there was dead bodies, and they had to make sure while you're sleeping you're really alive, not dead. Okay. In these lockdown cells, there's cameras in a lot of the cells, and there's cameras on the tier. So when Barr said that nobody went on the tier, it's impossible, because you need 2 guards. If they fall asleep, they can't, because control downstairs calls up, and they cannot clear the count in the building. And if that's what occurs, they don't clear the count. They hit the deuces, because they think there's a hostage situation upstairs in that tier if nobody answers, or they think the guards were killed. So they cannot. Nobody moves. They lock down the whole facility. Whether there's any movement at all in that facility by anybody, it's completely stopped. They bring their, what they call, different, depends on the jail itself, what they call their units, special units. And they'll call outside SWAT to come to the building with armed enforcement, because they're worried about hostages, prison breaks, and murder of the guards.
Okay, so in your best opinion, what do you think took place?
So,
I love how excited you get about this.
Yeah, I'm excited because he got caught blatantly lying, Bob. So if this occurs and they claim to be sleeping, right, they would come up initially and see that they're sleeping, wake them up and do the count, right? That didn't happen. And the 911 tapes have disappeared because they only have to keep them for a year.
Wait, wasn't there also something that, like, the 2 guards that were supposed to be doing something were asleep?
Yeah, it's impossible.
By coincidence, both are like asleep or something like that?
Yeah, it's impossible because they wake them up and tell them to go do the count. But here's how they killed them. So most likely.
Wait, can I tell you my prediction and you tell me if you think this is right?
Yeah.
I feel like they said between this time and this time, we're not going to come bother you, basically. You know the details more than I do. We're not going to come bother you. Here's how you're going to do it. Go do it. And then he did it. Or no, and then so they facilitated the act. Like, I think that he didn't, like, when people say like he didn't kill himself, I think maybe he was the one. I think that there was a system put in place to help facilitate and look like he killed himself, but it wasn't. That's not really killing yourself.
You have, when an inmate tries to kill himself, let me back up, which he did supposedly prior. He's then put in what they call a toilet paper wrap, right? They take all his clothes, they take anything he can kill himself with, any kind of cover, so he can't take the strings out of it and hang himself. Everything's up. He's in a cambered cell where he even showers in there. They turn the shower on at whatever time. There's a mic inside the room. They tell him, get up and shower, and they turn it on. Whatever time they feel like turning it on, whether it's 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning. It's a nice shower. He gets up. If he doesn't get up, they turn it off after 5-10 minutes. Yeah. Now, control room has the cameras. There's several places in that building besides control room, if there's any kind of shortage, anything goes wrong, that they also have access to the camera work through the facility. It's not just one control room only. On the floor itself, it has their own cameras also. But what happened, in my opinion, is we get fed through a mail slot 3 times a day. Now you have influxes of inmates that are moving in and out from solitary confinement and throughout the jail daily. So, in my opinion, they brought in 2 operatives into solitary confinement.
And beat the shit out of them?
No. Put them in those cells. Whether those guards, most likely were 2 guards that they took off that shift, and they probably had operatives there also. Right? Now they're set up because the whole jail isn't in on this murder. So maybe, if anything, the warden knew what was going on, because he's got to have access to get these other guards into that facility. They feed him through a mail slot. They drug him when they feed him.
Oh.
So his last meal is, depending on when they feed us, but 4:30, say, is our dinner meal. They drug him. He's out cold. The inmates are all there. He's sleeping. They have keys to their cells. They let themselves out. They kill him and make it look like a hanging suicide.
Wait, you said that the other inmates killed him?
No, other inmates are in the cell. So later on at night, when everybody's asleep, they let themselves out. They kill Epstein. They let themselves back in their cell. And the process.
Wait, who's they?
Whatever operatives they placed in other solitary.
So, okay, okay. But, oh, I see.
Now.
I see. So it's basically like hitmen, operatives. So they put them as like, so you think that they kind of like hide these guys in other cells as if they're inmates, correct?
Exactly.
And then, but they give them the key.
Because there's daily movement every day from inmates in and out of solitary, in and out the whole jail.
Right. So then they say, okay, so they basically reserve, let's say like a room or two to put these operatives in that are just going to be like just hanging in there for the day. And then they know that between 3 and 6 a.m. Epstein's gonna be out cold, and they let themselves out, and they also have the key to the other one.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go in, and then how do you think they kill him?
They kill him, make it look like it's a suicide, which the first autopsy, he says, no, it's not consistent with suicide. It's consistent with strangulation. He was killed.
So
Later on, they overrule that, right? Well, they make it look like suicide, but they choke him to death. So, they strangle him. They snap his larynx. Now, how do they get back out of those cells? When there's a movement, whether it was a movement later that day.
Wait, but hold on. Who do you think these operatives have been sent by?
CIA.
Oh.
You got to remember something. Let me give something for people that don't know. When Nixon was in office, Spiro Agnew was the VP. Gerald Ford was head of the Warren Commission. He cleared everybody about the killing of JFK. When he clears everybody at JFK, Gerald Ford never got voted in anywhere. They arrest Spiro Agnew and charge him with a crime. He's out as VP. They replace him and reward Gerald Ford as the VP without being voted on by the public because of what he did for the Warren Commission for them.
Mm.
Now he's the VP. And then they go after Nixon. And when Nixon gets impeached and steps down, Gerald Ford steps in. That's our deep state. That's our CIA. And there's no different here. They got rid of him. And later on in the day, that same day or 2 days later or 3 days later, those guys stayed in those solitary confinement cells, and then they shipped them back out like any other inmate walking in or out. Now, to say that no one walked in that tier is the most ludicrous, ridiculous thing because there's 2 counts in the middle of the night. So would these guys just sleep through the night? And you can't sleep through the night, even if they did what the dumb excuse boss said that no one ever came in, because they would think what I said earlier. It's a hostage situation. The guards were killed or an escape. All 3 of those things makes them hit the deuces, lock down the jail, hit all kinds of alarms, and everybody's on the move to find out what's going on upstairs. None of that occurred.
Okay, but then who's calling the shots to the CIA to be those operatives? Like there's somebody.
Whoever's calling the shot for the CIA. The same.
So why would the CIA not want Epstein alive? Because he has a lot of information.
Information on how many of our presidents, senators, judges, Supreme Court judges, kings and queens from other countries on Epstein Island. Fauci, Gates' wife said she's hanging around with him. So they weren't just having pie and coffee with him. I mean, we know what was going on there. So, you got people going there, the powerhouses, billionaires of this country, and the elite are going there. Now, if they're committing these crimes, they don't want it out, right? But everybody else's case, what was that? The guy just got convicted of killing his wife and his daughter. They had him on the news every day. They televised his case. Why wasn't this case televised? Why is it behind closed quarters? Why is it, what's going on here that it's okay for all these kids? R. Kelly, let's use him as an example, right? Singer. He's paying girls to have sex together. Paid them. He didn't force them. He didn't kidnap them. He didn't do anything.
I think.
No, they were underage and he paid. Okay. They came forward and they said, but here's the problem. Is it because he's R. Kelly and he's just a black man, another black man? That, okay, we can convict him for all this. But any of these elite, we can't convict them. So how's this justice system fair? That's why I go back into, when they want to say it's fair, you're insulting all our communities. There's nothing fair about this. And one of the biggest sexual crimes and pedophile crimes in the history of this country, and not one person is locked up, not one person's name's exposed.
Yeah. No, yeah. So you think it was 2 operatives that went in there in the night and choked him to death, basically, and then set up as a suicide?
It could have been 1, but I think it was 2.
Interesting.
It's easier to move them around with 2 people, especially if they're hanging them.
Who do you think knows for sure? CIA?
If I say who I think knows.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Well, it's kind of obvious who knows if because it's all those people that were there at that island.
No, I'm saying who knows the actual, what actually happened when he died?
Oh, well, Maxwell, she has a good indication who was.
Do you think
his girlfriend that was bringing everybody?
You think she knows how he died?
Well, 100%. I think she understands and knows what happened.
But I honestly think she's just as scummy as him.
Well, she is.
I would even say she's worse.
She is,
borderline worse.
But she is. But all the people that were there are worse. Are worse.
Oh, on the island? No, I'm saying not strip aside the island first. I'm saying when he died in the jail.
I mean,
who knows? Who do you think knows how he died exactly?
I think she does. But how do you get?
He must not be too wary of the story, huh?
It's interesting that Bill Barr got to see the tapes, though. Right?
Yeah, right.
After all, it was Bill Barr's dad who hired Epstein at the Dalton School.
Exactly.
Allegedly. But it's also interesting what Bill Barr said when questioned about Ghislaine. Will she be safe in prison? Right? Do you remember that comment? It's not in this article. I looked over here at the interwebs, and they're making it hard to find. But he like laughed. They're like, "Is she gonna be safe?" He's like, "Yeah, we'll keep her safe."
Okay, yeah,
right. So if he had just like from on high enabled the Epstein murder, right? And then he's like being asked, are you going to keep the next victim safe? It's like asking Dracula, are you going to keep the next victim safe? He's like,
Right.
yeah, I'll get her
yeah, it's fine.
I'll
It's
keep
like
her
as-
safe.
yeah. The
Trust
fox
me.
guarding the hen hawks,
Yeah.
hen house. It's like, yeah, I got him. No worries. Like quite literally, I got him.
His
Yeah,
points about Gerald Ford, though, I tried those on for size. They fit really well.
Mhm.
Most people don't know that Gerald Ford was part of the Warren Commission, and that when he became president, he was the first king to become president because he was born Leslie Lynch King III before adopting the name Gerald Ford through his new father. He's also a 33rd degree Freemason, and his vice president was Nelson Rockefeller. So if you want to argue that the
Nelson,
deep
too.
state took over when they got Nixon out and put in Ford, I could back that, because Nelson Rockefeller was vice president. The vice president has a wide purview of things that they oversee, right? And from there, you can fix a lot of things kind of forever. And then this other part, the Warren Commission, that enabled the killing of JFK, right? And if Ford pardons all the people who killed JFK and makes sure that they don't get investigated, and he does, isn't the Church Commission, isn't that going on when Ford's president, right before Carter? So he's like cleaning up the whole thing. And that's when H.W. Bush becomes CIA director in 1976,
What they
having
did was they-
never allegedly being in the CIA, even though he wrote a letter from Houston to J. Edgar Hoover on the day that Kennedy was assassinated, warning of an assassination.
Yeah, basically it's a quid pro quo. If you're willing to go along with this assassination, if you're willing to go along with the sort of these deep state machinations, then you will be, we will guarantee, if you go along with this, we'll somehow present you with positions of power. Gerald Ford, obviously, or Nelson Rockefeller being vice president to Gerald Ford after Nixon gets ousted. I mean, it's a weird sort of dynamic, right?
Now, if I remember, Nelson Rockefeller died like with his head between a secretary's legs or something, allegedly.
something weird like that.
Something
yeah.
like that.
Something like
That's how-
that, indeed.
That's how he left the game.
But notice it all happens at the same time. You have the Ford and the Warren Commission. You have Alan Dulles and the Warren Commission, the one that was fired by JFK, for the Bay of Pigs. I think that and many other reasons, Bay of Pigs
And
disaster.
Nixon was around back then too.
Yes, exactly. So Nixon's a classic. He played the science of leverage. He was a crooked politician, but he knew how the game was played. So like when he had some shit going against him, he's willing to fight back, playing the games they played. It's almost like William Randolph Hearst. And it's sort of what happened with it's sort of an
Kind of the same thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of now he thought he could go up against some of these bigger players, but he got burned, and he got burned for
Well,
something awful. So
James McCord didn't get burned. I think he got pardoned.
and as far as the as far as what happened with Epstein, it reminds me of that scene with D'Angelo Russ. Was it D'Angelo from The Wire, season 2?
Yeah,
when he goes to and the two people come in, and they're inmates. They're in the library with him, and then they kill him, and they fake as though he suicided himself. And I'm like, man.
Or
that's
the
an
opening
interesting-
scene from the movie Red,
Mm,
where the
yeah,
CIA
yeah.
agent is fixing and making it look like the guy's going to hang himself, but he's talking about his dinner with his wife.
Yeah.
Right. He's so casually just setting up this suicide Clinton body count type thing. Right.
Yep.
He's like, yeah, I'll be home a little bit.
That's right.
Yeah. Hollywood.
And to be fair, after reading Whitney Webb's books, Ghislaine and Epstein were both a very terrifying and unique type of psychopath. I wouldn't say one was worse than the other. They were both very unique, very sophisticated predators and psychopaths and pure demoniacal evil.
Those birds of psychopathic feathers flock children
Flock
together.
Just
Another
like the
example. of
Pope
it.
hides children under those long white robes they run around with.
Got a question. But yeah, the Pope was the original leader of the trans movement. Somebody dubbed
They
that in
wear
on me
fish
with
heads.
11 Labs. That was 11 Labs. I don't know
They wear fish
what was
heads
going on there.
and mushroom costumes. They like to dress as
Fish
fish
hat.
and mushrooms.
Dogon, the fish god. Let's talk.
Dogon, yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
Pope, why are you riding around in the
humor.
Nazi buggy? What's up with the Nazi buggy?
Oh,
Is that on purpose? Is that Vatican rat line leftovers? What's going on? How's that work? Too many embarrassing questions for the pontiff.
Well,
How does one become Pope?
well,
Medici's bought a couple.
Borgias did too.
Borgia, Cesare.
Yeah, Cheshire.
That's how you gotta say it. Cesare Borgia.
Like
Okay.
Kind of like the Catholic, not really.
Well, it's the original one world government society.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, at one point they figured out the world was
That-
round.
I mean, Catholica means universal.
Yeah.
I mean, so like it was the first proclamation of a universal doctrine for the world. And then of
They're like,
course
we got
they went
something
out
for everyone.
inspired by the Holy Spirit. All the apostles go out and speak to all the nations, and they have the letters.
And they had
to
hot lead and
Philadelphia
torture tables. So
Oh,
they were
yeah.
very convincing to people.
People will adopt whatever religion if it's based on coercion. So
They're like, hey, we just met the new people that came across the ocean. They got some strong rhetoric. Wait till you hear their message.
yeah, might make straight the oldest fallacy in the book.
All right, so we're gonna get all learnified soon. We're gonna learn about the school world order. I'm trying to think of anything that would be good to preface our special guest. I'm gonna bring out this book because this Technocracy Rising book has so much to do with why they changed
Patrick
over
Wood.
the education system. And so tonight we're gonna learn about this school world order. But before we learn about that, let's do some preface setting with Technocracy Rising. This is not Patrick Wood's latest book, but I think it might be his greatest book. We'll see. And I'm going to go to the index after putting on spectacles. We're going to look up Rockefeller. So we were just talking about Nelly Rock, and I'm pretty sure his brother David is all up in this book. We are on the R page right here. And Rockefeller. Oh, Nelly's in here. Look at that. Let's just get something.
Speak of the
apropos.
devil.
Speak of the devil, and he appears over my shoulder there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Nelly, he's on a bunch of pages. Let's go 56 through 65. Momo Strong's in here.
Tell
This
me
is
the
a
great
wonderful read. If
industrialists.
you guys have never treated yourself to reading this book,
No, I thought the great industrialists are smart enough to understand that being in the conspicuous position of power isn't always. It's better to be behind. It's better to be Colonel Edward Mendel House or Justice Brandeis than it is to
Philip
be.
Drew Administrator, you mean?
Yeah, got it. Yeah,
It's his trade name.
yeah, Philip Drew Administrator.
See, he's just naming names. CFR, David Rockefeller. Where's Nelly? David Rockefeller. Clinton. All the names except for the one I was looking for. All right. Well, maybe I don't have any Nelson highlights in this book, but there sure is a lot of connections that he's making to
Oh yeah.
the Council on Foreign Relations and the Rhodes Scholarship aspect
And the great
of it right here.
industrialists like the Rockefellers
Leading
and
up to the
their
trilaterals.
foundations and what the foundations are investing in, especially when it comes to social science. And social science is defined, as Patrick Wood stated from the Columbia essay in the 1930s, as social engineering through the use of technology. So, or is that technocracy? I forget if that, maybe that's when technocracy is first defined in the 1930s, something like that.
Yes. All right.
And you have the Bertrand Russells come out 20 years later. And it's like, yeah, that's what we're going to do. It's going to be great. Science, society, amazing.
So here's what the brothers Rockefeller were doing back in the mid 60s and 70s. Let's go in here. The Council of the Americas, founded by David Rockefeller, Nelson's brother, in 1965, played an instrumental part in the passage of this 1974 legislation. Isn't that when Nixon's out and Ford is in?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
According to Rockefeller himself, the Council of the Americas played an integral role in the ultimately successful effort to secure TPA, Trade Promotion Authority. The Council lobbied hard for the legislation, although the vote in the House was extremely close, 215 ayes, 214 nays. The Senate passed TPA more easily, with Nelson Rockefeller presiding as president of the Senate. Right? He's a VP. Vice President of the United States is the president of the Senate, everybody. I'm going back to Schoolhouse Rock 101. It is little wonder that it passed with ease. Now, what other thing did he help to pass, Tony? Do you remember something? It was like 1947, 1948, had something to do with the United Nations and his Latin American contingent of voting. I don't know. He helped to create a country. I forget.
It's not his
what it
first
is.
rodeo, but apparently
Not his first time being blackmailed.
Exactly. And,
Yeah.
pound of flesh, Nuremberg, all these sort of situations when it comes to ratifying a nation state. That is apparently anti-Semitic if we argue against if we state the history. So we're not allowed to state the history, and we don't want to participate in anti-Semitism, of course.
No,
So
of course not. But it has been featured on the show. It's from the book The Witness Tree by John Loftus, and I forget his co-author off the top of my head. But it is taken, that story that we're referring to that we have covered in the earlier episodes about the blackmailing of Nelson Rockefeller by two would-be Mossad spies. Like they're a couple days early for Mossad, but whatever the Mossad was a couple days earlier, they tried to blackmail Nelson Rockefeller, and John Loftus interviewed one of the guys who tried to blackmail Nelson Rockefeller. So he interviewed one of the spies from that room in Nelson's office in Rockefeller Center back in November 1948. I think it was like November 17th or something like that. So there's this whole fiction written story
Brendan, look at
about
this, dude.
the fact. Brendan Howley.
Brendan Howley. It's everyone wants a copy. It's $800.
Oh, is that all? It's only $800 these days. I wonder why it's so expensive. Where did all the copies of that book
2009 go? Because he uses the vehicle of fiction to tell an actual truth that happened.
Yes.
Very clever.
Yes,
Very
it's
clever.
called art, everybody. It's how we
Yeah.
share useful information without sharing the useful information, right? It's like you create this thing that points toward the other thing. If you read to the back of the book, it actually tells you, here's how the story was documented, here's where the facts come from, here's the other ways you can cross-reference it. A lot of interesting perspective that comes with that. Also, that the Dulles brothers, they killed their sister's boyfriend because they didn't like him. They're anti-Semitic, as it turns out, right? So why do you call people trying to track the Dulles Nazi funding Rockefeller people anti-Semitic? I don't get that either, right? Weren't they the ones who funded the Holocaust? Should, like, if Hitler's bad, I can agree with that, but wouldn't the people who funded him and put him up to it and protected him be worse? Shouldn't we be maybe looking for those people? Oh, they're in power right now. They control the deep state. Shit. Damn it.
The only thing they were upset about is that Nazi Germany wasn't more successful, and that they had to go underground with their eugenics movement. I think that's the thing they're most is like, oh shit, now it's going to take an extra like half a century. Like that's what they're probably thinking.
Not really, because they rebranded really quick into that molecular biology
but
stuff.
it takes a long time. Like it took like Nazi Germany had to force people into camps and like so you start experimenting with America. It's a slow buildup over the course of decades, and like legislation and FDAs and CDCs and these governmental organizations that are supposed to, be the watchdog organizations or labeling organizations become corrupted by the big pharma. So it's just more. It's the Fabian strategy from the standpoint of, Fabius Maximus and what it's taken from the Second Punic War. So it's just time. They're willing to engage in a longer time frame. They tried the Hitler way, try to speed it up, go as fast as they could. But then it became unpopular, and so they had to go underground. And it's moving fast now. It just took like a long time to get to the platforms they needed to speed it up to this degree.
Yeah, but the essence is it's a war against the weak.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that ended. Yeah,
Hitler thought was very admirable and took on the Anglo-American establishment eugenics agenda to conduct some experiments that neither could be conducted in America or Britain. So they, they had a proxy. It was the Wuhan lab of its day.
Yeah.
Okay. Bunch of Western finance goes in there. No one's paying attention in the Weimar Republic. They're going through hyperinflation. These dudes all build a bunch of railroads. They end up meeting the different railroad gauges because they change between Russia and Western Europe, and you got to move the trains on the different tracks and stuff. And there's a big train switching station in Auschwitz. You might have heard of it. Auschwitz.
Auschwitz, which is found in a business park because it was
an industrial park is the way.
It's an industrial park.
Yeah,
the industrial, business industry, manufacturing park is what it was. Yep.
So and then also the guy who started the Daily Mail, Lord Rothmere, big Nazi, right? So it's not just Mercedes and Volkswagen and these other companies that are remnants of that time.
Yeah,
there's also a lot of British publications. There was a lot of Nazis in Britain, Tony. Can we talk about that for a second? Like the king was a Nazi and he had to step down because he supported Hitler. Did anyone check on that lately? Because they were German, that family. Remember?
So did Spain. The Spanish king at the time supported Hitler as
well.
Juan
Carlos, was it? No.
Yeah, no.
I don't know.
But I forget the name of it. What
I didn't learn Spanish kings yet.
Juan Carlos. Who was the Spanish king during war? Spanish. But he actually, the reason why I remember this is because he gave he sort of sycophantic, effusive praise of Hitler after Hitler died. So after he died, he gave this speech, Alfonso the 13th.
Alfonso,
it was the one after him. The one after him.
Was that the one that dressed up like Michael Jackson and did the Pepsi commercial?
Again, this was
that was Alfonso Ribeiro.
It was technically when the kingdom ended, probably, right? So World War I happened.
Technically, they stand up and go behind the scenes. check out the Hohenzollern royal family from Germany. See if they lost power from World War One, or if they're just still there being rich behind the scenes.
Oh, it was Alfonso. He
Alfonso?
he had to abdicate the throne, obviously, and then the fall of the obviously, but he supported. I think it was him. I hope I'm not getting this confused.
Yeah,
but
he
I
used to
know,
be on Silver Spoons with Ricky Schroeder, Alfonso.
anyways,
Different
point
guy.
is, Spanish kings, German
Before your
kings.
time, Tony, to get that
there's-
joke. That was fine. It was over your time, head.
Oh.
Over your
Guess I
head.
have to go back in
Before your
time.
time.
Guess I have to go back.
Got to go back in
Okay,
time.
in
Drink
time.
every time we do a time travel reference tonight, and then we'll talk about the philosophy of time travel in the after show.
And we'll give you a 5-minute special insight into oh man, one of my favorite movies.
Alchemy of the Mind in the after show. Members only.
What was the movie? It's like it was out. They filmed it out of the dude's garage.
About
Primer. Primer. Yeah.
Primer. If you
They
guys
go
have
over,
never
like,
seen
the
the independent
37
film
different
Primer,
timelines of that film, it's brilliant.
you watch that 10 times.
Yeah. Need more than that.
You'd be like, Jon Stewart, you ever watch Primer on weed? There's a callback. That's a half-baked callback. I can fully bake it, but I don't have time. Where's Jim Brewer when you need him? We need Jimmy on the show. I haven't seen him over at Crowder's joint yet. Wasn't he supposed to be doing something over there with the Crowder type thing? I don't know.
I don't know what's going on, because I know Crowder's in some personal. He has a personal family situation going on right now. I know he and his wife getting divorced, and I'm not even going to speculate on what the hell's going on there. But there's been a lot of who knows?
Yeah. Well, life has drama sometimes.
Yeah,
all right,
indeed.
so we'll get to our time travel talk later. But first, I think we need to prep, and it's coming up on midnight. We're going to go to our guest, John Kleisick. And then after that, then we'll handle the rest of the news from the week. And we'll talk about other stories that might have involved Epstein, where he said he was suicidal right before he didn't kill himself.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that. We'll come back afterwards, because there's a really interesting New York Post article that came out this week. It's not interesting. It's a limited hangout. But it's as though a Chat GPT sort of language-based AI software wrote it, because it's so discombobulated and makes no sense. In one instance, they're arguing that, well, he tried to kill himself before, therefore he must have killed himself later on, and there was just a fluke circumstance. But then at the end, they go into how impossible it would have been for him to kill himself. And I'm like, but then there's all these grammatical errors. There are phrases and sentence grammatical structure to the statements that they're not full thoughts. They're not full sentences. They're just phrase. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's like, what? It's very confused, as though an AI like picked up pieces of different ideas people present on the internet and put it together.
Or maybe
like,
they just trained it on Fetterman.
The Fetterman AI.
It could be like a recurring loop of nonsensical things.
That's
that the
an
Vice
interesting.
President Biden
That
used
would
to say.
My buddy was telling me that, and he works in high level networking, that one of the things they've thought about is trying to devolve the AI, make it purposely stupid.
Yeah, they're going to try to handicap shit, dude. Just like they did to us in schooling. And how's that working out right now?
Yes, that's what they're trying to do. That's exactly.
Yeah. Bird is out of the cage, bro.
It's one theory of how to gain control over it, but then the problem is, like, what happens if it devolves to the point of it being, anyways, gets into these weird hypotheticals.
I'm going to make John wait 1 second. Let me just go to Teespring here real quick. Let me see if I can find, because I have a design where the bird comes out of the cage like that. And I just want to see if it's still like a thing. If I could type the word calm, teespring.com, and I got to put in something. I'll bring it up later. The point is, the word liber is a noun and it means book. And it's also a verb and it means to free. And it's by reading books that you can free yourself. You can liberate yourself. So I have a president's seal with the eagle and the claws holding the tools and all that sort of stuff, but I repurposed it. It's like a Ramones shirt, only it says freedom. And the eagle's holding a cage, and it's out of the cage. It is not going back in the cage. So the tools of freedom, learning how to learn for yourself, and then learning how to express yourself with action into the world. Those are the two things that they're trying to hide from us, that schooling really undermined. And now it's an even better segue to our guest. So let me press this button and bring him in. Welcome back to Grand Theft World. Tonight's guest is an author. His name's John Kleisick. I heard about him last week. You heard about him last week in Michael Rechtenwald's interview. He wrote a book called The School World Order. And to be honest, when I heard about it, I was a little disappointed because I don't have it. I had never heard his name. how could this book be on the market? I found out it was published 2019. Okay, COVID's the answer why I didn't sniff it out sooner. John, it's a pleasure to welcome you. This is a magnanimous book here. I'm going to put on the screen. And School World Order is a magnum opus. How are you doing tonight? And how'd you get started on this book?
Doing all right, Richard. Thanks so much for having me. Actually, one of my forays into the world of ed technocracy actually kind of started with State of Mind, which was a documentary that you put together many years ago. And I kind of got started on it. I didn't really plan to write in my field, so I'm an adjunct professor, and wanted to try to keep a little buffer between, my crypto political analysis and the world of mainstream education. But then there was a point in it was just before Trump, so it was probably 2015, 2016, where in Illinois, we had a governor by the name of Bruce Rauner who was stalling on the budget, which I saw as a ploy to basically push public institutions, including public schools, into private receivership. He was a big advocate of school choice and what they call cradle to career workforce training. Various other public-private partnerships through charter schools and vouchers and stuff. And he actually, there's a Rauner college prep. And so what ended up happening was one of the departments where I was adjuncting actually got shut down. So at that point, I figured, well, I guess, there's no buffer left anymore. So I might as well write a little article about it. And I called it The Corporatization of Education. And lo and behold, it was largely built on a lot of the stuff that I heard about, read about in Charlotte Thompson Iserbyt's Deliberate Dumbing Down of America.
Yeah.
So when I wrote that first piece, she actually ended up reaching out to me. I was like freaked out. I was thinking it has to be a virus. There's no way she just, found this article somehow and is emailing me. But I had to open it to check, and it was actually her. And, she said, great job and everything, keep up the good work. I turned that article into a series of articles. Those became some of the first chapters of the book. Eventually, after the book got published, I went down and many trips, up to Maine from Illinois here. At one point, I actually lived with Charlotte for a whole month. It was a whole 30 days. I lived at her house. And she ended up giving me all her papers and books. And ever since then, I'm trying to just keep up all the good work that she's done.
Well, that's fantastic. Charlotte was an ardent supporter of liberty and freedom. And when she saw people doing things well, she would type you a little note. She'd send you, I got email from her over the years, and I was like, how did she even see that I wrote this or said this? Right. So she's out there, she's looking, she's reading, she's seeing what people were sharing, but she also had the active literacy skills to kind of pass it on to those who showed interest and aptitude and acumen. She's like, look, here's what's going on. And it's kind of hard to understand. Like, you do have to have a longer attention span to catch on to these things. When I first heard her talking about the Carnegie Blue Book in 1934, there's this plan. It didn't sink in on me at first. And now you've got it, right? You've got her copy. I don't have that book, John.
This one or this one? They work together. Conclusions and Recommendations of the Social Studies.
Yes. I have her scan of that book, but you have the book. And then you also have some Skull and Bones.
That it's been cut where she scanned it and then rebound.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Skull and Bones address books. I brought all these out just for you today. Yeah, these are the actual address books, catalogs. And again, they're cut because it's actually Sam, her son, that did the scanning.
Yeah.
So you can actually take the pages straight out. But if you see it, and if you ever look at Sutton's, open right up to Taft. If you ever look at Sutton's America's Secret Establishment, you'll see the facsimiles in there, and you'll see that the font typesetting.
So Charlotte's family history was so she wrote these books, and Deliberate Dumbing Down of America is a 700-page tome. It's one of the essential readings. It's right there next to Gatto's Underground History of American Education. They go together very well. They're talking about the same thing, right? Yeah. So for her to then, after she's kind of like talking about this stuff, her dad becomes ill, and her father and her brother were in the Order of Skull and Bones. And then her grandfather had worked for Leo Amory in South Africa for Cecil Rhodes. There was some story about that where I remember talking to her about, and these were fascinating aspects. But when you figure out like Sutton's able to write these books toward the end of his life, and it's because Charlotte calls him and says, "Hey, I have these things and I don't know what to make of these." And he's like, "Well, send them over." And then, Sutton begins to put that together with everything else he had already done for the past 30 years, because he's been writing since the mid 70s, and he gets these like toward the end of the 1999 or 2000, right around there, I think. I'm not sure about the
That's
timeline.
when he republished
Yes.
America's Secret Establishment. But I think it was in the 80s that she gave him the books in the 80s. Actually, I have her personal letters back and forth between.
Okay, great.
Sutton.
So my timeline was a little bit off. That does make sense. I remember when I was first getting into Sutton's book, there was this piece of history that led me to his pamphlet called "How the Order Controls Education." So I went out. This is before I have his books or know much about him, right? So I have the pamphlet, and I paid, I don't know, $80 or $90 for the pamphlet. And then there it is. And then a couple months later, I figured out that's chapter 8 in a book I can get for $10.
Yeah.
Oh, early research naivete. I remember it well.
It's neat to have the originals though, because that was how he originally wrote them. He basically wrote them in. I think he called them in the book. The chapters are called memorandums, so they were like published separately, and then eventually he compiled them all.
Well, and I think that's how he could self-fund, because he had all his, he got canceled by the Hoover Institute by David Packard of Hewlett Packard and the Trilateral Commission, and David Packard later fires Steve Jobs. So it's an illustrious kind of guy to get fired by. So Sutton is a professional academic, and he's used to having these things provided to him by a publisher, by an editor, these sort of things, and distribution. Then he gets cut off from all that. I think it's amazing that he was such an entrepreneur to publish all those books after they cut him off. That's when he really figured out himself. Like his books, like when you read Sutton's whole spectrum of books, it goes from gold and the Federal Reserve. It's a very interesting spectrum of books. Just like if you read Gatto's roommate, Edward J. Epstein's spectrum of books, right? He's got one on Hollywood. He's got one on the diamonds. He got 2 on Angleton. He's got a bunch of books on the CIA. He's got books on Arm & Hammer. It's a very interesting when you read somebody's life spectrum of publishing, and it's intentional on the same message. Whereas a lot of other people like E. Howard Hunt wrote 50 books and they're all over the place because he's a ghost author and these sort of things, right? So getting into these Sutton original documents and the papers. Did you see anything in the Skull and Bones black books that really set you off, that he missed, or maybe new things that can be gleaned from those that he wouldn't have had access to back then? Did you see any nuggets?
Well, one of the things that was interesting that I'll say that stood out to me as of late was where he got the idea of the D, and I believe it's the P numbers. And so he in this book, the primary source is these address books.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he also found some other rosters that I believe he must have gotten from the archives. And one of these days, I want to make a trip up to Yale to see if I can get anything on the RTA Corporation. That's the Russell Trust Association Corporation, which is the chartered name of the fraternity of your Skull and Bones. So now take a look at this here. This is a roster.
Yeah.
Right. And this is, I think, 83 or 85. This one's got Mnuchin on it. Okay.
Right.
But if you look in the catalogs here, we have the one is separated into deceased and living members. This is the newer one. This one is 1983.
Ooh.
This actually doesn't have Mnuchin in it. This doesn't have Mnuchin's class in it. So what is this? So what is that thing I just showed you with the calligraphy roster? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where it came from, but that is the facsimile that has the D and the P number at the top. So basically, he refers to them both as catalogs. It doesn't meaning he refers both to these black books and wherever he got that calligraphy file as also a catalog. And the D and the P has to do with the decade and the period number, right? The decade of the class, right. And the period having to do with the second period stemming from the first. It goes back to the original fraternity in Germany. Now I'd known that there was a D and P number Because when I visited with Charlotte, it's on the grandfather clock. So everybody
Yes.
that orders Skull and Bones gets a grandfather clock.
And you can't let the grandfather clock stop ticking. It has to be continuously wound. Otherwise, the member that it's joined to will like pass away. Isn't there some sort of mythos with the grandfather clock?
There is. So one is it's supposed to always be kept, I think, 5 minutes.
5 minutes ahead. Yep.
Yeah. So it's like they're always a step ahead of us. And then the
Skull and
other one,
Bones time is 5 minutes ahead. So if you ever catch anybody with a watch set 5 minutes ahead, take a step back.
and also the thing with keeping it wound, I don't remember the mythos of it, but I do remember her saying that, and I do remember her saying she let it stop many times, and we wound it a couple times just so she could. And she was, go ahead, you can wind it. I remember winding it like it kind of spooked out, like, you know what I mean, like, so I wind it, and but inside there is the D and the P. Now Sutton, from what I recall, Charlotte, they never met in person, so he was never at the house, so he never saw the D and the P and the on the pendulum there. But he did find those here. But it was an interesting discrepancy because I had a back and forth with a friend of mine about where he got that. So that doesn't really provide any insight into so sort of how you piece these patterns together. But it does let you see that as much as these are his primary sources, he did his own. He found some other resources, and Patrick Wood, who wrote Trilaterals over Washington with him. I met him recently at a conference in L.A. And he said they called Anthony the Hoover vacuum cleaner when he was at the Hoover Institute, because he would find everything and he would suck it up, right? If you had information out there that was useful, he was the guy that could find it. And this is before like internet, right? I mean, like the ability to using the white pages or other directories, writing handwritten letters, making telephone calls, like is a lot less efficient than it would be today. So that's the reason I point that as it's a testament to his research skills as much as his intellect.
Yeah, it's not even just his research skills or his intellect, just the ability to do all those things for yourself. Usually an academic has like a secretary. Hey, call this library, find this thing, bring it back. They're like paralegals in the academic world, right? He gets cut off from all that. So he has to represent himself, make his own phone calls, send his own letters, and then travel. He's got to pay for that. If he has to go to that library to see the thing, he's got to pay for that. And that's extremely tough. And so I remember people like Sutton and Quigley and things like this, when I start to feel challenged or sorry for myself, when that victim mentality tries to grip me, I was like, whoa. This is nothing compared to what the other people who came before us had to go through. So yeah, it's about trying to keep it real, because we know such history. If you don't, it's easy to feel like, oh, the world's tough today. No, it was tough back then too. Nobody's gotten an easy road to hoe, as far as I know, So this aspect of Iserbyt and Sutton, when did you first come across Charlotte's work, and how did you get that first trip to Maine to start hanging out and learning and gleaning? And I'm glad you did. That's why I'm interested.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, it changed my life, man. I mean, and she was just the coolest person. And I know you interviewed her, and it sounds like you were in communication beyond the interview and stuff. But I mean, just to hang out, you know what I mean, and just sit in the backyard. She lived on the east, where the East River and the Kennebunk come together. Nice little secluded property. Just sit out there, and she had the best sense of humor, sort of dry, kind of crass, could be very, tongue in cheek or whatever. But it was just, it was a great time. And this was in the middle of lockdown. So it was like, I was going to be stuck in a house all day and wasn't able to go and teach in person. So that also actually afforded, the funny thing about it is, in many ways, I don't know that I'd have made it up there if it hadn't been for lockdowns, because I'd have had to be in class every week, right? But I could take my work with me. But I originally heard about her work. Actually, it was funny. My best friend, I grew up with him, and he calls me one day. He kind of is the guy that got me into crypto politics or conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
This is while I'm in college, and I'm like, he would send me stuff like, I think the first thing he sent me was Aaron Russo's Freedom to Fascism. So
for sure.
back, right?
Yeah.
And And I'm looking at it, and then he sent me some Alex Jones stuff. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, this stuff sounds crazy. Like, I'm in academia, I'm in a university. If this is true, like, all my professors would know about it, and they talk about it, and there would be classes on it, and I'd have books on it, because, you know, a lot of what academics, you know, at least from the Marxist framework, right? I mean, we all see critical race theory now, but critical theory goes way back.
Yeah.
And it is sort of it sits at an intersection between my background is in rhetoric, English, and literary studies. So deconstructionism is sort of the literary trope that goes with that. And then there's cultural studies. But critical theory is this idea that, you know, that all institutions are, that the rhetoric or the principles they espouse is basically just window dressing for the assertion of power. Okay, so you would think that an institution, an academic institution that is focused on that type of analysis would be looking at some of this crypto politics conspiracy theory. And actually, I actually enjoyed a lot of the cultural studies and critical theory stuff. I was basically a good lefty back then. And that's kind of what sort of, I think it sort of made my transition into this other world a lot easier, because I was sort of already engaged in that type of analysis. But I'd not come across, any of this stuff in academia. So I said, well, if it's true and it's real, I bet you I can find it. And this is sort of an embarrassing point, because I'd not even known, I guess this is a testament to my public education as much as it is my own lack of studiousness, but I didn't know what eugenics was until I almost graduated undergraduate, right? And so, I mean, this sounded crazy. I'm like, you're telling me there was people that were like trying to tinker with evolution, like on some Brave New World type stuff. Like, so I go down to the library, and what do you find? I mean, they had old stuff from like the Human Betterment Foundation with records of like who was sterilized and for what. I mean, these were like old books. And so then not only did they have the primary sources, but I'm going like, well, this book is old and been sitting on the shelf. Like, they probably bought it when it was new. Meaning, right, in Illinois, if you go south enough, you know, there's people down there that still fly the Confederate flag, okay? So in other words, right, it's likely that the people who put that book in the institute, it's not in there as an artifact of antiquarian historical analysis. It was probably placed there as like, this is cutting edge science that, you know, we need to sort of develop or build upon here. So that sort of, got me down that road. And one day, the friend that put me down that road says, have you ever heard of this woman? He says, Charlotte Iservit, which, her is her beef. I just remember him saying Iservit. I said, no. And I was able to find a copy of this big book through interlibrary loan. And I carried it around for like a whole semester. I was one of these guys that would renew a book until they didn't let me anymore. And lo and behold, right around that time, she'd gone on Alex Jones and did an interview and was talking about, the dangers of charter schools and basically explaining that there are public-private partnerships, that the whole school choice movement was part of the Reagan administration's push towards something called Project S, which you're probably familiar with.
Yes.
That's the program that she blew the whistle on. It's basic education skills through technology. I have a physical copy of it in there. If you go in my database on my website, I scanned it in so you can actually see the whole thing. I dug that out of her barn. So when I was there, one of the things that I did was, I hung out and spent some time, shared research, but, I helped out around the house, cleaned up and stuff, and cleaned up the barn at one point. There was 13 file cabinets, 34 different shelves with basically, the woman kept everything. And she would keep it like collated in these files, like with like paper clips and stuff. So I'm going through it, and I'm just kind of flipping through and like, scanning and doing like the old military SQ3R style, or you're just sort of looking at who, what, where, when, like who published it, when was it published, sort of the headings. What was interesting was the way that she had filed stuff was after I'd flipped through them and I'd come back to it, I'd see the same document in another, collated in another file. I'm like, well, why is this duplicated? Oh, because this connects to this institution in this file, but this actually connects to this other institution in this. So as I just flipping through it, was like downloading this big map that she'd sort of mapped out as far as education. And so, when this gets me back to the whole Bruce Rauner thing, when the schools were, going under privatization. Reached out to her, and she ended up writing forward for my book. She put me in touch with Chris Milligan, who published the book. Okay, and for those who don't know, Chris Milligan is the guy that saved Anthony Sutton's America's Secret Establishment from basically being no longer in print. So he had originally published it in the 80s, and then it had gone out of print. And then Chris was able to track him down, and this was right around 9/11 when they republished it. And they also did this book as well. So they did it's a collection of essays.
Yeah, that's a great one too. It's
yeah,
just Chris edited that one and put it together with everyone who had stuff to say on that topic.
Yeah, and Charlotte's got an article in there talking about the family history and stuff like that. So he ends up, finding Sutton, and Sutton ends up dying. I think from what Chris tells me, he had like tours, to talk about the republication. This was, and it was going to be a big deal because this was right after 9/11.
Yeah.
Bush was in office, right?
Yeah.
Walter of Skull and Bones, and he didn't make it to those tours.
Yeah, he passed in 2001, 2002, right around back then, right around when Gatto was publishing the Underground History of American Education, because John said that he had just started talking with Anthony, and then he had passed away. Yeah. And hopefully, yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, and I was going to see if I could get a blurb from John Taylor Gatto for my book, and because I cite him in many chapters. Largely, I explicate and break down and tie it into the ed tech and the behavioral psychology. Is the Alexander English Principles of Education, right? That breakdown.
Yeah.
And but he had actually he died that month, the month that it was basically going to the printer. I reached out to Charlotte and Chris to see if either of them could get a hold of him, and they said that he was not well. He was, I don't want to say it. I don't know if he was in hospice, but he was.
No, he went back into the hospital October, and the last forward he wrote was for Connor Boyack. Had a book coming out, and so I was there in September, and I'm like, what are you working on? He's like, oh, I'm doing this forward. And I'm like, how's it going? He's like, and he had like all these scribbled notes or whatever. So I took all his notes, I typed it up, I sent it to Connor. I'm like, how's this look? And then I gave it back to John, and yeah, that actually made it into Connor's book. But that was the last thing he really wrote. Like, he was still working up to the end, but since Gatto had the stroke right after we filmed the Ultimate History Lesson, it was like probably 3 weeks after we filmed that he had a stroke. And then we didn't know where he was for a year and a half, because I produced, it took 6 months to make the DVD set. I sent him 50 copies to his farm, no word back. I sent 50 and these are handmade copies with 5 discs each, right? I sent another 50 copies down to his New York address, no word back, nothing. I'm like, maybe he doesn't like it, maybe he's upset with me. And then I found out he was in like, not hospice, but he was in rehab after the stroke for a year and a half. And then when we found out, we got him out of there. They had lost his dentures. So the first thing we did is like take 6 trips into New York City, because it takes like 6 fittings for him to actually have them and have his choppers back. So I was like, this guy needs his teeth, like, it's just this human self-respect thing. He's going to be better interacting with us. Let's hook him up. So like, there was a lot to get that all started, but his intellect and his respect for his peers, like, Sutton and Charlotte, and there's a lot of love. And I'm sorry that Chris didn't get to publish Gatto's books, because I think they would have got along together really well too. Chris is an amazing leader in the freedom movement, and I've known him for like 15 years. I was actually also a little embarrassed that he published your book and I didn't know about it. So there was 2 things, like your book existed, I didn't know about it, and Chris published it. But again, COVID happened, so I understand. And so these things all just started coming together for you. Now, did you have a book written when you met Chris, or did knowing Chris say, maybe I should write a book on this stuff?
No, actually, so that was the funny thing about it. It was like one of these synchronicity things. I guess I was sort of alluding to that with the way my best friend tells me about her book. Like that week, I get the book, she pops up on an interview, right? So I'm like, I just heard of this woman. Somehow she pops up. She's telling me all these things, not me specifically, but she's talking about all these things that end up basically impacting my career later. And at the time that I wrote that first article, my wife and I had actually gone to a used bookstore. We like to peruse the used bookstores, and one had a conspiracy section. And that's where I found this, and I bought it because I read a lot of other conspiracy stuff. Like as an example, I think Jim Mars, a couple of his books.
Yeah, for sure.
Sutton. And I'm like, man, I always hear people talk about this Sutton guy. So I'm like, I got to read this. And I had no idea, like that you said, that the first chapter was going to be on education and that it was going to fit into and inform not just what I was looking at in terms of the corporatization and the privatization through the technology, but the ways in which behavioral psychology is the mechanism that the technology uses to condition the student body. And that is deeply ingrained in the history of the Order of Skull and Bones. I mean, they were impactful in setting up compulsory education at Antioch, and also the land grant system, the Sheffield Scientific School, the university system as we know it in America.
G. Stanley Hall and the PhDs coming from Wundt and Leipzig.
Right. It's the Leipzig connection, which I have. We'll look up there, which is a really easy, quick way to sort of get a crash course into what Sutton expands on in that first chapter.
And you caught at the end of that book, at the end of the Leipzig connection, where they talk about Pestalozzi, and the Illuminati. So that's one of the few books that actually ties the modern schooling back to, here's the Swiss Grandmaster of the Illuminati, Caspar Lavater, and Pestalozzi teaching. So that's a very important little book to have. But I picked up on that too. And I might have heard about that from like Charlotte back in the day. Like, I don't know where I found that particular book along the way, if it was Sutton or Charlotte, but yeah, those little artifacts really help you solidify your understanding.
Yeah. Sutton definitely references it. Charlotte references it. Probably Gatto does as well. But to your point about Pestalozzi, Wilhelm Wundt, I think it's his grandfather or his father. I think it's his grandfather, Karl Casimir Wundt, another member of the Bavarian Illuminati. And what I had found doing my research for my book, I can't see it in the corner there, but back over in there, I have B.F. Skinner's The Technology of Teaching. Okay. Oh, yeah. And The Technology of Teaching was it's basically like a book that showcases not just his theory about program instruction, basically using his operant conditioning method and psychological conditioning through machinery. Back then, you had these analog sort of gears and wheels, like with reminds me of like the old Viewmasters we had, like with the Disney stuff. Except instead of a Disney cartoon, you'd have like question, answer, short answer, multiple choice matching. Okay. And then you turn the gear. And some of them would even distribute chocolate if you got a correct answer. So that's the reward reinforcement mechanism. Eventually, they got some contracts with IBM to do some early punch card stuff. And then it evolved into what today is now known as adaptive learning courseware. It's just the digital Windows version. Maybe they gamify it, put some videos, or make it more interactive in various ways. But that book, which showcases the theory and has photos of the early prototypes, the funding was funneled through, and he gives thanks to him in there, and that person is Bonesman McGeorge Bundy.
Yes.
Okay, but also in that book, he traces sort of the basis of his theory back to Pestalozzi. So it's interesting that, right? I mean, in that, because for those that don't know, Sutton he extrapolates that perhaps the original branch of the Order of Skull and Bones, the first German fraternity, was actually the Order of the Illuminati. So you have these interesting connections between Pestalozzi, who I think he'd either done a book on the ABCs of sense perception, or it was Herbart who built on Pestalozzi and did that ABCs of sense perception that would later become sort of the basis for the Look-Say or whole language learning method of reading, which, if you ask me, it meshes well with stimulus response psychology.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's literally, right, there's no internal logic to the grammar. In other words, you're not looking at the root and the suffix and the prefix and then analyzing how those parts work together in a cohesive and a coherent way. It's just like a pictogram or an ideogram with like a blunt concept that you're just supposed to sort of react to instead of sort of analyze.
Understand. Right. It's the version of outcome-based education versus grammar, logic, and rhetoric, knowing your individual vowels, consonants, sound clusters, and then being able to look at a word that you've never seen before and sound it out, and actually then also understand the different parts of the words and what languages they might have come from, and be able to look up the etymology. It's a very powerful skill. You don't want slaves having anything to do with that. Before we go further into that topic, I wanted to bring up McGeorge Bundy, because he's an interesting character in history for sure. Ford Foundation, he's like one of their chairmen of all that's not good and globalist and internationalist. He's in the middle of so much. The Alger Hiss, Donald Hiss, all the communist spy rings. You see Skull and Bones and Rhodes Scholars in the middle of all these alleged communist spies and these sort of things. Yeah. Fascinating, isn't it?
What's interesting is, so while he's at the Ford Foundation, he's the president or vice president. While he's there, I want to say, while he's there or shortly thereafter, another Bonesman becomes vice president, and that Bonesman's name is Harold Howe III. And Harold Howe III was also a commissioner of education back in the 60s. This is around the time of Brown versus Board of Education, right? So you have, again, another Bonesman in education and also operating out of the Ford Foundation as well. Yeah.
Well, and then like there's a lot of other famous Skull and Bonesers that are off people's radar, but like Stephen Schwartzman of Blackstone Group, Johns Hopkins University was started by Skull and Bones. And so when you follow that up to Event 201, and it's like Johns Hopkins and a bunch of other people that are into eugenics and drug dealing behind the scenes. It's like it's a finite planet. There's only so many people playing this multi-generationally. And once you start looking, they're kind of easier to separate the signal from the noise.
Yeah, and you can also trace, so also at Event 201, you have the World Economic Forum, which is basically an outgrowth of all the what I would call the roundtable NGOs that come out of Milner's Roundtable Group, but which also stem out of the Rhodes Society. And the Rhodes Society, if you think of it, in many ways, it parallels, and Sutton actually draws this parallel to the Order of Skull and Bones, and that you basically have effectively a secret society, this inner circle of elites that get together through these academic institutions who later on will go on to be members of the Council on Foreign Relations, the RIIA, that's Royal Institute of International Affairs, etc. So you have, in the same way that you have sort of that Skull and Bones influence into Johns Hopkins and the Event 201, you have also this sort of the history of the World Economic Forum sort of threading back to the same origins in many ways.
Did you ever see the documentary A Rich Man's Trick, JFK to 9/11?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so I saw this documentary years ago because this is part of what I do. I just see things like this. I mentioned some history there, and one of my students sent me a link to Rumble, and he's like, "Hey, have you seen this documentary?" And I said, "Yeah." I almost didn't click play and watch it again because it's been a couple years, and you forget what's in every conspiracy documentary. So I started watching it. It was all about Skull and Bones, funding the Nazis, and then coming back with the eugenics. And I was like, oh, this is pretty good. I was watching it at 1.5 speed. I made it halfway through. So I got to finish the rest of that. But there's a lot of overlap between what you were pointing out, what Sutton's pointing out, what Iserbyt's pointing out. I don't know if that filmmaker read your book, but he definitely seems to have read some of theirs, definitely Sutton's books. And this, when JFK is doing a secret society speech, a lot of people are like, he's talking about the communists. There's no secret oaths in communism. He's very specific who he's talking about. And the people in the brain trust, like Averell Harriman, one of the wise men, like they are above communism. They're the ones who created Lenin and Stalin and Mao and industrialized and put the railroads and all those places for all those awful things that happened. These were industrialists that were above the communist milieu layer, and they were precipitating down on our government before, like they had total deep capture after they killed him. But prior to that, he was pointing at something I think was very real, and that's why he told it. I think it was at the journalist meeting at Columbia. It was like a meeting with all the journalists. He's like, that's where the secret society speech was. Maybe it was Waldorf Astoria, but he definitely was pointing toward this same group that you're pointing at. You're pointing at very well with a lot of reference. Like when I got your book, let me just show people here. When I got your book, like the last 200 pages are just references. It's like a 300, 400 page text. And then it just has like references, sources. And then I got, they got the diagrams back here. And then I got to the index and I went through the whole index because I read the index first when I get a book. And I saw Rutkowski in here. I saw Rutkowski in here before I saw me in here.
Yeah. Yeah,
but I
and
do,
actually,
I do appreciate the. Yeah, I got a reference in a well-known book now. Hey, I'm gonna show this to my mom.
oh, well, thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, so when I got to the end of it, it actually didn't have a conclusion chapter that was the solutions chapter that it is now. And my publisher, Chris Milligan, said, he's like, you can't just end this book and like destroy people's faith and hope in the future and just leave them, right?
You gotta, if you don't have solutions, the way Chris wants it done is you gotta say, but what do I know at the end?
I that might have been less laborious, but I learned, and in some ways that's why that last chapter is in some ways the most dense, because in many ways I'm actually working through it and sort of learning a lot of this
Yeah.
stuff through it. But that's when I sort of was diving into the trivia method, right? And so that was
When you say last chapter, you talking the epilogue?
I believe that's how they.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, the epilogue, right? I think it's epilogue,
And then there's a chapter before that that sets up the solutions, but epilogue's where you bring it home with the hammer.
Yeah. I think the prior one before that is sort of like caveats and counter arguments. So I just remembered that, well, I knew that the solution had to have something to do with a return to classical education, classical methodology, classical pedagogy, which needs to be grounded in some sort of metaphysics. And it just means a priori philosophies. In other words, right there, we have to, it's the antidote to all things postmodern, where it is the basis by which the principle of non-contradiction rests, right? And it's the a priori assumption that words actually mean something, that they actually refer to something in reality. So like de Saussure, who came up with the whole idea of semiotics, right? You have a signifier, a signified, and a referent, right? The signifier is the grammar, the symbol, whether it's me speaking it or what I'm writing down, right? What's signified is the concept that it refers to. And then the
epistemology, right? What's being signified. There's a signifier, the signified. So it goes that which exists, the names we hang on it, and then go to the third part.
And then the third part is basically, you threw me off for a second there. So, it's what Kant or Hume would have called the thing in itself, right? It means what it actually refers to, right? Not the word we use to name it, and not the concept that we have in our mind when we think about it, but the thing that you can actually experience with the five senses, right? Touch, smell, etc. That's an a priori presumption that that thing in itself actually exists objectively outside of the mind, right? The whole idea of postmodern philosophy is that in deconstructionism, Derrida says there is no referent. There's just signifier and signified, and it's just recursively, endlessly referring back to itself. And this is why he concludes, and this gets me back to that idea, it's at the crux of critical theory, that because there's no referent, because there's no objectivity, anything you express is therefore just the subjective expression of your will, and its efficacy has only to do with the power that you are able to wield through it and enforce upon others. Okay,
so my argument would be Derrida's philosophy may be true, but only in a terrarium, and he's never camped out a week by himself to actually deal with nature and deterministic natural law. And in that terrarium, you can say a whole bunch of things that aren't true and not have the consequences. But if you go out and play with nature, nature doesn't care about you, and you're gonna have to use your free will intellect with things that exist, like bacteria in water and giardia and stuff like that. So yeah, there's a lot left on the table between postmodernism and what we actually need to survive. So if what we need to survive is an intellectual level up here, the postmodernist woke school culture drops people off here, and there's a big power, knowledge, wealth gap that needs to be filled in by mechanisms of, let's do this one, that bigger page, learning. Have you ever seen this diagram?
No.
What this is? All right, so I brought this for you because I thought you'd be digging in after what you were talking about in your book. Let me show you the whole thing. So these are different use cases, right? So we'd have a scientific method. Here's how a doctor analyzes patients. Here's method for philosophy. Here's how design and engineer is done. Here's how military people make decisions. Here's the spiritual Kabbalah tetragrammaton type of thought process. So it starts with our five common senses. And then for a doctor, you'd have examination, diagnosis, prognosis, treatment. For scientific method, you'd have observation, hypothesis, extrapolation, repeatable experiment. For philosophy, you'd have the metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, and aesthetics. For engineering and design, you'd have observation, blue sky planning, blueprint, plan, and begin construction. So with a trivium method and understanding, you can talk across all these silos, but this silo can't talk to this silo, and this silo can't talk to this silo, right? So how our society is set up with the PhD system is you have a bunch of silos and unique language, but they're all communicating in a similar methodology. And if you start with a definition of existence, and I have, let me read it real quick. I have a definition. I don't want to show you the whole email because I don't want to dox him. He's still out there. But reality is every substance, action, relationship, and attribute which is, was, or ever will be. So if we start with that which exists, and then we start talking about useful information with people, then we're able to talk about meaning, substance, and reality, and dismiss the unrealities, the non-substantial, dismiss the arbitrary. This gets people out of assumptive control that I have to believe the authority, and it gives me the use of my quantum computer back, right? The whole story in your book is them trying to get us not to use our quantum computer until they can just Neuralink us into the system and we have no free will because they can fill in the blanks for us. We are at this turning point in history that if we don't learn about these things and structure our lives in a more parallel manner away from their plans, we're going to get sucked into their great reset.
Yeah, I mean, that's, the whole idea. I think I saw a meme that you did one time. I'm going to try to paraphrase this, and maybe I'm remembering somebody else. But I think you did a meme one time that said something like, in between the space in between stimulus and response, within that space is the ability, you have a moment at which you can actually think and decide, do I want to respond? And then what particular way do I want to respond? The whole idea of behavioral psychology and education is to shorten that space as much as possible, right? So that eventually, you mentioned Neuralink, right? When we get to the level of implantables, effectively, right, that space where you have the inner monologue, where you're able to think about, right? Is there anything contradictory in this? Is this really in my self-interest? Is this the path I want to take? That they want to sort of just take the external stimulus and sort of make it an electrical signal that basically is directly plugged in as an impulse. I mean, that would be the dream come true.
Yeah. So they're looking for stimulus reaction with no space in between. So stimulus reaction together is slavery. And if we spread it apart and we put some inquiry and thinking and introspection and the choice to think or not to think, essentially gives us our freedom back. Now, the meme that you saw is taken from a quote that is widely attributed to Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning, but it's not in there because I've searched for it. I searched for that meaning. And what you find is it's Stephen Covey in one of his highly effective, habits books in the early 2000s. He writes about Viktor Frankl and he kind of paraphrases that. And I thought, this is such a great quote, but it's too hard to explain to people. So why don't I just make it my own and change it a little bit to make it more specific of what I'm trying to communicate? And then I'll tell people the anecdote afterwards. So there's a long history behind people trying to paint out that picture. But I don't think the people trying to paint out that picture looked at it as the assumption is their form of slavery right now. When you assume things to be true that are not true, you're under their control. And with national security keeping so many things secret for our lifetime, there's a lot not to know and to not be certain on. And that invites what? There's a puzzle pieces missing. We have a picture, but we're missing this piece. The natural thing for smart people is what goes there and what does it look like? Oh, it looks like Nazis and the Rockefellers, and the mafia and this type of thing, right? So then they're saying your conspiracy theory is because you're trying to fill in the blank that they left blank on purpose so you can't have any power or agency in this life. And then there's just like a whole game that goes from there. So I think it starts with taking our intellectual self-defense back, right? Coupling that with our physical self-defense and our non-aggression. And then we can go through life in a modality of freedom where we're being able to experience a lifestyle of liberty, not at the cost of anyone else's freedom or liberty. And I think that's too easy to do. And they don't want us to do it. So they spend a lot of money and go through a lot of effort and have a lot of meetings to try to control us.
Yeah, I mean, and it's sort of reflective of not just the removal of the classical trivia and the removal of the methodology of grammar, logic, and rhetoric, but within the aspect of rhetoric itself, it's the inversion of what I call the rhetorical triangles. When I teach rhetoric, right, I'll draw a triangle and I'll put logos at the top and I'll put pathos at the bottom and I put ethos out here, right? And sort of what they've done is inverted that, right? In other words, the reason why I put the logic at the top and the emotion at the bottom is because, right, the emotion should be largely pushed to the side. What is true, what we can prove through the three laws of logic, law of identity, non-contradiction, and tautology, what we can establish there is that is what should subordinate the emotions, not the other way around, right? And so when you're talking about this new ethos that assumes things either about the authorities of institutions or about these new categories of identities, right? Which you're either doing one of two things, right? In the instance of the authorities, you're basically putting the ethos at the top, and it's like it's true not because it conforms to the three laws of logic. It's true because the authority said it's true.
Yeah, Fauci
right?
said it. Yeah,
and then you
Saint
take the
Fauci.
logic and conform that around what they said to reinforce, right, their authority. Or, right, in the instance of sort of woke identity politics, you put the pathos at the top. I feel this particular way. This is how I identify based on how I feel. And then we use the logic, or we use our grammar and our language to construct some sort of a tapestry rhetorically around that to reinforce it. But in either case, in both instances, what you end up having is effectively an authoritarian society, even in the other instance of where we put the pathos on the top, because if everybody can only communicate what they feel from their subjective position to each other, then there's nothing objective in the middle for us to use as a mediator and a common ground for us to put aside our differences and come together, which means all we can do is disagree, which is reflective of the polarization that you see in society now and in social media in particular. And once that hits an inflection point where you have things like BLM versus Proud Boys on a regular basis, now you've created the scenario in which the government, the state, or even corporations with their censorship algorithms and such get to come in and have the justification to basically play referee between the people who identify with what they feel and the people who are trying to communicate with them using grammar, logic, and rhetoric and objective reality.
Yeah, it's a divide and conquer strategy. Almost, goes back to Caesar's Gallic Wars. Like this idea that of creating two sides that cannot be reconciled is how they got us into a civil war in this country, back in the 1860s. So learning about these things is one thing. Telling people about these things is another thing. That's the active literacy skills. But you have the ability to understand how to teach these things so people can go do these things, right? So the moving around of logos, pathos, and mythos and these sort of concepts in our communication can be used against us, or it can be used for us. What if our side had a stronger grip on, like, maybe we should start with how we feel, and this is why we're doing it, and here's what we're going to do, and here's how we're going to do it. And we started coming up with methodologies of our own to be able to progress projects forward and get this message out to more people, because I think them taking this information away is a sign of their weakness, and us putting it back is a sign of our maturity. We don't need them.
Well, it's funny because I teach rhetoric, basically entry-level rhetoric, and they're generally either English 101 or 102. And when you do 102, it's typically a research methods course, right? So typically in English 101, it's like kind of largely assigned topics or articles, and it's like, hey, give me an argument based on this. Use your ethos, logos, pathos, and your logic accordingly. And then in the research methods course, it's like, we'll do some readings, but you pick a topic, you find the sources, you put it together in a cohesive way on your own, and you make your own argument. Okay. Most people that teach English 102, in my experience as a tutor, so when students come in from other classes and they have assignment sheets, I get to see what they're doing. What they want is all scholarly peer-reviewed journals. Yeah. That's what research needs. Right. Well, if all you'll take is scholarly peer-reviewed research, first of all, I mean, how much information are you missing? Right. How many primary sources in the government documents are you missing? How much current event information are you missing in the newspapers? Because obviously, right, journals peer-reviewed.
Yeah.
And it's going to take time to get the peer review process. Effectively, what they teach, what they're teaching, without saying it, is that research is to basically regurgitate predetermined authorities. That's what the students walk away with.
And so is a PhD system, because you have to do your thesis under another PhD, and that's like the waterfall effect of it, right? It's not that indifferent from martial arts training, right? And you got the master here, and he's got a progeny, and they come out, now they have a school, but it goes back to this master, right? So there's like a waterfall effect of the influence from teacher to student to teacher to student over a period of time that they're playing with in that structure.
Yeah, that's it. That's actually two things you make me think of. One is, I think Michael Rechtenwald had mentioned that I had a PhD idea when I was doing my master's. I wanted to do, as I was reading Brave New World, and I was seeing a lot of the history, this crypto history, the tragedy and hope type history, the Anthony Sutton type history. There's these weird, like, I don't know if they're tips of the hat or they're otherwise reflected in the novel. I mean, so just a few things, right? I mean, the first whole chapter is basically about eugenics, biological engineering. The second whole entire chapter is about behavioral psychology. The third chapter touches on Malthusian population control. The fourth chapter talks about psychedelics and using it for a new religion. Okay, and I had pitched a lot of the names that he references in there. So you have like there's a Doc Wells, that's a pitch, that's a lean to H.G. Wells, and then he mentions Bernard Marx is George Bernard Shaw. So you've seen a lot of these Fabian socialists who are all of the above. And so I pitched I wanted to do an independent study with one of my professors, and I brought a bunch of primary source, a big stack of books. One of them was Edwin Black's War Against the Weak.
Yeah,
and
that's epic.
And she was like taken aback by War Against the Weak. This was like right
Wait till
around
she
the time.
gets IBM and the Holocaust by Edwin Black.
Yeah, and one of the first things she did, I think she was incredulous. She opened up the book, and the first thing she goes to, and she looks at the publisher and goes, it's a four. Well, I think it's four windows or something like that. Four books, four windows or something. Whatever. The point is, it wasn't Rutledge or a university press. So it was, but it wasn't. I mean, you're talking. She's through it, and then just goes to gets back to exactly what we're talking about. This this isn't by an accepted authority. So therefore, it's not therefore it disproves it, but what I saw it was therefore I can reject it without having to actually see if anything in it is actually true. Right?
And then I would ask a question. So like, that's an interesting situation, right? She's looking at the publisher to see if it's like, on the up and up. And I'd say, well, what about Stanford University? Oh, Stanford University would be fine, but that's not this Four Windows Publishing. Great. I got Stanford University here. Here's the centennial letters of Solomon de Rothschild by Sigmund Diamond, who also wrote Compromised Campus. He knows all about the education system being compromised. And he's the editor of this book. Let's go ahead and break this open. I could illustrate and break somebody's paradigm with this, because this is a serious artifact and they can't think their way out of it, right? They can make their way, like Hoover Institution fired Sutton, so therefore everything he says is bunk. Okay, but he's still like this is 1963 or 1961 on the centennial of the letters. Stanford published. So you can't. So if I have Yale or Harvard or Stanford or any of these types of things, and there are many such, those are also artifacts I sought out a long time ago, because these are the things that'll break somebody's paradigm. And they can't easily go around like, oh, well, that might be true, but it's 7 Stories Publishing, that's a liberal outlet. This is Stanford University or Harvard or Yale or any number of the places.
Well, I already know what her response would have been, and people of that milieu would have been, because she did something similar. Because I came back with more. I kind of did what you did. Like right. I found, all right, let me find some primary sources, and oh, well, those are that was 1960. Oh, that's like almost 60 years ago, right?
Right. Yeah.
50-ish years ago back then, right?
Right.
And she would say things like, well, they change, or with Aldous Huxley, these are all his nonfiction essays. If you read his nonfiction essays, he literally, like, there's a few. One of them's a note on eugenics, but he talks very favorably of eugenics. Right? He basically says that it is a necessity in one form or another. He talks very favorably of behavioral psychology. He literally says we need a scientific aristocracy. He says we need a scientific caste system.
And his brother's going to run it.
and so when you see the nonfiction and you see the novel, you're like, So everything in here in the nonfiction he's saying is basically a good thing, right? Or it's at least inevitable and is better than not doing it. And that's sort of the dichotomy that he has. If you ever read it, at the end, there's John the Savage, and then there's the world controller, and they have this debate. And John the Savage basically represents the old world of Shakespeare and the Bible and traditional values, logic, and things. And the world controller is all things New World Order. And basically, the conversation ends with the world controller says something. Well, then what you want is suffering and pain and syphilis and disease, and the Savage says, I claim them all. And it's not exactly a satisfactory rebuttal, right? I mean, it might be the only and the best, but for the average person that's thinking about their comfort and convenience, right? That's not a winning argument.
They want Mustafa Mon's future.
Yeah,
they're all set with John the Savage and no electricity.
And that's what Huxley says in I think it's The Final Revolution, that famous interview with him. Basically, that people, and he says it in Brave New World Revisited, which he wrote in 1958 or 59. Which also, if you read again, he doesn't quite have the same opinions explicitly about eugenics, although he does mention that we're getting stupider and stupid people are breeding too much, and that there's too many people. Overpopulation in general is still a problem. So this is after he wrote the novels, getting close to the end of his life. He died in, I think, 63. He died literally the same year and the same day as both John F. Kennedy and C.S. Lewis, which is a strange time. I mean, talk about synchronicity. Huh?
That fact has gotten out there. I remember like Corbett made fun of me one time. He's like, I know, you're going to say they all died the same day. I'm just saying JFK and then C.S. Lewis and Aldous Huxley. What if there's a secret society and Aldous and C.S. Lewis are in it? And maybe they don't think they should kill JFK. Well, then they get rid of those people the same day. Maybe it's a quirk of history. Maybe it's synchronicity, but I think it's substantial enough to look at those three men, right? Because C.S. Lewis was in a Mithraic secret society at Cambridge or Oxford, and it's in one of the movies with Anthony Hopkins where he's playing C.S. Lewis, and they take the boys choir to the roof and they sing to the sun coming up, which is Mithraic ritual, right? So there's other kind of like ties behind that intelligentsia that might have also not agreed with the extreme measures of executive action. That's my point.
And then the interesting thing about in the case of Huxley is that he dosed himself that day. Like, and the context, I haven't read any, I think it was his wife that dosed him, but like, did he dose himself because he knew he was dying, or did he dose himself to death? Like, I don't know the context enough, but either way.
He was specific too. If I remember he was specific in the dosage. Like he's like 0.25 milliliter LSD or something like that. I forget what the note said, but yeah, these are interesting facets. Where's he getting his LSD back in the day? Is that Owsley acid coming straight from the CIA? Because they were playing with it well before they let it out to the public.
Well, actually, here I'm going to grab, because I know you like to
grab your Frank Olson.
Here's an interesting rare book I have called High Priest, stuck in a
High Priest. I do not have it, so I'm interested. Let's see.
I found this again. My wife found it. We were at a used bookstore again. So here it is. Okay, it's got Timothy Leary here, and it's got a lot of interesting folk. It's like basically a collection of essays.
Right on.
In here, somewhere in here is Aldous Huxley. I wish I had your setup with my overhead camera. It's got Ginsburg in here. It's got Ram Dass, Aldous Huxley, Gordon Wasson. Okay.
Oh wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's an interesting setup too, because like each chapter starts with like an I Ching hexagram. Then it's got like a text, but look, it's got these weird marginalia. I mean, it's like even the formatting is like psychedelic. But the reason I pull it out,
it's like the Talmud. It's got commentary on the commentary.
Yeah, and in here there's I think it's either in Aldous Huxley's or it's in Leary's, but it's in one or the other, and they're talking about meeting when he spent time with Aldous. They said he was describing him, and he said Aldous was like, I guess for lack of a better term, like mild mannered. He's, relatively, kind of quiet, chill or whatever. He said the only time, except for when he would go into the contemporaneous tirades about overpopulation. So he's mentioning this like he's taught. This is a book about esoteric psychology and psychedelics and stuff. It's not about overpopulation, right? And Aldous Huxley had plenty to say about the doors of perception aside from Malthusianism, but it suggests that he talked about it so much and so fervently that this guy thought it was pertinent to mention it as sort of a side note. Not just to mention that this was a concept that he constantly talked about, but that he would his emotion and his tenor would change. So I mean, it gives you a window into who was Aldous Huxley, or like what was he really all about?
Yeah, I have a bunch of Huxley's first edition writings in like the 1920s and stuff that he wrote before Brave New World. Like he wrote books like Time Must Have a Stop, and there's other ones that are kind of showing some sort of perennial. Well, he wrote Perennial Tradition book, or Perennial Philosophy. He's got a lot of esoteric. So he is at the penultimate of like knowledge in his English culture, which is dominating the world at the time. And he and his brother are the progenitors of T.H. Huxley and Leonard Huxley, and they have this huge family lineage. And really, they are setting the tone for like, UNESCO at the United Nations, and Julian also being in charge of world eugenics and a couple other. He did homosexual reform society back in the day and these sort of things in Britain. So they're at the avant-garde of their own culture, and I could see how it'd be easy for them to precipitate ideas without pushback, because of this is just coming from the Huxleys. So and they represent the interests of the empire, right? So they weren't going cross grain. They're going with the grain, saying, here's how we progress the empire and take over the whole world.
Yeah, I actually got a life. Oh no, that's my abacus. I have the Life and Letters of Thomas Henry Huxley here.
Yeah. All right, I have that set.
Okay, so you've seen, and it might not be. This was always interesting to me, but okay. So there's a few things to note about this. So one is, he was part of the X Club, which was sort of secret.
And you talk about that in your book.
Yeah, and also in there, I think I mentioned that, and this is sort of what I'm touching on in the book. And so I got these, and in here it mentions that he had gone on a tour across the United States. And he gave the inaugural speech at Johns Hopkins University. Okay, I've seen other scholarly papers where they say technically there was one present where they cut the ribbon, but it was just like the president and a few trustees. But the inaugural, like the public, sort of inauguration of Johns Hopkins, it was T.H. Huxley who was there. But it mentions that he comes when he's in town. It's either at Yale or it's in Connecticut, and he's basically brought in and carried around, I believe, by for all the precise citations are in the book. It's been a while since I thought about this chapter, but the Peabodys, and lo and behold, so the speech that he gives at Johns Hopkins largely emphasizes the issue of overpopulation, and then later. It would be one of his assistants, one of T.H. Huxley's assistants, I think the guy's name is Henry Newell Martin, who would become a professor of, I think, physiology at Johns Hopkins, and would have been hired by Daniel Quaid Gilman, who was a bonesman, who set up Johns Hopkins University. And I just think it was interesting, and who knows? He also said that when he was there in Connecticut, I can't remember if it was specifically at Yale, or I think it was at Yale. But he said that what they really liked about him was that they were all Germanophiles, basically. And Huxley had spent a lot of time translating a lot of the old German science books into English.
Yeah.
Right? Well, one of the pictures in here is him holding an upside down skull. I don't know. You know what I mean? But you look at that and you're like, okay, so he comes over here. He's either at Yale or in Connecticut. He's surrounded by a bunch of Germanophiles. Then he goes and speaks at Johns Hopkins, which is run by a bonesman, and then he just happens to have, and who knows? But
what's the symbology? The symbology of the upside down skull is that's how they drink out of it.
Yeah, that's what a friend of mine said. It's on his show. What's his name? Mark Palmer Steves had mentioned that, because I showed him the same thing, and then in the other, I had not known that, but he'd mentioned that, and he said something else about how the bottom jawbone is missing, has something to do with sight secrecy or silence, right? Like, there was another, and then there's this picture here. Now, people have speculated as far as what that whole thing means, when people put the hand in. I don't know how much of that mythos is, sort of, contemporary or, made up or whatever, but they're definitely interesting images, given the context of what's actually in the pages and the people that are around the guy at the time, So.
Yeah. And it's, so we're not taught about this in American schooling because it's not an education. Otherwise, we would be educated on Malthus and Darwin and Herbert Spencer and the whole coterie of people who brought these ideas of preservation of the favored races, which is a very un-American idea, right? America is a place you can come to get past those things you didn't choose for yourself, that God chose for you, and you're just here. Then let's celebrate our differences, and let's celebrate, myself without at the expense of you, and you can celebrate yourself without the expense of me, and we can all work together and have a free country without a king or queen. They still have a king or queen over in Britain. We never fought against that. We never helped them discover freedom. And now you got King Chucky III kicking off the Great Reset with Klaus, and they're still very much players in shaping the world in their image, just like the Fabian socialists had in their stained glass windows.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, the whole eugenics movement is it's just sort of a materialist empiricist. And there's a large set of the early bonesmen, or the early folks who set up the Order of Skull and Bones, so families like the Cabots and the Whitneys. A lot of them were strong Calvinists, right? And Calvinism is basically this idea of predestination. But for them, it was spiritual or theological predestination. And with eugenics, it's basically biological or physiological material predetermination. And what's interesting is in Brave New World, this is an example of one of those. They're almost ancillary details, but if you understand the history of the time, right, it's just a character's name, but it says so much by him naming the character that. And one of them is Calvin Stopes. All right, that's a cross between, right, John Calvin and Calvinism and Marie Stopes. Marie Stopes was basically the Margaret Sanger of Europe. Okay, she was basically set up the birth control and abortion clinics in Europe, in England. I think she was one of these people like Sanger that had expressed certain affinities for Hitler and some of his projects. But so what do you have in the name Calvin Stopes, right? Basically exactly what I just expressed, right? I mean, sort of the idea of predestination sort of evolving, for no pun intended, into this materialist version of eugenics.
Justified sinning. Now, you mentioned like the Cabot family. I'm one of the show players at home. The Cabot family is part of the Boston Brahmins, the first families of Boston. And under there, you have like Ben Bradley from the Washington Post. You got the Cabot family, the Choate family, the Crowninshield family. Ben Bradley is also related to them. The Delano family, the Dwight family. So Timothy Dwight from Skull and Bones, that had to do with Johns Hopkins. The Peabody family, Perkins family, the Whitney family, the Lowell family. And then the Forbes family. John Murray Forbes of John Kerry, Skull and Bones fame. So they're pirates.
Yeah.
They used to just do it on ships. Now they got piracy in the air. They had Air America, all these different Skull and Bones groups, just like they're pirates. They show you their logo and then they're like taking stuff over, but people don't see it like that. They don't see the Nazi connection with the Death's Head either. Right. So, and they don't see that the Windsors are the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. They're Germans that took over the British, right? So it's like you can't even. It's not even the people of Britain. Their country was taken over a couple hundred years ago too, by a faction that has control and has killed hundreds of millions of people over the past 100 years.
Oh, well, this you asked me earlier, like looking through the book, the address books. Was there anything that I don't know stood out to me? I guess in some ways, one of them was this, and that is like. There's a lot of last names in here, like, okay, like Gillette,
Yeah.
Okay. I think Gillette is King something?
Gillette.
Yes.
That was his name. Yeah, King.
But he doesn't appear. I can't trace the guy to the actual like the razor magnate, right? That like so there's stuff like that. You see a lot. Like, hey, is that the same family? And I have to wager that if I was good at genealogy, I bet you I could tie them together. But it's certainly not. It's not linear, right? It's not the son or the.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how it works. There's King Gillette and there's Gillette Castle here in Connecticut that I thought was King Gillette's place. But I don't remember if that's the best a man can get razor company that's now woke or not, or if that came from something else. But I'll ask around because I live here. That's local history.
Well, that would be that would actually. I mean, I forgot about the whole. You know, that's funny. I do a one of the units in my English 101 course is a rhetorical media analysis, right? So I have the students pick a commercial. It could be print. It could be video.
Yeah.
And analyze the use of ethos, logos, pathos. Actually, sometimes I teach it in 102 as well, and I pair it with Brave New World. So we go through the chapters, and I chat unit 2 when we go through chapter 2, which is basically the Neo-Pavlovian conditioning centers and the hypnopedia centers. Like, so we read that chapter and we look at how education in Brave New World is basically behavioral psychology and
programming,
subconscious manipulation, Freudian psychology, right?
Yeah.
To Wikipedia. And then, so we also sort of look at the idea of hypnopedia or the use of, because it's repeating slogans, and like we look at the use of, that method in, advertising, right? So just the use of jingles, any kind of repetition. And so I try to have them pick out an ad and think about that, right? Like, how is this ad manipulating ethos, logos, and pathos appeals in order to, get you to purchase something or do something else, right? And how does that also play on the whole concept of the stimulus response mechanism, right? And one of the popular topics, or one of the popular ads that the students pick is that Gillette ad, right? And a lot of times it's very much like it's a great ad, and it's really, that's sort of a lot of the papers that they get. I rarely get one that critiques it like it's, it's to them. And that's what's a funny thing. It's like, you can only bring them so far sometimes in a 16-week course, and that is so they're able to identify ethos, logos, and pathos usually pretty well, and point them out and like give me which detail is the ethos, okay, which mode of ethos is it, credibility, is it character, is it respect for the other side, okay, etc. But the level of critical analysis often isn't there. So it's like, oh, like in the Gillette ad, it'd be like the ethos is the guys, being good men, and that's great. And it's like, yeah, but this is an ad for a razor. It's not an ad for masculinity. So like what you're missing here is that one thing shouldn't make you purchase the other thing, right? Just because they promote, what you consider to be an appropriate masculine image does not mean the razor is worth shaving. But it's, that's anyways, that's a interesting little anecdote I thought you might get a kick out of.
This is all just juxtaposing and meshing well with the perfect the intersection of woke culture with conscious people and us saying what's going on here and how did we get here. Hey, I want people to get your book. What's the best place for them to get School World Order?
So there's a link on my website. So if you go to schoolworldorder.info, and the link will take you to Trying Day. So that's the best place to get it. Sometimes might be out of print there. So if you run into that, I think you can get it on Amazon. Those are the two main places that I would direct you to. Yeah.
All right. So we got schoolworldorder.info. And it's also, so Chris has a shop over at Trying Day where you'll get confused with how many good books he has. So schoolworldorder.info is the single landing page for the technocratic globalization of corporatized education. John, I want to thank you for taking so much of your valuable time and sharing these insights. First off, in the book, this is a lot of work, but also like more people need to read this book. So I want to get you on some other shows so other people discover you, just like I did with Michael Rectenwald's interview. It was seamless, like doing the research and working with him, and then him mentioning this was the great next thing to read. It was off my radar. I put it on my radar, and now it's on everyone else's radar. So
I usually have his book back here because I actually helped a little bit with some of the research on the round table chart that he talked about, and I'm letting a friend borrow it, so I usually have it standing back there. But yeah, get his book too. It's an excellent book.
his books should be in my mailbox today. I ordered, I got autographed copies from Michael directly because that's how I roll. I want those for my archive as well. John, thank you so much. I want to have you back on to talk more about this because this is an exhaustive treatise on what's going on, and we just hit skull and bones and technocracy today. There's a lot more in here. And do you have any last words for the audience for this week?
No, I mean, if you want to try to help support my research, I've got a brain database like Richard has, and it's a subscription thing. It's as an adjunct, my ability to keep up with producing and publishing as much as I'd like it's not quite where I'd like it to be. So the database is something that I can keep up with regularly. So it's an easy way for you to help support my research. You get something out of it, and it's something that I can keep up with. And it's got a lot of the rare stuff that Charlotte gave me. I'll just grab one here. Like here's something from OECD and the Regional Education Laboratory. I got Project Best. So a lot of rare stuff that Charlotte gave me, including facsimiles of some of these old books.
So a lot of the source material that you use to write your books, you're now making available for other people to peruse, and they can write their own books or make their own documentaries and get learnified on their own.
Yes, sir. And you can download those and do whatever you want with. Yeah.
Well, awesome. John, thank you so much for helping our audience get fact up on this. And we're going to have you back on soon.
Thanks for having me, man.
Peace. All right. So continuing with tonight's episode, I will get to a couple passages about School World Order, but the JFK Secret Society speech, we got to nail down. When did it happen? What did he say? Is it much ado about nothing? Or is there something to it? Maybe there's a secret society or two rolling around with deep state capabilities, and they're able to not only take out an executive officer of this country, but able to cover it up for my entire lifetime plus 10 years. I think it's something we're going to have to take a look at. What did you think, Tony, of School World Order author John Klizek?
John Klizek, fascinating man, awesome dude. Really appreciate his perspective. Like myself, he likes to get into a lot of, coming from not only a sort of liberal arts perspective, but also from teaching. It gets into a lot of philosophy, psychology, things that I am naturally very interested in. So there's a lot of sort of lines of thought that were expressed that I easily could have jumped in and went on whole diatribes with, talking about Kant and the noumenal phenomenal split. He talked about whole word education for reading, G. Stanley Hall, the implementation of that, which has been absolutely devastating. His understanding of coming into the knowledge of the trivium, how it helps instantiate the idea of autonomy and our exercising our own ability to learn and grow ourselves. These are all very well-hashed concepts, and something I can tell he's been for a long time either dabbling in our work or other work, that since we've, been doing this for over 10 years in regards to trivium, philosophy, the impact of postmodernism, the impact of Western philosophy, especially at the end of the Enlightenment, which set up the situation with Kant, Hegel, and then the destruction of metaphysics, which gives the perfect justification for this scientism, this emerging scientism, this deterministic scientism of global elites prescriptively determining what should be based on some sort of genetic determinism. And it's fascinating historically and philosophically to look at, unfortunately, how it got here. There is where the errors were made. It's also tragic, but there presents hope in that we can reverse those errors, and if we can understand them and present them in some way that people can take action and understand that for centuries, much of what we've been taught in school, both about philosophy, history, psychology, theology, has been very much inverted from the original intentions and meanings, going the whole way back to Plato. I even had a whole thing about the tripartite man in Plato, because he referenced this idea that he's talking about pathos, logos, and ethos. Yeah, and so when you look at it from the rhetorical triangle, and the appeals, these are appeals we make. One is appealing to logos, one's appealing to emotion, one's appealing essentially to one's position or authority. And looking at it from that standpoint, you can make an analogy to the tripartite man that Plato draws up. Plato believed there is the man of appetites, the spirited man, and the rational man. And the idea is not that one should take precedence over the other. That would be a soul that's greatly imbalanced. There needs to be a harmony between your mind, your soul, and your body, essentially. And I think that's a key consideration that oftentimes goes unrecognized in our culture. We're completely our mind is completely separated in our body, and our philosophy completely reinforces that, unfortunately, with solipsism, nihilism, existentialism, postmodernism, positivism, all these isms that essentially just keep us trapped inside our own sort of atomized perceptual pathways that we can never match up with other people. It's just harrowing, this decisive, not true, anti-reality, full of contradictions. But this is also the point why the postmodernists, and he made this point, it's not about arguing the truth. This is the postmodernists know that they can't argue about truth. This is why the whole doctrine is about shouting down. You don't argue with the person, because to them, you're lowering your person to that level. It's more about making sure that you tear down the roots of power itself, inherent in the argument that has some sort of like sexist or biased or whatever the implication that they try to castigate it with. It's obnoxious, absurd. It's so much wordplay and gobbledygook. It gets people not wanting to participate in the first place. But when words break down and people start believing unrealities, the only thing left is violence. And that's the last thing anybody wants. You know, if we stop believing that reality exists and we start interjecting that there's some other reality, and people start acting that way in mass, which has already been happening, you can see the sort of deleterious effects it has on society. Too many contradictions emerge between cause and effect, and then people's imagination of what they want that cause and effect to be.
Indeed. Let's break open the book and look at a couple passages, because there was one thing he tried to recall I wanted to put detail to. Let's see. That's not the page. Let's see. It's this page right here. Everybody get riled up. Let's get fact up right here. Page 135. Let's go to the last sentence in this paragraph. In addition, Fichtean Hegelianism was at the core of educational philosophies of Johann Friedrich Herbert, who studied at the University of Jena in Germany, where his collectivist pedagogies were influenced by the scholarship of several key Illuminists. These are members of the Bavarian Illuminati. Johann Herder, who was Damascus Pontifex in the Illuminatus. So they all had Greek names from back in the day. They took on these names, right? Johann Fichte, who was close to the Illuminati and pushed by Goethe, Aberris, for the post at the University of Jena. Johann Wolfgang Goethe, who was Aberris in the Illuminati. The Illuminatist associate Herbert would go on to study at Interlaken. Didn't Jeffrey Epstein teach at the Interlaken school?
Mm-hmm. He has a connection to Interlaken, yeah.
I'm sure it's not the same one. Under the tutelage of Johann Heinrich Pestalozzi, who was known as Alfred in the Order of the Illuminati. After mentoring under Illuminatus Alfred Pestalozzi, Herbert wrote a textbook on teaching methodology which combined the Fichtean Hegelian collectivism with Pestalozzi's Illuminist idea of an ABC sense impression. And that goes on. Pestalozzi's sense impression science was pivotal in shaping the stimulus response method of psychological conditioning, coined by the founding father of the psychological sciences, Wilhelm Maximilian Wundt. And this is where all the PhDs come from. So if you have a PhD, it traces back to Wundt and these people who created this system. But I will read further. He was an adept in the Illuminati, recorded under the alias Raphael. Yeah, there we go. In the Illuminati Provincial Report from Utica, i.e. Heidelberg, dated September 1782. Over time, Wundtian Herbertian stimulus response psychology evolved into B.F. Skinner's operant condition psychology with the help of funding from the Rockefeller's General Education Board.
Yeah, and that was exposed with the Reese Committee.
Financed by George McBundy, Skull and Bones, working with JFK, working at the Ford Foundation, working for globalism.
Systematizing.
He's Renfield. In some, Illuminists, Johann Herder, Johann Fichte, Johann Goethe, Johann Pestalozzi. A lot of Johanns back then.
Goethe had a massive influence on Hegel.
Everybody get a Johann.
On Hegel.
Johann for you.
Oh, and Fichte as well. I mean, Fichte is one who termed the thesis antithesis synthesis.
All right, so I got that. Look, watch this. Boom. So I have a reminder to talk about Hegel and Klaus. All right, so I got to pause this book reading now because Tony said Hegelian dialectic. We got to talk about like this.
Well, I'm just saying it's connected to the Illuminati.
No,
like
no, no. I just want to make an example for the people.
Oh yeah.
On one hand, over here we have cake. On one hand, over here we have bugs, right? So I don't know if we're supposed to eat the cake or the bugs, but Klaus says he wants us to eat the bugs. I think eating, stuff that eats bugs is pretty cool. Chickens, I'll eat a chicken. It eats bugs. That's my proxy, right? So thesis, antithesis, they want a synthesis, right? So if the truth is food for humans that we want and we want to eat, right? As opposed to the bugs, which is stuff we don't want to eat, they say, let's meet in the middle. How about we put bugs in your food, which is what they sell now in the stores. So there's the truth, there's not the truth, and they want you to take a little bit of not the truth and put it in with your truth, which leaves you with a shitty mess, basically, is the lesson. Stuff you don't want to eat. Let's take gold and a little bit of not gold and let's put them together. Now you have counterfeit ornaments.
Yeah, right.
And jewelry.
Right. Yeah.
I don't get that if there's like the true thing and the not true thing, how we're benefiting as humanity by putting them together and like taking a step back all the time. It's like two steps
Yeah,
forward,
the
one
law of
step back.
non-contradiction or the law of identity, the law of excluded middle world, just restatements and the law of identity, which is the foundation of Aristotelian thought, even to some degree Platonic thought in a metaphysical sense, if you're willing.
What would happen if they could undermine the law of identity, Tony? Could they just take over the world with that type of philosophy?
When you get people so confused as to when you gaslight them to the point where, because the one thing you mentioned it earlier. I should make mention about this, about postmodernism, critical theory, what's happening in the world today with this woke culture. One thing, like, it's impossible, like for us, we analyze this, and when you get to someone who is essentially caught in like a 5-year-old's mentality where they're believing that their imagination is reality and they haven't had that sort of talk that the parent has with them at some point that says like, hey, you can have fun imagining that you're something else, but then there's also the real world. Like, at what point do you understand there's a difference between the two?
Sure.
But
there's also like, if you had beer and not beer and you put them together, you get like Bud Light. So there's another Hegelian dialectic example for the marketplace out there that might be like relatable these days. I have one more part to show you out of this book real quick because it's the Huxleys, the Eugenic Order of Death, and the X Club. These people have something to do with our kids' education system.
all
You're
the
crazy,
time,
right? Julian Huxley, Skull and Bones people, eugenicists, people who funded Hitler. Is anything good coming out of these working groups that they got going on? No, not really. All right, so that's just like a brief sample.
Let me real quick,
yeah,
just to finish my thought. But the logic of it. So there's no logic to the philosophy of it. It's completely contradictory. It can't refer to anything. That actually goes back to Hume. He was the ultimate skeptic. But one thing we can analyze logically about it is sort of like, what would be the conditions? What are the psychological conditions? The economic conditions, the societal conditions that would create the sort of temperament, disposition that can be manipulated to believe in such absurdity, such blatant absurdity. When we have documentaries asking a question, what is a woman? And they go on to, universities and go on to doctors, and they're all
that's
like,
just another Hegelian dialectic. They have, here's free market capitalism versus communism, and you mix them two together, you got wokeism.
And what did Hegel do? Hegel was the first to instantiate a philosophy purely based on contradictions, where the highest metaphysical ideal is in contradiction with itself, and give a formulation of how it rectifies supposedly itself. There have been dualisms in history, but this one is a whole different monster, if you will. And this leads to communism, it leads to critical theory, it leads to postmodernism, it leads to positivism, it leads to pragmatism, it leads to Jeremy Bentham, it leads to all these Hegel came afterwards, but these are like the progenitors for these sorts of ideas.
Here's a mention of C.S. Lewis in the Trivium chapter of this book. And then there's lots of good Trivium information. If you like the Trivium, you might want to read this book. Although, I'll say Tony and I are references in this Trivium section, which I found to be interesting, insightful, inspiring. So he's got several different areas here talking about the history of it, and Aristotle, and he's got a good working knowledge of these things. Why is my camera so crooked? The lost tools of learning are covered in here. Great chain of being, Sister Miriam Joseph, Tony.
Yeah.
right? Like all this good stuff's in here. Special grammar.
And people are
let's see.
interested in, and I might as well do this. So if people are interested in getting a deep dive into what is the trivium method and the subjects that make it up, I did a whole course on this. You can find it on the Autonomy Agora Marketplace. And yeah, I have a trivium course. I believe it went on for 5 weeks, something like that, 4 or 5 weeks. And my logic course that went for 7 weeks. I think each lecture went for about anywhere from 3 to 5 hours. So a voluminous amount of material. And certainly if people are interested, you can check it out on the Autonomy Agora Marketplace. And if there's any substantial interest, I'd be willing to rehost it again in the future down the road. But I'm more focused right now on trying to get a quadrivium course in place, which is
all right. So there's a couple pieces out of this trivium section I should read for the record. He's down at the bottom at 338. Woo! Gotta read far in this book. The Prole is in Orwell's famous dystopia 1984. He fictionally portrayed this real life psychological warfare on the Tao or reason of thought by means of politically corrupting the special and general grammars of the English language. The proles or proletariat and the party of Orwell's fictitious Ingsoc, English socialism, Fabian socialism, right, are politically indoctrinated to speak a broken English called Newspeak, which is devoid of any words that could express thoughts of dissent against the doublespeak. Dictums of the propagandized by Big Brother, who decrees that war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength, right? These sort of ideas.
Exactly.
The purpose of Newspeak was not only to provide a medium of expression for the worldview and mental habits, proper to develop devotees of Ingsoc, but to make all the other modes of thought impossible. It was intended that when Newspeak had been adopted once and for all, and Old Speak forgotten, that's what we're doing right now, Tony. We're doing Old Speak, a heretical thought, that is, a thought diverging from the principles of Ingsoc, right? For which right now in our society, you just get canceled, right? Should be literally unthinkable, at least so far as thought is dependent on words, right? Destroy the ability to think in dissent, then you destroy dissent. This was done partly by the invention of new words, wokeism, but chiefly by eliminating undesirable words, truth and freedom, and by stripping such words as remained of unorthodox meanings and, so far as possible, all secondary meanings whatever. Yep. How many of our words have multiple meanings, Tony?
Yeah, the equivocation.
One thing, quite apart from the suppression of definitely heretical words, reduction of vocabulary was regarded as an end in itself, Twitter, and no word that could ever be dispensed with was allowed to survive. Censorship. Newspeak was designed not to extend, but to diminish the range of thought, and this purpose was indirectly assisted by cutting the choice of words down to a minimum. Astute observations.
Yeah, it's interesting. They removed the meaning. Postmodernism removed the meaning from words and replaced it with power, and it's created a false equivalency between the two.
Are they anti-Semitic by doing that, Tony?
It is a sort of anti-semanticism.
That's what I'm saying. That pun fits. Okay.
Because the point is control of language. Like if you control language, you literally control people's minds because they are allowed to only conceive of an idea that is allowed to be spoken of, or if they're conceiving of the idea, they're not allowed to speak it. So they're not to express it in a way that can be communicated and taken action upon with other people.
So the Bones brought in the look-say method. That is back here. Right. So they bring in the look-say method, and then built on that is this idea right here. Carnegie Corporation, 1934. This is the Investigations of the Social Studies in the Schools. That's I think that's the blue book that John showed us. Here's a quote. Organized public education in the United States, much more than ever before, is now compelled, if it is to fulfill its social obligations, to adjust its objectives, its curriculum, its methods of instruction, and its administrative procedures to the requirements of the emerging integrated world order.
So
If the school is to justify its maintenance and assume its responsibilities, it must recognize the new order and proceed to equip the rising generation to cooperate effectively in the increasingly interdependent society. And then it brought about like the social studies curriculum, and it really depleted our sense of civics in this country and one's responsibility to government and these sort of things. Oh, look at that. I got my name in the book. Look at that. Anyway, that's a good read. I highly recommend it. There's 200 pages of references at the back of this book, man. So John did a really bang up job on this. It's very educational and it's very affordable. So start your education right by learning about the school world order. And that's all I have to say about that. Now let's clear up this piece of the JFK Secret Society speech, because for a long time, I've been fascinated and aware of that. And there's a lot of people who want to say there's nothing to see there. And I'm like, yeah, it's because they shot the dude and they covered it up. They literally won't let you see what was there. They edited it and there's a Zapruder film. So
bought by C.D. Jackson.
The Nazis, the people who helped the Nazis were all up in the Zapruder film somehow, some way. I don't know how it works, but it has 3 letters starting with C, ending in A with an I in the middle. Okay, so CIA also employed a lot of the people that JFK is talking about in this secret society that wasn't so well known back then. Nobody had really written books about it or exposed the facts. So if he's going to be like, hey, there's a secret society, yeah, like he's talking to the newspaper people, he's trying to take it easy. He's very descriptive. Let's see if we pick up on things that would either confirm or deny the hypothesis of which secret society it was, right? So this is from the JFK Library official YouTubeage page, and this is unedited, and we will play it at regular speed because it's history.
From Washington, D.C., CBS News presents
Pause
an
it for a
address
second,
by
please.
John F. Kennedy.
I just saw who brings us this footage. It's Columbia Broadcast System, CBS. There was somebody who was on the board of directors for CBS, Tony. Do you remember his name? It was a Skull and Bones guy named Prescott.
Yeah, Prescott.
Oh, Bush. Prescott Bush.
Yeah.
Senator from Connecticut, was also on the board of directors. So the guy who funds the Nazis, one of them, he's on the board of directors of the place that's going to tell you about JFK talking about the secret society that he's in. That's just fascinating.
You can see this from here. Yeah. So for people who aren't aware of it, business career, it says here from 1944 to 1956, Prescott Bush was a member of the Yale Corporation, the principal governing body of Yale University. He was on the board of directors of CBS, having been introduced to Chairman William S. Paley around 1932 by his close friend and colleague Will Averill Harriman, who became a major Democratic Party
whose family helped to create communism in Soviet Russia and communist China.
Exactly. Yes. They set up the rail system.
Yes.
In Soviet Russia. And
American International Corporation was the title
AIC
of their
was
working group. Yeah, the AIC. Also brought to us by Anthony Sutton.
Yeah.
So learn about more AIC, read Anthony Sutton. All right, now with that context, Columbia Broadcast System brings you, thanks to Prescott Bush, a few years later, he's off the board by this point, has no influence whatsoever. We're going to bring you JFK's address to the American Society of Newspaper Editors from 4/20/61. You know what that is, Tony? Hold on. This is interesting. You know what this is? This date that this speech is given on? I know you're going to break copyright showing that stuff. I just realized, because I never knew the date like consciously. I just saw it. It says 4/20/61. 4/20/61. He gives this speech that you're about to hear. Do you know what date 4/20 is? It's not just for the pot smokers, and it's not when Albert Hoffman took the bike ride. I'm pretty sure if you look it up, I'm not going to because I don't need it in my trail on the internet. I'm pretty sure that's Hitler's birthday.
Oh yeah.
So the people who funded Hitler, Prescott Bush,
it was definitely
sets up this. Hey, can we get him to do the secret society speech in front of us on the right day? That's fascinating.
April 20th,
Or
April
maybe
20th.
he's saying, maybe the date of this could have been selected by JFK to say, I'm going to do it on the birthday of the people who were in the secret society that I'm accusing. And maybe those people killed him 2 years later.
Let's see here.
What do you think, Jack? He's on the wall over here. He stares at me just like Nelly Rock stares at me from here. They keep me in check.
April 20th is Hitler's birthday, but this is simply coincidental. Oh, there's no source that legitimizes the connection between 420. Oh, it's a weed culture.
But it is
magazine.
Hitler's
So
birthday,
it is Hitler's birthday. Yes.
All right.
Got it.
So JFK gave
here,
this
sorry, let's put this on
speech.
screen.
He wasn't talking 420. He wasn't cannabis friendly in this sense. He's saying in this speech, he's talking about a secret society that has taken over America and can cover up, like when it makes mistakes, it's able to cover it up. Who had power? The CIA. And how does the CIA have power? Because they're with the Skull and Bones East India Company syndicate, British Empire,
right?
Which isn't the British Empire. It's the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha German Empire.
It's a Saxe-Coburg-Gotha German Empire that was able to steal most of its wealth from other nations through a chartered corporation called the British East India Company. And yes, there were the Levant Company through the Ottoman Empire and other companies, but it doesn't seem like none of these other ones were able to compete to the same degree as the British East India Company, largely because of the British military, particularly the Navy. And it's still the same adage: he who controls the seas controls the world, because of trade and shipment. As the sea is still the best way to, even compared to air today, it's still the
Maritime Admiralty law aside.
That's what.
So let's think if we can solve this riddle. I mean, not too many presidents ever said, "Hey, there's a secret society and they're coming after me," basically. Let's see what we can learn from this, because it could be Rhodes Scholars, it could be Freemasons, it could be Skull and Bones, it could be Illuminati, it could be people have said on any number of things. I think the least believable is he's talking about communists, right?
Well, okay, so I was gonna wait until after we played it, but I'll just provide. Yeah, so we're gonna do some theory crafting. Obviously, there's a brilliant production by James Corbett. This came out like back in 2012, 13, 14, somewhere in there, where he goes over this specific speech. He presents his theory. He excoriates JFK. He does not think he doesn't think it's Skull and Bones or communism. What he thinks is actually it's JFK's tacit support for the need for an organization like the CIA or other clandestine organizations like the CIA. So Corbett goes so far as to say he thinks it's actually literally him giving support for these organizations. Because what he says in the beginning is basically, we're opposed against secret society, secret oaths, but we need them. It is a necessity now because communism exists that we have to have secret organizations. So, and when you go on, it gets bad. Like it is a really bad speech when you listen to the whole thing.
Okay.
It makes an argument that we need the deep
All right,
state.
now thank you for jogging my memory. What is the speech that he gives at Columbia University? Because I think this one's at the Waldorf Astoria, right?
Mm-hmm.
He gives one right before he dies at the end of October 1963, and I forget what group it was.
Yeah.
So there's also conflation of the two things that he said at two different times. I need to find that speech.
Yeah, because it was a major. I remember Corbett did a really, really big deep dive into that, and it was pretty damning at the time because he just let it kept playing. But I'm not sure if it was a conflation of two or if it's a confusion or it would seem like he was continuing. It was within the same context of the speech. The one saying we're opposed to secret oaths, secret rituals, secret societies, that sort of thing. So I gave me no reason to believe it was the conjunction of two, especially with Corbett's pedanticism in regards to research. So
yeah, I would trust the 2012 Corbett better than my memory on these things and which one was which. But I want to find the other speech now that we're doing that. So do we need to take in this whole piece of source material, or should we move toward intermission? Now that I have to do
I'd
more
say
research.
move towards intermission, and we'll save it. We might want to do more research and just present it. I would say maybe next week we should go back and do a blast.
You think it'll still be a
past.
big deal next week? We could take a couple days and figure this out. All right, good. All right, I'd rather do that.
RFK's around, so we're the Kennedy family's going to be in the news, so it'll give us a segue into, exploring this deeper.
They're going to be in the news one way or the other.
That's right.
Whether it's the Operation Mockingbird people or it's RFK Jr. running for president. All right. I thought I was taken aback. I saw Timcast the other night. They were talking about maybe it was Clint Russell was on there. And they were talking about RFK Jr. and he said something. And they're like, no, you mean his uncle. And Clint's like, no, dude, they killed his dad too. And they're like, word? And then somebody's like, yeah, they killed his dad too. So like that whole room, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just old, but JFK, RFK, MLK, Malcolm X, all those assassinations were like, I don't know, pretty well known.
Mm-hmm.
And for them not to know that this guy is the kid whose uncle was JFK and his dad was RFK, I just thought was slipped by him. They got a lot going on over there. They got Chicken City. You don't need to know all these details.
Well,
about.
he has music videos and stuff going on.
Yes, that's true. That's true. It's actually Chicken City's next hit is called Eats a Bugs, and they're gonna have one of the chickens dressed up like Klaus. It's like a bald chicken, and it's like eats a bugs, and then the other bugs, the other chickens do what he says, and they just eat bugs all day. And I think it's going to go to the top of iTunes probably, knowing how the algorithms work.
iTunes, Spotify, be Spotify top 10. Get the
Well,
same
you know,
fourth
Tim had
quarter
he had the music business. He's got those #1 hits and stuff, but they also had Chicken City. And then they just thought, let's thesis, antithesis, put together, and now you have Eats a Bugs. For real.
And that's why everything just is so absurd, because you just keep trying to piece together contradictions when something is and something is not. They cannot exist at the same time in the same respect.
When in doubt, Hegel, use his method. Right?
What if I'm an electrician? You can see the world we've got. Like, based
what if I'm an electrician? Here's how to wire it properly. Here's how not to wire it. Let's meet halfway.
Let's meet halfway.
Just synthesize those two, so you only get shocked.
That's a perfect example of Hegelian philosophy right there. Yeah, let's take the.
You only get shocked once, Tony. Get it?
Yeah, I just set up our electric fence.
You.
I just set up the electric fence for the chickens, so I'm enough. I've been shocked more than enough times. So
yeah, what if it's like, you know, they got some breakfast food here, and they're like, how about just a little mercury in it? Right? You know, Hegel. It's a Hegel breakfast.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Right? Or
maybe it'll lead to a new synthesis of a new human being with a new brain, you know, that will be a different type of brain.
Maybe that's
that doesn't operate as well before, but hey, it's a no higher evolved order of completeness based on his own theory. But that new order of completeness is now the cultivation for new contradictions to emerge that has to work itself out again endlessly. So it's always just going to be through a process of its own self-destruction.
Maybe they got Alan Turing to be a Hegel fan. They're like, take this apple, put this poison in it, now eat it. Maybe, man. Maybe not.
Yeah, yeah.
His punishment. Look, you know, you could say Alan Turing was punished and he had to go through chemical castration, or you could just say the British was early in adopting gender affirming care for him.
Gender affirming.
Which is it? Are both true?
Lupins, one of them. Loop something. It's one of those drugs, chemical it's given to pedophiles for chemical castration. Oh, you mean I don't like the word.
Or if you're Albert Bourla, you can give it to boars as Improvac and chemically castrate them for better bacon, and then become the world leader of health and authority at Pfizer. Brought to you by the gangsters who have enough money to buy everyone off.
You know, be the president of a marketing corporation that has a branch called BioNTech that they bought up that produces a technology that is not well tested. And
blame it on the Germans. The Germans have the BioNTech.
Think about it. They got to do the biggest experiment in human history. And it was really fast. That's like the fastest and biggest experiment in human history.
Do you think they used their time travel phone and called Mengele and teased them?
Like, dude, you think
they're like, bro, you were so amateur.
Right.
Your boys from Brazil experiments down there.
Yeah, your Nazi rat lines, not just the Vatican, but also in Argentina, throughout South America. It's like, yeah, you guys thought you were very clever. Mm-hmm.
They're like, we need to tell a story about a Nazi doctor who escapes to South America and does experiments on young boys. Can we get Gregory Peck in it? Yeah, get him. Get it. Like, Hollywood's hilarious, dude.
Dude.
Hilarious. You ever notice how the Nazis straight up always have British accents?
Yeah.
Yeah, watch all the old movies.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's between Hollywood and Pinewood Studios over there in Britain. Like they have better Nazi uniforms than the Nazis had. They got it all. They got the gray ones, they got the green ones, they got the epaulets, they got all the Nazi stuff, right? Like there is a huge.
It's not, dude. It's either Germans or Russians. It's Nazi, or rather, Nazis or Russians. Nazis or Russians. Nazis or Russians. That's been like the past 70 years of like Hollywood, and then some Chinese. They have lately. They branching out to some other potential build up.
If I had ChatGPT anywhere near me, I might ask it for shits and giggles. Hey, ChatGPT, can you calculate the budget that Hollywood has spent on Nazi uniforms and paraphernalia over the past 70 years?
Set designs, like
set design, bro.
Holy shit.
Look at any of those movies. They got the
Mm-hmm.
Nazis all suited up. Americans are wearing like some raggedy shit. They got Hugo Boss designing all the Nazi stuff, and
they have Hugo
it's all
Boss,
fine.
and they got the Herman Miller chairs at their corporations where they sit, and devise the way they're going to do their massive eugenics plans.
Yeah. Never mind the Adi Dassel and his brother, who were both Nazis, and Adidas and Puma are both Nazi companies.
Adidas, yeah. Right. Mercedes, yeah.
All right, I'll stop because Mont Blanc is a German company that survived the war too. So maybe I should change my pen selections. All right, so we're gonna prepare for intermission.
Hey, they make some good shit.
They do make some good shit. Yeah.
Kudos to you Germans out there.
It's the best a man can get, I heard. No, wait, that was Gillette. Gotta disambiguate these globalist companies. We're gonna set ourselves up for a very nice intermission tonight. So where we're gonna start is kind of how I came into it. Last night, Austin, Texas, 2,500 people got together for the premiere of Plandemic 3. And Plandemic 3, it's not so scary. I thought maybe like, oh, what are they going to try to do to up the game here? It's not about fear. It's about love. It's about peace. It's about understanding. And for that reason, I think that we should all vibe with it. We should check it out. We should share it. We should get people's input, these sort of things on it. One of the parts, I thought it was masterfully done from a number of angles. And I'm a critical filmmaker type dude. Like, I want to see what's he using for B-roll. How are they doing the graphics? What's the sound design? From beginning to end, he had, there's a ton of people that worked on this film. So you have someone that starts the job, but everyone else has to come together and they orchestrate. So what you're about to see is not like a solo player on stage. You're going to hear a symphony of talent come through just this sample of video. And I'd like to go to the part, LD, where it might be like 10 minutes into the film that they bring on Ed Griffin and they colorize him. And then Mickey tells his Bernie Bros story and his wake up. I thought that was really powerful. And then the history of the red flag communism stuff that has infected this country will be a good setup. It leaves plenty to the imagination. People can still see the beginning, the fortified rest of what's not in this clip. So it is worth watching. This can't give you the summary. And he has good pacing. Like he hits all these things that he needs to hit and he interweaves them. But it only you were able to get a lot done in the running time for the movie, which I didn't see how long it was, maybe an hour and a half.
It's an hour and 45 minutes, I believe.
Hour and 45 minutes. Yeah. And Stephanie was telling me it's an hour and a half into the stream, but we're not using the stream. We actually have the movie. So now I got to adjust my mental time codes. So we'll just look on screen for when he colorizes Ed. And that way it doesn't take away from anything else later in the movie, but it really it whets your appetite and lets you see like why you might want to understand what he's saying. And then also why you might want to share the movie and do that before we don't have the rights to do things like share movies on the internet anymore, because it'll ding our social credit score. Oh, I'd love to share that, but I got to eat food this week. See, I don't want to be making that choice. Let's share it now. And then they'll just ding us retroactively for these things. Ex post facto, as they say in the legal world. So we're going to go to The Great Awakening. It's a new film by Mickey Willis and friends and colleagues and a whole bunch of other great people to help to bring this movie to the world. And we're going to take in probably about 20 minutes of it, specifically on communism, specifically in the theme of what we've covered on this show for the past couple of years. And then for the second part, I'd like to get a sample of the planned obsolescence truth stream media YouTube issuance from last week while we were doing the show. I got done with the show. I checked, what's going on in the world. And then I find I got to start watching Truth Stream at 4 a.m. or whatever. So like, I got to catch up with this. I can't believe it's been out for 6 hours and I haven't consumed it. I'm I'm an appreciative fan. Let's say it that way. All right. So
Yeah,
those are
greatly
the two
appreciate
things.
Truth
Yeah.
Stream. They're
I mean, yeah.
fantastic. Their productions lately have just been
Inspirational is what they do.
very good.
They keep cranking it out. All right. So we're going to go to the sample from Plandemic 3, The Great Awakening. And then we're going to roll into Planned Obsolescence. And I'll be darned if these two things probably don't go together really well.
Do you want to
Yeah.
start the Planned Obsolescence from the beginning right after the clip we played from The Great Awakening, or did you have a timestamp?
No, let's just, we'll take a sample out of the middle to give
Okay.
people the gist, but that way it's not spoiled for them. They get
Perfect.
a little taste, but not the whole thing. They know where to get it. Truth Stream YouTube. Millions of people on there.
Truth Stream Media.
I'd like to see more.
it out.
Now they probably only have 500,000, but they deserve 5 million. So let's
Oh, yeah.
10x them by sharing it with everybody. All right. Thank you for tuning in. Let's go to the intermission and we'll be right back.
Oh, it feels so good. I know.
Obsessed with finding the answer, I began studying every moment in recorded history where masses of people devolved into a state of self-destruction. Down that rabbit hole was where I discovered the work of G. Edward Griffin.
Gentlemen, again let me say welcome to our home.
Since the 1960s, Mr. Griffin has been warning the world of the communist plot to overtake America. Yes, I know, communism.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
That thing we've all been told fell with the Berlin Wall.
How do you measure such an astonishing moment in history?
It was Napoleon who said, "History is a lie agreed upon." Ironically, there's no evidence that Napoleon ever said that. As we're about to discover together, much of our history has been rewritten to serve an agenda that up until recently was invisible to the average person. Average, like this guy. Everyone's talking about the necessity for change right now, particularly here in the US. Over the past few months, as a filmmaker, I've had the honor of documenting the political revolution. That was me in 2016, the year of my political awakening.
Come on board the political revolution.
I was touring with the Bernie Sanders campaign, creating media to help his grassroots movement grow. At that time, I knew very little about socialism and even less about democratic socialism. As it turned out, I wasn't the only one.
So my Bernie bros, how do we redistribute wealth through taxation without expanding the powers of the federal government?
Bernie Sanders!
As confusion set in, I began turning my questions inward. Are they hypnotized? Am I hypnotized? That question, that one simple question, activated some strange sort of faith healing. Suddenly, I could see. How did I not see this before? There were so many red flags.
The only solution is communist revolution. The only solution is communist revolution. The only solution is communist revolution. That's right, we need communism. That's what we need.
I'm well aware that whether you're here in person or through the medium of motion picture, that for most of you, it's not easy to fit meetings of this kind into your schedules. But the fact that you are here indicates that you do have an interest in the subject. So in order not to waste any of your time, let's dispense with the usual preliminaries and get right down to the business at hand. We're going to examine in quite a bit of detail the communist theory and practice of revolution, particularly as applied to the United States. Now, this will not be something dreamed up out of thin air. This will be the strategy as taught by them and advocated by them in their own manuals, in their textbooks, and in their schools. The new program of the Communist Party on this subject has this to say. The term socialism describes but the first stage of a new society that in its full development is called communism. Socialism is a transitional stage.
Jim Carrey, everybody. I went out today and bought me some freedom-friendly Nikes.
Yeah, that's right.
As a salute to Colin Kaepernick, to Nike, congratulations on your
Right.
fantastic choice. Thank you so much.
Well,
It's good to be back
it's
in
great to
dystopian America.
The Republicans are running with the word socialism. They're trying to say...
They're trying to scare people.
Scare people.
It's communism. It's
Venezuela, Trump says. We're going to be living in Venezuela.
I grew up in Canada. I'm here to tell you that this bullshit line that you get on all of the political shows from people is that it's a failure. The system is a failure in Canada. It is not a failure in Canada. I never waited for anything in my life. I chose my own doctors. My mother never paid for a prescription. It was fantastic. And I just got back from Vancouver, and I keep hearing this, like, Canadians are so nice. Canadians are so nice. They can be nice because they have health care. Because they have a government that cares about them.
In Canada, authorities say it's a state of emergency.
Riot gear swept through Canada's capital.
Police in Ottawa used batons and pepper spray.
They just trampled on ladies. Look what you did to her!
Medical wait times in this country are longer than ever.
The cost of living just keeps climbing. There's a socialist coup unfolding in Canada, and we taxpayers are funding it.
In the recent years, a lot of Canadians have been watching their once well-regarded country become what some are even calling tyrannical.
A country previously hailed as the most free and democratic in the world.
Now, the People's World, the official West Coast newspaper of the Communist Party, ran this rather interesting editorial. What is needed now is an effort that begins to approximate the magnitude of the problem. As a minimum, such a program should demand massive emergency action by the federal government.
The federal government has invoked the Emergencies Act.
As of today, a bank or other financial service provider will be able to immediately freeze or suspend an account without a court order.
If you are involved in this protest, we will actively look to identify you and follow up with financial sanctions and criminal charges.
Banks have already started to freeze the accounts of people involved in the protests.
Please get out. Immediately get out. Intimidating people in a church during the Passover. Unbelievable.
Growing up under communist dictatorship, I have been warning Canadians that that's what's coming. I could smell it. I could see it at every corner. We will not put up with this anymore. We are fighting back.
Protests, public protests are an important part of making sure we're getting messages out there, but using protests to demand changes to public policy is something that I think is worrisome.
Okay.
So here we have the Prime Minister of Canada saying that, yes, we have a highly functioning democracy and they have the right and freedom to protest. However, if those protests are used to demand change in government policy, then no.
The small fringe minority who are holding unacceptable views that they're expressing. Do not represent the views of Canadians who know that following the science and stepping up to protect each other is the best way to continue to ensure our freedoms, our rights, our values as a country.
Liberal Prime Minister Justin Trudeau claims to be following the science, but Trudeau's science often comes in the form of this bizarre authoritarian technocracy.
I think that Justin Trudeau stepped on the landmine when he weaponized the banking system in Canada against the truckers. Those peaceful trucker protests, their most violent act was honking their horns. And in retaliation, they had their access to their bank accounts, and anybody that supported them in any way had their access to bank accounts eliminated. And at that moment in time, we all came to realize what was really going down.
Even with Sun TV watching for any slip, he was asked which country he most admired and referred to China.
The level of admiration I actually have for China, because their basic dictatorship is allowing them
I applaud China for stepping up. Excuse me, I applaud Canada. You can tell what I'm thinking.
A prime minister who openly admires the Chinese basic dictatorship, who tramples on fundamental rights by persecuting and criminalizing his own citizens as terrorists just because they dared to stand up to his perverted concept of democracy, should not be allowed to speak in this house at all. Mr. Trudeau, please spare us your presence. Thank you.
Canadians know where I stand. This is a moment for responsible leaders to think carefully about where they stand and who they stand with.
While Justin Trudeau makes a compelling case study, he is not the only dictator on the rise. Under the new rules provided by the COVID-19 emergency, many other elected leaders were empowered to show their true colors. Interesting how they all marched in perfect lockstep while chanting the same slogans.
This pandemic has provided an opportunity.
Here we are now with an economy in crisis, but with an incredible opportunity.
It's certainly a major crisis, but it also offers us a unique opportunity.
Unprecedented opportunity to rethink and reset.
The great opportunity for reset.
Opportunity for us to reset.
For a reset.
It's almost as if they all attended the same school of thought and studied under the same professor.
Some people would say this revolution is characterized by the fight of robots against human beings. And we will win this fight.
Professor Klaus Schwab was born in 1938 in Ravensburg, Germany, where Nazi crimes against humanity were committed. His father, Eugene Wilhelm Schwab, was the managing director of Escher Weiss Ravensburg, a company that used slave labor to manufacture weapons of war for the Third Reich. While Klaus, his father, was at the helm, the Nazi Party awarded Escher Weiss Ravensburg the title of National Socialist Model Company. Years later, Klaus Schwab joined the board of directors at Escher Weiss Ravensburg, where he played a key role in the development of South Africa's nuclear weapons program during the darkest years of the racist apartheid regime. Today, Klaus Schwab is the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum.
If you'd like to meet the people who are supposed to repair the state of the world, or give a piece of your mind to the bankers who helped get us into this mess, we can tell you where to find a lot of them. The World Economic Forum.
Founded in 1971, the World Economic Forum is an international private organization which receives billions of tax-free dollars from its members and their global enterprises. Every year, the WEF brings together its members with world leaders, big pharma executives, tech titans, Hollywood celebrities, media personalities, and internet influencers to meet in the secluded mountains of Davos, Switzerland.
It is a tiny town folded into the Swiss Alps, a village where you could bump into Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, the head of Google, and the Queen of Jordan, all in one place. A lot of reporters cover the forum, but few get inside. It turns out there are two Davoses, one you see and one you don't. After hours, there are hundreds of private parties where deals are done. People who can't be seen together in public can meet here.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and government, the future is built by us, by a powerful community as you here in this room.
Klaus Schwab, the founder of the WEF, is particularly upfront and even proud of his ability to shape and influence world politics.
I created the community of global shapers as a means, as a force to shape our common future.
And of course, their Global Young Leaders program is a grooming ground so that when they ultimately infiltrate cabinets,
we penetrate the cabinets.
They will likely tend to govern a certain way.
Nobody will be safe if not everybody is vaccinated.
The names and the countries he mentioned ended up being some of the most dystopian and authoritative during this pandemic.
Names like Ms. Merkel, Vladimir Putin and so on.
Other names? Jacinda Ardern, Sebastian Kurz, Mauricio Macri, Mark Zuckerberg, Jack Ma, Gavin Newsom, Stéphane Bancel, Chelsea Clinton, Leonardo DiCaprio, Sanjay Gupta, Dr. Leana Wen, Alexander and Jonathan Soros, George Soros' sons, and several of the Rothschilds. And of course,
Now who could represent such a world better than you, Prime Minister?
In 2014, Klaus Schwab called for the Great Reset,
We need a great reset.
which he positioned as the solution to the world's most urgent issues. The dark reality of Schwab's agenda is detailed in his best-selling book, COVID-19, The Great Reset. His endgame mission is to replace independent governance with a top-down controlled, one world government and a central bank-controlled digital currency.
When they say, you'll be happy, what they mean is, you'll be enslaved. That's why they're talking about a great reset. That's why they're talking about introducing this quasi-communist, quasi-socialist agenda. They know we've run the course where we cannot continue down the path of the ever-increasing indebtedness because we have a generation that quite literally cannot afford to buy a house.
Millions of Americans are priced out of buying a home.
And so it's easy to tell that generation, we're going to forgive your college debt.
Student debt relief.
And set your expectations lower. You're going to rent forever. We're going to celebrate the tiny house movement. We're going to do all of these things which sound cool because they're shaping our narrative so that we become capable of expecting less. What we need to do is not expect less. We need to remove inefficiencies so we can experience more. And that's the subtle distinction that the Great Reset is missing.
Like most globalists, Schwab regards communist China as a shining model of how he intends to transform the world.
We now welcome His Excellency Xi Jinping. China has made significant economic and social achievements under your leadership.
Chinese influence on global affairs is growing. The founder of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, says that this is what motivated the group this year to invite President Xi Jinping to deliver the keynote address in Davos.
Schwab said Xi's presence was a sign of the shift from a unipolar world dominated by the United States to a more multipolar system in which rising powers like China will have a step up and play a bigger role.
I think it's a role model for many countries. But we have to go one step further. It's a systemic transformation of the world. Artificial intelligence, the metaverse, synthetic biology. Our life in 10 years from now will be completely different, and who masters those technologies will be the master of the world.
Similar to his protege, Justin Trudeau, Klaus Schwab makes a fascinating case study. Yet he too is merely the master of his own world. Economic Forum.
Science is replacing evolution by natural selection with evolution by intelligent design. Not the intelligent design of some god above the clouds, but our intelligent design and the intelligent design of our clouds. The IBM cloud, the Microsoft cloud, these are the new driving forces of evolution. Today, we have the technology to hack human beings on a massive scale. And by this I mean that if you have enough data and you have enough computing power, you can understand people better than they understand themselves. And then you can manipulate them in ways which were previously impossible. You know, the whole idea that humans have this soul or spirit and they have free will, that's over. Now, how exactly will the future masters of the planet look like? This will be decided by the people who own the data.
Foreign powers can collect, store, and exploit biometric information from COVID tests.
U.S. intelligence officials tell CBS News that China is trying to collect Americans' DNA in hopes of controlling the future of healthcare.
China's test kits are a tool to help China compile genetic data.
The Chinese aren't the only ones exploring this technology. The U.S. is working on it as well.
The White House is ramping up its COVID response, announcing Americans can once again get free COVID test kits as concerns are growing over a rare...
Data is the most important asset in the world. Those who control the data control the future, not just of humanity, but the future of life itself.
Everywhere she goes, Ouyang Haoyu is followed. What she buys, how she behaves, is tracked and scored to show how responsible and trustworthy she is. It's called the social credit system. A person's reputation is scored on a scale of 350 to 950. It's big data meets Big Brother, expanding how the government monitors, understands, and ultimately controls its 1.4 billion citizens.
A good score brings benefits, but people with low scores lose rights. The cinema names and shames people considered untrustworthy, plastering their details, even their addresses, across big screens.
And information collectors are paid to report on their neighbors.
The Supreme Court has created a blacklist for so-called bad citizens. Among them is this journalist who got a little too close to uncovering corruption among high-profile party members. He was blacklisted. He only realized when he tried to buy a train ticket.
Once you're blacklisted, you can no longer get a bank loan, start a business, buy an apartment, or even send your children to a private school.
By using the mechanism of social credit, we'll be able to establish a blacklist of people. These punishments will serve as a whip to rebuild moral values.
And few here are willing to criticize it, something that may pose a risk itself for a bad score and the life that comes with it.
It may seem scary, but it's just like that here. We're used to it, and anyway, we don't have a choice.
China wants obedient citizens. Criticism or resistance among the population is virtually non-existent.
This woman's door was kicked in by police when she refused to go to quarantine.
Now these videos show rows of metal containers which are being used to house COVID-19 patients. Some of them have complained that very little food is left for them in the freezing metal boxes.
Chinese government officials now installing fences in Shanghai, blocking people from leaving their homes.
For some, Shanghai feels like the world's largest prison.
How does a handful of autocrats gain total control over a population of 1.4 billion?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another exciting episode. A product until it broke or whatever. Companies would basically engineer consumers, in layman's terms, manipulate people that they actually didn't need. And two of Calkin's employees wrote a book on this, and they called it Consumer Engineering, a New Technique for Prosperity. And here's a quote from that. Goods fall into two classes, those that we use, such as motor cars and safety razors, and those that we use up, such as toothpaste or soda biscuits. Consumer engineering must see to it that we use up the kind of goods we now merely use. And I just want to remind everyone that this is the same lovely time period that Edward Bernay's 1928 book Propaganda was published, wherein he essentially touted the belief that it was the social responsibility of a behind-the-scenes set of controllers running things to devise clever public relations campaigns to direct human herds into their appropriate corrals. Because, you know, the masses are basically just, I guess, dumb cattle to be manipulated to the whims of whoever's running things, right? As Vance Packard notes in his book, The Waste Makers, by the 1950s, Americans were living under Eisenhower's idea of buying your way to prosperity. This is the idea. And planned obsolescence was just the engine that was running that post-war economy at the time. And if you wanted to sum that up with a quote or two, I think these would be it. So these are from Packard's book. In 1950, the chairman of Allied Stores Corporation, B. Earl Puckett, said that basic utility cannot be the foundation of a prosperous apparel industry, We must accelerate obsolescence. It is our job to make women unhappy with what they have. This manipulation of people includes the manipulation of time. People have to be made unhappy more quickly. So there's that. That's an F of a quote, ain't it? In 1955, marketing consultant Victor Lebeau said, quote, "Our enormously productive economy demands that we make consumption our way of life, that we convert the buying and use of goods into rituals, that we seek our spiritual satisfactions, our ego satisfactions in consumption. We need things consumed, burned up, worn out, replaced, and discarded at an ever-increasing rate." So this plan sounds really good, right? I mean, as you can imagine, all of this so-called prosperity-inducing consumerism just did wonders for the world's landfills. I mean, anyone else think it's kind of funny how the system literally spent decades psychologically manipulating millions of people into being unhappy, rabid, wanton consumers, into buying way more crap than they ever needed, and into discarding things well before they stopped being useful, only to at some point in the 1970s completely flip that script a la the Club of Rome to mankind being the enemy, and now it's everybody's fault that the environment sucks, and look at how much humans are just hurting the planet with their horrible, horrible consumerism. You terrible, terrible humans. It's not corporations manipulating people through planned obsolescence. No. It's the fact that you're buying anything. That's whose fault it is. I mean, it's really just conscience laundering, is what it is. But while that green guilt-washed propaganda message was busy making the rounds, this type of planned obsolescence only got more baked in with the rise of big tech companies whose entire business model appears to be built on it. I mean, how many of you out there right now listening remember buying a PC and getting it home only for it to go obsolete before you even get it out of the box and plug it into the wall? Right? Or people who need the latest phone, even though the version they have already works just fine, and the new one, which costs hundreds of dollars more, only has like a few new features on it, right?
On September 7th, 2022, Apple announced its latest product releases during its Far Out event. As expected, the iPhone 14 was headlining the new generation of products, spotting a fairly similar look and slightly upgraded specs to its iPhone 13 predecessor. Despite not offering much of an upgrade, people still queued and camped outside Apple stores all over the world, eager to spend a small fortune to get their hands on a product very similar to what they already own, only to watch it become dated same time next year. And this isn't unique to Apple. In fact, it's the reigning economic model used by most successful companies.
These aren't being made to be repaired, just replaced. We have landfills now that are just full of electronics. It's so bad, one can't help but wonder if the term upgrade is really just a Scooby-Doo villain mask that planned obsolescence likes to hide behind.
As soon as we clean him up, I'm sure you'll recognize him. There, look familiar?
Planned obsolescence.
Well, they sure had everything figured out.
Not to pick on Apple here, because you could do this with a lot of companies, but I'm going to use it as an example right now. The iPhone, that's just one example here, okay? Apple's been doing something with its phones now that's called serialization, or parts pairing. And what this means is, if you were to personally try to swap out a broken screen for your phone with another screen from a different phone just to fix it, the phone still won't actually work though. Not because of any technical reason, but simply because the serial numbers don't match. See what they did there? The only way to get the phone's new screen to actually work is to take the iPhone to a special Apple authorized technician who can reassign the serial numbers that makes the repair work. So the phone itself has been made unable to recognize the new screen's serial number. So at this point, we're living in a world where just owning the right parts and putting them in the thing the right way doesn't allow the thing to actually work, because it has quite literally been artificially stopped from working. And a lot of times having one of these specially accredited technicians fix the thing can sometimes cost more than just buying a new thing, depending on what it is. Which is why Apple has been accused of purposefully incentivizing people to throw their phones away and just buy new ones rather than fix them. And the way that these things are being built, and it's not just iPhones or smartphones, it's lots of products these days. The way some of these things are being built, they're not being built to facilitate repair. They're actually being built to wind up in a freaking landfill somewhere and just buy a new one. And it's so bad, in fact, that it was just announced that a French prosecutor is investigating Apple officially to see if the company is breaking France's new 2021 anti-waste law, which officially made serialization illegal in the country. And Apple, mind you, not admitting any guilt in any of these cases, so I just want to state that for the record. Apple has been ordered to pay hundreds of millions of dollars in fines at this point in recent years after lawsuits in multiple countries have been settled regarding the company's use of software updates to throttle the batteries in its older phones. So, I mean, this kind of thing has gotten so bad that there's a rising movement now called the right to repair. People are having to fight. They're actually having to fight for their right to be able to repair the things they buy. That's how stupid and utterly devoid of all common sense, whatever, everything has gotten in the 21st century in this regard. I mean, if you look up the right to repair movement, and there are lots of organizations that are having to fight for this right now, the right to repair movement includes such mind-blowing concepts as devices should be designed and manufactured in a way that actually allows people to repair them. I mean, amazing. What genius came up with that idea? Wow, why didn't we ever think of that in the entirety of modern human history? Another concept, that companies should not be allowed to use software specifically to hinder repairs of its products. That's a thing. That is a thing that they're fighting to stop. And these days, the cost of replacing a battery sometimes makes it cheaper to just buy a whole new thing with a new battery in it. It's incentivizing people to throw more crap away and buy more stuff. And of course, companies are making more money by this, but it's just filling up our landfills with more trash. It's just making the problems of the environment worse. The very problems that supposedly are all your fault for existing and totally not corporations' faults for the way that they're doing business, right? I mean, the same thing happens with things like prescription glasses and lenses. I wear glasses, and to put new updated lenses into a pair of frames I like costs way more than just buying a whole new pair of glasses. So why would people who are already getting crushed by inflation do that? Gee, it's kind of like the whole system is set up to make corporations more money by creating more pointless garbage than ever before, all while those same corporations lecture us all out their butts on how much they care about going green and sustainable development.
Well, I can tell by this tiny old-fashioned freezer that this refrigerator is probably about 10 years old.
So, throughout the 20th century, people en masse didn't just get manipulated into owning more things than they needed, but they didn't like it, because as soon as they owned something, corporations would make people think that whatever they had sucked, so they would buy the next new thing instead. In other words, the 20th century can be characterized by people owning everything and hating it. Today, however, as many of you know, that has flipped. We're being told now we're going to own nothing and we're going to like it. I mean, just on its face, owning nothing doesn't really seem to put us in a very good position in society, especially not with the way things are being run, and the power dynamic and the wealth inequality. So the permanent renter liking it part is extremely dubious, I think, questionable. You know, shortages, inflation, and institutional investors like private equity firms investing billions of dollars in real estate market hasn't really helped matters much. They've already declared that the future of America is to be a nation of renters. So far, people are owning a lot more nothing here, and they're not liking it. And I keep hearing people ask, like, how is that going to be possible? How will it be possible that we'll shift to a society where people will own nothing, but they will actually like it? And my answer is, enter the subscription economy. What is meant by subscription economy is there's a trend that's happening, and it's been happening quietly in the background for some time now, that is basically a trend towards accessing an asset and away from the actual ownership of that asset. And for some things, it makes sense, like Netflix. You can't own Netflix, right? It makes sense that it's a subscription-based model, but the point that I'm making is this isn't even going to remotely stop with digital platforms where it actually does make sense. Take cars these days, for example, which are now being referred to as computers on wheels, the modern car. We've already seen things like Mercedes-Benz selling cars that can do all kinds of stuff. Like the car can physically do the things, but you can't get the car to do the things unless you pay them an extra monthly fee on top of the purchase price of the car. Like the car can warm your butt, for example, but only if you're willing to pay a monthly fee that unlocks the butt warmer ability. So in other words, the company is offering a subscription service for features the vehicle is built with and already capable of. They're just locking those features behind yet another paywall in addition to what's already been paid for the car. And it's not just butt warmers either. So like this article from The Verge is talking about how they have a $1,200 annual subscription that improves performance by boosting output from the motors by 20 to 24%. Increasing torque and shaving 0.8 to 0.9 seconds off of a 0 to 60 mile per hour acceleration. So you can pay extra for your car to go a little faster, which it can already do, but if you don't pay extra, it won't. This is not physical hardware upgrades. It simply is unlocking the capabilities, the full capabilities of the vehicle, which is openly indicating that Mercedes is intentionally limiting the performance of their cars so they can sell that extra performance later as an optional extra. And it's not just Mercedes, it's a lot of car companies that are doing this. Toyota has a thing now where people who have remote start, where they use their key fob to start their car remotely, like cool it off in the summer and stuff like that, or warm it up in winter, it runs through a phone app. And so now they're going to start charging $8 a month or $80 a year for people who have been doing that already to be able to use their key fob to start their car remotely. Stuff like that. That's what's going on, okay? And they're calling it, quote, activating in-car features or something, which you can imagine the buzz phrase infested meeting with the ad execs who came up with this nonsense and how fun that was.
Now let's see who's really behind these bandages.
Charging money now for pre-existing features.
Well, they sure had everything figured out.
Let's just cut the euphemistic bullshit for a second and be George Carlin levels of clear here, all right? Car manufacturers are hurting because people have been buying less cars for a while now, okay? So they're coming up with new ways to generate revenue from a car sale after the car's already been purchased, leeching off their customers by restricting already built-in vehicle features so they can sell them later as an ongoing subscription, which is not about the customer at all in any way whatsoever, and is strictly about figuring out ways to generate more revenue and suck more money out of people, period. There's no other way to put that. I'm sorry. That's such a crap thing to do. And it's crappy every time they do it, okay? It's not just cars. This is happening all over the place. There's a little digital middleman, little digital control mechanism that's been placed in between the hardware doing the thing it's supposed to do, just to eke out a few more dollars from people like the greedy little gremlin creatures that they are. This kind of subscription situation is where the whole economy is eventually headed. And surprise, surprise, the pandemic accelerated this trend handily, immensely, to the tune of an additional $100 billion, okay? And here's WEF talking about the digital transformation of business and how they believe the crisis of 2020 and subsequent economic downturn will, quote, accelerate the global shift to subscription business models beyond the technology industry, end quote. And I guess they would know, wouldn't they? So I started looking into this a little further, and I came across this article off of the Stanford Graduate School of Business, centered around one of its graduates who has actually built a software company to aid companies in shifting to this model of business. And he's saying this is the whole future of how they're going to start doing everything, and if they don't start shifting, their businesses to these kinds of models, they won't have business left, because this is the whole future is going to be this model of subscription. And I just want to read this part of this to you. He says, once you get into the habit of thinking this way, it becomes easier. My colleagues and I, often over dinner and wine, would challenge each other to come up with businesses that couldn't be turned into a subscription model, and we tossed out ideas like guitars and cement. We realized it's not about the physical product, it's about what the customer is trying to do, and that inversion of thinking is at the root of everything. Using cement as an example, you realize that flooring is the actual need. There's a whole revolution of industrial carpets now. There's a service contract. You simply pay a monthly fee plus overages, usage, etc. You can actually subscribe to a floor. I mean, first of all, doesn't that sound like a fun dinner? Am I right? Just a bunch of Stanford MBA grads sitting around the table, having a little wine, figuring out ways that corporations can create endless revenue-generating streams out of what used to just be the products we buy. That's just so much fun, right? To figure out ways to just make even more money off the same stuff, just over time, forever. I mean, why stop there, right? Why would you even stop there? Don't stop at floors. How about you bought a fridge, and now if you actually want to keep your food cold, it's going to be a monthly fee. And I guess if you don't pay, you don't eat. How about that? How about we have kitchen cabinets? Well, what if they're computer controlled? And if you don't want your cabinet door to not open, you have to pay another fee. How about your smart toilet won't flush unless you pay every time?
Dave.
You know, it's like every corporation that's doing this has become the modern tech-driven mafia, and we're all gonna have to start paying protection money for the products we buy to actually do the things those products are supposedly manufactured to do. And if you look at the figures in terms of profit, you will quickly see a shift has been taking place while we've all been distracted, with, the pandemic and everything. It's all moving towards usership and away from ownership. And the claim is that this is being driven by younger generations, like millennials and younger, who actually prefer to not own anything. But I don't see anyone admitting that this isn't really about what people can afford, not actually what they prefer. If everything gets made more expensive and you can rent something because that's more affordable, that's what you're going to do because you can't afford to buy the thing. So if they shift everything to this model, that's what people are going to do because that's going to be the only way they can afford the things. It's not really what they prefer, it's just what they can afford. And we just keep getting told how convenient this is all going to be. But the elephant in the room is the potential weaponization of that convenience, which has already happened with a lot of this technology and its convenience over time. The erosion of our privacy, stuff like that. For anyone who follows this channel, I shouldn't even have to connect the obvious dots to explain to you all at this point how easily this kind of economy can be integrated with a CBDC and the social credit system.
The international operability of CBDCs is a huge task. The new dimension, I think, is huge, and it requires to bring all the forces together. Yeah, there are many dimensions, and a special partnership with the Federal Reserve System, special partnership. The challenge is huge, and therefore the effort behind being successful will be huge to add forces, all the forces, in particular the concentration of central banks forces, many dimensions. Yeah, there are many dimensions.
But the potential there is like if George Orwell's 1984 and Aldous Huxley's Brave New World had a mutant chimera baby with every Black Mirror episode thrown in the mix for good measure. I mean, come on, all right? At the same time, though, there is a benefit to this because stuff is getting more expensive. It's made with crappier materials. So why would people want to own it if it's just an expensive piece of junk that's going to have to be replaced a lot sooner, right? I mean, you see how this all works. It all loops back around to the beginning of this video. I even took it to Twitter and I asked people if they noticed that things are getting crappier. And there were over 100 responses right away, which is pretty good for an account that Someone on that platform writes me daily to tell me is shadow banned within an inch of its life. So real quick, let's just look at a few of these. A lot of people called out planned obsolescence. Danny says people have appliances from the 70s that still work, but the last new refrigerator I bought lasted only 3 years. They're talking about how the batteries and wireless tech in the headphones they buy are still fine, but the plastic is garbage. It only lasts 9 months at most. Don't get me started on shoes. Oh yeah, the shoes. I think a lot of people have noticed that shoes used to last a really long time, and now they're just falling apart in a very short amount of time. This person says, I just replaced a ceiling fan. The old one lasted 50 years. It was mind-boggling to feel the difference in the craftsmanship between the new and the old one. I don't expect the new one to last more than 10 years. They're talking about engineered lifespan, entire brands disappearing off shelves, things are designed to be obsolete. I can't find a humidifier that will last longer than 18 months for real. Barry Quint says, yes, I was weeding my yard and my battery is shot. To replace my battery costs as much as a new weed eater with a new battery. She says, wasteful, designed by corrupt companies. This person says, I was just thinking about this earlier today. It's actually worse than that. 20 years ago, things were made cheap and didn't last. Now things literally don't even do the thing they're advertised as. It's like they functionally don't even do the one thing they were designed to do. This person says, a switch-on kettle I purchased a while back had a purposefully thinned linkage that was clearly designed to fail after a certain number of actuations. They had to epoxy it to get another couple years of use out of it. But yeah, it's just, stuff is just falling apart. And a lot of people have forgotten how to repair things because we've moved so forward in society into this model of not repairing things that people are losing the skills and abilities to even do so. Steady decline since 1950. I miss having things I didn't need to replace. Shrinkflation, but with quality. Walking down the toy aisle now, it's like, wow, everything is so flimsy. Circular economy. We used to have appliances that last a lifetime and then some. I mean, I have a heating pad my mom gave me that's probably from the late 70s, and it still works. It's awesome. And I will keep using it until it physically refuses to work anymore. I mean, at this point, thing's probably 50 years old. Works really well, though. Anyways. So, yes, in short, lots of people are noticing this. Over and over and over. I have lots and lots of comments. This could go on all day. And by the way, holding back products on purpose is not just a modern day problem. Okay, this has been going on for, like I said, at least a century now on record. And just like you have a group of leading international business people meeting today and discussing the purposeful shifting of the economy to this extremely pro-corporate profit model of business, back in 1924, you had a group of leading international businessmen who gathered in Geneva right before Christmas to found what came to be known as the Phoebus Cartel, the supposedly first truly global cartel that carved up the world's incandescent bulb market and purposefully engineered a shorter lifespan for light bulbs by half. Okay, so they went from 2,000 hours to 1,000 hours on some of these light bulbs. And there's a whole breakdown about this on the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers website that says, indeed, all evidence points to the cartels being motivated by profits and increased sales, not by what was best for the consumer.
Go ahead and pull
The
it.
Phoebus Cartel was established.
All right, you got to know about the Phoebus Cartel, so go ahead and, schedule some time this week to catch the beginning and end of that video. But I think you guys got the gist, and you got the tie-in with the pandemic clip of the World Economic Forum and the creation of artificial scarcity, planned obsolescence, premature obsolescence, these sort of ideas. And the other part is, with that serial number locking, that just makes a lot of extra garbage, right? Like that right to repair movement, there's something to that, because otherwise it's proprietary. And if you don't go and fix it and they don't want to fix it, it just becomes garbage.
Yep.
And I think that's on purpose. It's like the same people that tell us we pollute too much make a whole bunch of stuff we don't need to make it pollute too much.
And then blame us as though we're the problem.
So there's a number of documentaries about this. Okay, so let's provide some important context for the audience because there's an irony here. So we just got done with The Great Awakening, I believe, is Plandemic 3. And I think that's the name of it, The Great Awakening. I forget the subtitle associated with that. But in there, he's critiquing communism and how conspicuous it is to him, how obvious it is to him now that all these various movements he seemingly was a part of, he was sort of hypnotized into this subtle socialist movement that leads itself, as G. Edward Griffin noted, as a vehicle towards communism, but not communism itself. It's one of the pathways by which you arrive at communism. The problem is when you get into the Phoebus cartel, this is not any sort of critique of Melissa or Aaron's work because I haven't watched beyond that point. What I would just say is the light bulb conspiracy. I remember that coming out back in 2011 or 2012.
That was a good movie.
It's an interesting film because it's true. All of what's true about the Phoebus cartel, all of that happened. And it does, portend then what happened in the 20th century as regards to manufacturing. But the movie then introduces a solution. And the solution happens to be communist Russia. Because in communist Russia, they manufactured goods that lasted for so long because very few would ever get them. And so they failed to acknowledge that very few, because of the pricing mechanism and other factors of the market that they are not allowed to be accounted for because it's prescriptive. They're trying to take in those market forces, calculate what the demand will be, which is literally impossible. Humans would have to be purely deterministic and not have free will and not have free agency in order to be able to calculate something that complex. It's absurd. And they honestly did a hell of a job even attempting. And even then they had shortages of millions and millions of goods. Basic goods. And then what does the communists do? Well, they convince you that, well, if you don't have shoes, you don't need shoes. Just like they're convincing people you don't need a big house. You don't need you don't need to own all these things. And that's the new generation is being brought up in this mentality like, yeah, you're right. Like we don't, we're the problem. We should innovate our way to somehow having less and not experiencing wealth and surplus and all these sorts of goods. So like the light bulb conspiracy is on one level, a great documentary. It does expose a true historical artifact, but then its solution is very problematic, filled with neglected aspects and very specialist arguments. And so
there's a light bulb in a San Francisco fire station that's been on since like 1902.
100 years. Now the problem is there's no real.
You can watch it on TV. There's
no real solution for planned obsolescence because even with market forces, there would still be a very strong argument that people who want to spend less on a good have the right to, and people who want to spend more money on a good that's supposed to last longer have the right to. But I think what's going on is much more pernicious. It transcends capitalism or communism or these pseudo social economic movements. It has to do with engineering consumer behavior, engineering consumer behavior to the point that it doesn't necessarily have to do with our own choices, but associating our own subconscious. This is the Freudian model that then was adopted by Edward Bernays, associating those subconscious desires, fears, whatever, with the thing to be consumed. And marketing, my foreign level marketing course at Penn State, they called this consumer behavior. And they would detail different ways in which you actually associate emotion with consumption. And there's basically I called it is applied behaviorism. That's what it is. It's third wave applied behaviorism. And they market it and they teach young marketing business graduates like essentially how to do subtle psychological manipulation and get into the mind state of how would you view someone and get them to buy something based on irrational desire, not on form and function and integrity, because that's the game that's being played.
Well said. Other clips.
There's one more. One more. Where am I here? So this is also Jake Tran. We've shown a number of documentaries from him. It's a good follow-up documentary, How Big Plastic Fooled You. They invent plastics. We start using it. You combine it with planned obsolescence, and all of a sudden we're the problem. You get the club of, so you can kind of see where they set us up to be the problem and then
big
blame
plastic
us.
could have been big hemp.
Oh yeah.
Had the monopolists not had their way.
Right. Instead of using petrochemicals, we could have used, biological material, obviously like hemp and other types of material.
And if they really didn't want to use hemp back in the day, they would have said something like, one of its biggest progenitors, Henry Ford, was a Hitler supporting Nazi. And I'd say that might have been true. But the people that were actually funding the Nazis are the ones who suppressed the Henry Ford plastic car and those sort of things that he was making back in the day. So it's like they probably didn't want to use that because it was a little too close to the Nazi truth about the people actually doing it. There's like 1 degree of separation away, you know? So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where the planned
I mean, Ford was helping
obsolescence.
the Russians. Ford was helping the Germans. Ford was helping the North Vietnamese. Ford was all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Robert McNamara, before he was Gulf of Tonkin Secretary of Defense, he was the CEO of Ford.
Oh, was he?
That's what qualifies you to be Secretary
Gulf
of
of
Defense.
Tonkin, yeah. Wow. Hilarious. And then he admits later on, oh yeah, that was all fake.
Right. Like people are like, well, he's the Secretary of Defense. He must know. He's the CEO of Ford. Like that's his qualification for SecDef.
And that's appeal to that would be
what about Rumsfeld? Like he's the aspartame salesman for GD Searle. That's what qualified him for SecDef. So just like what makes you qualified to be Pope? Let's go back 5 hours.
Or what qualifies Hillary Clinton?
Oh, you help to cover something up, you could be Pope.
Or Hillary Clinton,
That's
and you
just
help to
Ratzinger.
defend a pedophile,
Don't
you get
pause.
promoted to become potentially president, even if she didn't get that far. But
Are
she
you
gets
talking
to
about H.W. Bush or W. Bush?
No,
It's
Hillary
confusing.
Clinton.
Oh, Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. Same thing. She gets her, you know how she got her start. So same, you know, they find them within. It's like, she's a good psychopath. Not being a little facetious, but
Prime case out there to be studied. Be on one of those A&E channels. Next on the Clinton body
so
count.
in modern business, they call it the product life cycle. That's the euphemism for a planned obsolescence. Product life cycle. So it's a weird look. It transcends capitalism and communism because there's arguments with market forces that why can't goods be produced cheaply and utilized by people. Now the problem though is what Melissa's reading. This is the thing. It's a psychological manipulation. She's pointing out that they're inculcating a consumer behavior within you that didn't exist before and not based on your own experiences. They're programming it in you to identify consumption with either pleasure or novelty or transcendence or something that you want and have to have over and over and over again. So in that capacity, it goes well beyond just theories of pre-market capitalism or theories of socialism, theories of economic movements. It goes into the psychology of how we associate with the things we need in reality at all. So
Dopamine.
It's a big question. Dopamine. It's a big question because if you ask a free market capitalist, they'd say there's no problem to that. Corporations have the right to do it. What are you going to stop someone from doing it? And I was like, why can't a business come in and try to offer a better product? And you'd be like, the problem is the business that does at the same price point is never going to make the same type of margins. They're going to lose. So is that mean free market capitalism is incentivizing plan? It gets into very heady philosophic arguments that would take a lot of. There's not an easy solution to it. And I'm the biggest free market capitalist out there, but we have to be honest about the inherent paradoxes that exist in all these.
What about free market capitalism within the bounds of ethics? Then is it not so contradictory?
What's unethical about if you were to communicate this is a product that's going to break consistently to the consumer, and you say, but you get it at a lower price point? What's unethical?
It's called disposable. They already have that stuff, but they don't call it disposable refrigerator.
They don't market. They
don't
market
call it
ethically.
disposable dishwasher. They don't call it disposable car. You know what I'm saying? It's good for 72 uses, and that's it. It's good till the warranty 1 year from now, and then one day after, there's a computer chip that turns it off.
Right.
I remember one of the first movies. I forget what it was called, but it was about like these dudes in Scandinavia started digging in the landfills and like messing with the printers, and then they figured out that they were planned to turn themselves off, and then you can go in and code them. And this is where the right to repair movement kind of takes its head of steam back in the day. And then they're finding all this stuff that they think is like, people think it's broken, but if you just put this chip on it or you do this, all of a sudden that thing works. And then there's a whole arbitrage there because most people think it's junk and it has to be thrown away, but this other person says for 30 cents I can make it back into a product, and that keeps it from going to the landfill. But they don't really want to encourage any of that right to repair type stuff because they're trying to make the landfills overfilled so they can tell you you're the problem and you can't travel and you can't carbon this and you can't have meat.
Exactly. 100%.
These people are boring.
Yeah.
I mean, did no one play with them when they were kids? Like, what the fuck? Really? We all got one life to live, and you guys just want to fuck with the rest of us?
Some people exist just to dominate others. It's an expression of the imbalance of their own soul. And that has been going on since the history of civilization. Oftentimes those people has been noted by so many great authors and scholars. And even a new study came out of Denmark, I think, or out of somewhere in Europe. Denmark, ironically, I think is where it came out, that progressive leftism is more associated with higher incidences of psychopathy and extreme narcissism. I think it was the Paul Joseph Watson clip this week. So you can sort of see like that's the end stage is sort of creating what Mark Passio stated, golems, representations of the people want to create them society in their image. And that image is a sort of inherently self-destructive, self-consuming, contradictory state of being that can't persist.
Is that Trump derangement syndrome or mass formation psychosis?
Kind of all of it mixed up together in one Hegelian mess.
Funny thing about mass formation psychosis, it attacks people in the middle of the bell curve. Seriously.
That's true.
You're on the lower end of the bell curve, you don't really get it. You're on the higher end of the bell curve, you can't make why the people in the middle of the bell curve making a big deal about it, but they certainly are.
Exactly.
Because they don't know how to tell up from down or fact from fiction or Murray Gell-Mann from Michael Crichton.
Right, exactly. And
if you laughed at that joke, you must have been hanging out for the past 14 hours because that was a noontime joke earlier today.
That's a good one though. I do like that.
I saved the best.
That's a smart joke.
See, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Big brain power, 14-hour memory span. That's an attention longer than hopefully the opponent that we're playing against.
So we're at the end, towards the
this is the end.
The denouement of the show, but there's a couple.
Oh, denouement. We are at the penultimate clip of this show, next to the last. I don't know what the last is, but I don't know what the next is either. So we make it up as we go on this show. This is not highly scripted. This is not Crowder. There's no read through. There's no script. There's no like rehearsal. Oh. Remember how we were talking last week about last intermission last week, E. Howard Hunt, William F. Buckley Jr., knowing Hunt for 23 years, all that sort of stuff. All right. So after last week's show, I went and caught episode 5 of the Watergate Plumbers. And you know what happens in that episode? I don't want to spoil it for people. It's right after Howard Hunt's wife is killed. She's in the CIA, by the way. Right. And there's a whole bunch of other people on that plane they might have wanted to get rid of. And it was an interesting circumstance because they might have been bringing evidence to like do some stuff and they Paul Wellstoned her. So anyway,
plane crash.
Yeah. So that was in there, but they show the part. Remember how I made a big deal about William F. Buckley being not only the executor of his wife's will, but like the godfather for 3 of the kids. They show in the series, Buckley. They have a guy playing Buckley. It's hilarious. He shows up at the house and he's basically trying to steal the youngest kid and give him to this Cuban doctor that worked with them in Operation 40, and he's going to be taken to Florida. Right. And his siblings are like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, oh, it's all right. I'm here. We're taking David. And, you guys are with me now and you're going to come, and the way they portray it is almost as if Howard was in with some people who could control his family and make sure that he doesn't let the cat out of the bag, as it were. Right. About Kennedy and their involvement because they hadn't been pardoned by Ford yet.
That makes a lot. That's fascinating,
right?
That is absolutely fucking fascinating. I have to go and watch that now. I mean, that's interesting. They'd show that angle.
It's probably Woody Harrelson's best role.
Yeah, Woody's had a lot of good. He's had a lot of interesting. It probably is his best role, but True Detective season 1. That was.
I didn't see that though.
Oh, that's beyond phenomenal. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's heady though. That you'll want to watch.
On weed, that's another callback. There you go.
Yeah.
Drink if you remember that.
No kids around because it's very intense.
Very intense.
Ritual satanic pedophilia abuse and like the state actors and connected to organizations that are connected to the senators and.
Ironically, that's not the copywriting they used for it, as opposed to Sean Stone did use that copywriting in the best kept secret.
Yeah. Sean Stone covers the reality of what is portrayed as a fictional, but obviously semi-historically accurate portrayal of what goes on in the real world, which is called True Detective. Sean Stone is showing the our artifacts of what is just a fictional portrayal in a way. So.
For the purposes of letting you figure out how reality works.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's what all good art is aiming to do.
So it's like obviously we can't play all these, so out of any of the ones I'll mention or any other ones you can think about, if there's any you want to play, just shout out. Obviously there's always it's one good Greg Reese and John Baum. We kind of covered it because it's talking about John Kerry. He was climate czar, announces warlike effort to shut down American food supplies. Greg Reese. John Baum had a good one. Biden radicalizes America against Americans. And Darren McBreen had a warning, major cyber attack next, all of which are small, quick clips, like less than 5 minutes. There's one by Jimmy Dore that is hilarious, where the founder of USAID, or not the founder, the head of USAID or one of these organizations like that, calls up Max Blumenthal and says, how could you say that our organization is a cutout of the CIA? And the response by Max leaves her completely speechless.
Yeah.
He's like, it is absolutely just for the laws of how ignorant this woman is about the organization she works for in its history is just, it's something for people. If people want a good laugh, check it out. It's Jimmy.
How long is the clip?
Oh, what's it called? It would be Max Blumenthal demolishes woke weapon. No, Max. Let me see. Let me find Jimmy.
There was also one where he went toe to toe with Maddow, but I didn't see that either.
Yeah, Rachel Maddow confronted a Russian gate. Gray Zone Reporter School, Ned VP. That one's also pretty. Oh yeah, this is it. It's 24 minutes, so it's a little long, but the point is made within about 5 minutes. So you sort of hear within 5 minutes. And
should we have it to play us out?
Yeah, we could do that. There's also one other mention. I just want to. Obviously, Matt Ehret came out with a new documentary. It's just about 10 minutes long. It's part of his evolving series, and I think I put it in here somewhere if people want to check it out. It's called should be under intermission, yeah. And the title is Who is Our Enemy? Russia, China, or Something Else? A Canadian Patriot film. This is by Matt Ehret.
I'm gonna go with Something Else.
So yeah.
Oh look, there's a Union Jack. Maybe it's Something Else.
So it's a very, just came out. He just he sent us an email about it. So kudos to Matt. Wanted to give him a major shout out. And for those that are interested, this is on the show card as well. We didn't get a chance to get to it tonight just because how busy we were with the other things we had to cover. But I just wanted to make mention. It's on the show card. If you're a GTW subscriber, it's on there, or just go to Rumble and find Matt Ehret channel. Check it out. Very interesting. Probably imagine he mentioned something about the Anglo-American establishment in there. I would venture to say. So, and with
all right,
that,
so send that Blumenthal clip to LD.
Oh yeah.
And then while he's catching that, we'll see if he can also rack his slide.
Well, you were talking about it's on the show card, right?
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Sometimes
it's fourth one down under the technology section.
I think. Okay. Yeah, we can. Hey, huge thanks to our Grand Theft World members and supporters, as always, and big thanks to tonight's Rockfin tippers. We had Kiki Camarena tip us $10. That's awesome.
And he wanted us to say Jesus. Right? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, read it. That was great. I read it before the show. I was like, good job building rapport. You've listened to since episode 1, so I'm going to cut you a lot of slack. I'm going to listen to what you have to say. And I agree. And I'm probably wrong. And I'm trying to figure out where I got it wrong. But I take that. Let's go ahead and let the quote hit the air.
So he says, been a follower since episode 1. Love you guys. I was writing because you guys keep saying that James Jesus Angleton's middle name is pronounced Jesus. But in reading Edward J. Epstein's book, James Jesus Angleton, Was He Right? On page 9, it says, I quote, she gave her son a common Mexican middle name, Jesus. Jesus. Sorry. Therefore, his middle name isn't Jesus, it's
No, it's not Jesus, because I say James Jesus Angleton, and I'm trying to think where where I was told that it was Jesus and not
I remember
Jesus and not
telling the
Jesus.
story. I remember you telling the story many
Right.
episodes ago, where basically he didn't want to be conflated with the Jesus pronunciation of the Mexican Jesus or the English pronunciation of
He
Jesus.
went to school in London.
He wanted to be his own, like Jesus. He did not want the association with the theological Jesus. He wanted it to be pronounced and associated as something different. I don't know why, if that's true. That's just what I remember what you said, and it made sense. And I don't remember what that connects to, though.
And
What reference that was? It was many episodes ago, because I remember you had the references though in that episode.
Yeah, and Kiki's reference comes from an Epstein book too. So Epstein wrote Agency of Fear, Deception, Legend. There's a bunch of books that he has that Angleton's all through it. So he might have also later wrote something different, or it might have been Gatto or like Bill Binney or somebody that told me a pronunciation. I thought it was someone who had directly known people who knew him.
That's what
right?
that's how you presented it many episodes.
Right, and they're
You
like,
said it
yeah,
was
they'll say it in
someone
the
knew him and said
news,
he
like
would.
that, you know, James Jesus Angleton, you know, that's how they report in the news. But the people who knew him, I thought he had a different pronunciation.
Right.
So well played, Kiki. I'm considering it, and I gotta go look and do some research. And yeah, good to hear from you, Kiki.
Yeah, thanks again. We had
Yeah, thank you,
Justin
Kiki.
Olson, $20. Says free the food. Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, thank you,
Doing
Justin.
well.
Thank you, Justin.
What's up, man?
Justin's got a new job. He's using those autonomy skills out there, kicking ass in the world.
Nice.
He can afford to listen and send money now instead of being on the control room panel and stuff. That's awesome.
Shout out to Justin. Hell yeah.
We had Sean S. Tip $10. Thank you guys. Been listening to GTW for about 2 years now, I think. I'm out here in the central of Connecticut, where some bullshit gun laws just got passed. Appreciate y'all. Hope we pull out of all this and can just live our lives soon.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too,
Yeah,
Sean.
totally.
Thank you.
with it. Absolutely.
Ross Guy threw us $5. Thank you, Ross.
What's up, Ross?
And we got 2 messages from Shane Muir for $5. Australian miners fought against the British in 1854 over the miner's license. The battle is commonly known as the Eureka Stockade. Have you guys ever looked at the Jesuits, and in particular the work of Eric Phelps and his Vatican assistant?
Vatican assassins.
If it weren't
Vatican assassins,
for
excuse me.
such books as that, you guys, I might not have a show right now, because I was listening. I was researching the Jesuits. Phelps had just like, I don't know that he had put his book out yet, but he was doing interviews for his book, so he probably put it out. Maria Heller was interviewing Phelps, and I was like, I should send her Project Constellation. She sounds like a nice lady and would listen to what the evidence was that I had that I was trying to get people to take a look at. And Phelps definitely has some
He's okay. Let's put it like this. He's like
edges,
a John. He's like a
edges,
Daniel
corners,
Esterlin. He's like a John
angles.
Coleman. He's not well substantiated.
Well, he's a
His references-
Calvinist.
He's a
so-
Calvinist. Like you got to be very careful with how he, like, I'm not saying everything he says is wrong, but you can barely corroborate anything in his books. It's very circumstantial and specious, and it's very much like John Coleman, the Committee of 300, or Daniel Esterlin, who plagiarizes and commits errors all over the place.
However, on Phelps's side, because I used to correspond with him back.
There
in the
is
day.
problems. There are problems with it.
Yeah,
I mean, the
I got
Jesuits have a
later-
historical.
I was
there is
looking so
problems.
much at the Jesuits that I wasn't looking maybe at some of his philosophy that was
Mm-hmm.
coloring. But what he did was when he printed Vatican Assassins, he gave you the like 6 other books that he had used.
Yeah,
for
you
the
had them in
references.
bindums, didn't you? Like,
Yeah, I
huge
had them all
binders,
printed out in
yeah.
bindings.
I remember.
that bound. It's like, so history of the Jesuits from the 1800s. So I took all those
Exactly.
references and printed them out. And there's a lot there, but there's also like what he's saying is heavily colored by his
Ideological
fervent
persuasions.
belief.
Yes.
Yeah, ideological persuasions definitely come into play there. So you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You got to separate the message from the messenger.
Exactly. Yeah.
See what is there that is actual and factual. As a for instance, to the credit of Phelps, there's a whole bunch of people in the story that we were just talking about, or One Nation Under Blackmail, and they're all Knights of Malta. And people want to say there's nothing with that. I'm like, why are these CIA directors in it then? Why are the CIA directors who are doing the skullduggery in it? Right. So there's angles within angles. And that's
Yeah.
not an Angleton joke.
And how
I'm
much
just
is
saying.
it then the straw man of the Jesuits when we're looking over here when it may be Malta, maybe
Hey, any
Knights
secret society
Hospitaller,
where you have
you know,
initiation rites,
it gets messy when
and
you go down those
secret
roads.
oaths, and
Yep.
probably blackmail on these people to keep them in line, right?
Exactly.
Am I right? Didn't we all see these movies, The Skulls? Do you see how they run this shit behind the
Yeah,
scenes?
that
Like,
was,
that's just Hollywood showing you. It's probably
right.
much worse.
Yeah.
Right? When in that first movie, The Skulls, with
I
that
remember seeing that
Joshua
back in
Jackson
like 8th
kid,
grade or something.
that
Yeah.
one reporter was like spying on them, and then they kill him and frame the other dude up. I'm like, that's exactly
That's Ivy League. That's a bunch of
that's
Ivy
how it
League.
goes on.
Yeah, right.
Caleb can't go to jail. You got to send some kid on scholarship to jail.
Yeah, right. All right.
Scent of a woman all over again. I'm in the dark here. It's that sort of stuff going on with Pacino. All right, so wrapping it up. Yeah,
Hang
do we have
on.
more?
Shane, thanks again. He also sent us another one. Adam Weishaupt was a Jesuit and once said, "The great strength of our order lies in its concealment. Let it never appear in any place in its own name, but always concealed by another name and another occupation." Maybe
And
Rome
that's
never
exactly
fell.
what Rhodes copied. He said he even is like, he's like, I like how the Jesuits use it, but they're using it for the Catholic Church, and we want this one for like the British government.
Yeah, I think the organizational model of the Jesuits clearly is very effective. I mean, Adam Weishaupt adopted for the Illuminati.
And that comes from the
and
Alumbrados
the
and
Cecil Rhodes adopted it.
Ignatius Loyola's torture trances.
Yeah, Ignatius
Spiritual
Loyola, the 14
exercises
spiritual
of
exercises,
Ignatius
whatever it was. Yeah, 12
Loyola.
spiritual exercises. And that was after I think he was at war. He lost his leg.
Up, yeah.
He got messed up, and he had all these horrific, experiences, near-death experiences, you could say, one after another, and wrote the spiritual exercises. So you can just see what type of trauma in which he developed these sort of this wayward Catholic.
It's the Society of
ideology,
Jesus. Or
Yeah,
is it the Society of Jesus? I don't know.
Well, then you have the Opus Dei, and then they
Ask Angleton.
have to whip themselves because they're not worthy and shit. So you never know.
You've been watching too many Da Vinci Code movies.
Whip it
I
up.
got the Opus Dei book here. It ties back to some interesting stuff too. All right, so was there any other thank yous?
Last but not least, AREM $20 says much appreciated.
Hey,
Very
Rem,
much
getting it in
appreciated.
before the buzzer. Nice, well played.
Thank you.
All right,
Rem.
so this has
Thank you,
been a
Shane and everyone.
spectacular episode. I'm impressed with how much we were able to get into it tonight. We don't need to go all the way to 4 a.m. because I'd be pushing it.
You already did the 10 hours. So this is not.
I'm going to hour 14 right now.
7.
And it was continuous today. There was no like respite in between. I went straight from doing breakout rooms to dojo exercises to 10 minutes and I was over here. So I've been standing at this desk a long time. I'm going to go put myself in a horizontal position. And without further ado, I'd say thank you all for tuning in and not dropping out. Here is Max Blumenthal kicking some ass to play us out.
This is the National Endowment for Democracy Vice President calls the gray zone to dispute characterization of them as a CIA cutout. Really? So this is this woman, Vice President of Communications and Public Relation Engagement. Her name is Leslie Ahn. So we know that the National Endowment for Democracy is a CIA cutout.
She goes, "We're not part of the CIA." I know, you're a cutout.
Okay, let's watch.
Thank you so much. So we're just there's been several columns where there seems to be the implication that National Endowment for Democracy is somehow linked to the CIA or part of the CIA, or I forget what the exact language was. It was like a cutout of the CIA. I don't know really sure what that means. And I just wanted to reach out and ask.
So she would really think that that's a defense. Like, I don't even know what a cutout is. Really?
Can I ask a dumb question? Is she actually okay? Is it, she's playing dumb, or is she actually much of a dupe that she doesn't know that it's because they must get idiots that don't have any idea. I'm just asking.
You know what? I don't know. Let's see.
Because at this point,
where
I don't
you
think
guys are getting that, because we're not part of the CIA.
We haven't said that you are a part of the CIA. The term cutout refers to specific remarks that have come from two of your founders, one being Alan Weinstein, and the other being Carl Gershman, saying that it would be terrible for democratic groups around the world to be seen as subsidized by the CIA. We saw that in the 60s, and that's why it's been discontinued. We have not had the capability of doing this, and that's why the endowment was created. Similar quotes from Alan Weinstein, who said a lot of what we do today was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA.
Well, the National Endowment for Democracy was founded under the initiative of CIA Director William Casey. He wrote a letter to Reagan's Attorney General Ed Meese on a small working group to make recommendations to the president on the merits of creating a national endowment in support of free institutions throughout the world. And the NED came to being through a compromise between Bill Casey and Bill Proxmire, who was a senator from Wisconsin. I'm not.
No, Max, did she really not see this coming?
I almost felt sorry for her.
This is hilarious.
That's why I'm asking, because it's like when our president, well, the CIA was like looking at all of our tweets, for example, for people that aren't part of it, but so they're everywhere. Why would they not be part of your thing?
Or if you know about this,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Max. What?
I was like, why you're actually reaching out to us to dispute this?
This is amazing.
It's like etched in stone, like the 10 Commandments of understanding how U.S. intelligence works.
Could you be incredibly stupid? Is that even a possibility?
This would be like
beautifully stupid.
This would be like AOC contacting us to dispute that she hasn't lived up to her campaign promises. It would be easy to just.
That's what I'm saying. She knows not to do that.
Right. So maybe this woman is genuinely dumb.
I was like, is this a prank or something? But she really wanted to talk to us, so I said, let's do it. And Alex Rubinstein and I educated her for 40 minutes about the organization that she works for.
Let me play a little more of this.
Proxmire had insisted that the NED be completely firewalled from the CIA. And ultimately, the CIA director, Casey, got Proxmire to compromise and reach an understanding that the Senate would essentially approve any U.S. intelligence involvement with the NED. And, at the time, the NED was sponsoring the American Institute for Free Labor Development, which was absolutely a CIA proxy operating under the auspices of the AFL-CIO. And they helped elect a right-wing military thug in Panama. His name was Barletta, Nicolas Barletta. He's one of many figures that the NED has helped to bring to power by sponsoring groups that were seeking to overthrow governments the same way that the CIA had done covertly. I can give you many examples if you wish.
I mean, I'd love to have all that history and all that background. I mean, that's not how I understand our history to be, and maybe you know more than I do.
I think she's stupid. I swear to God.
So we're just
maybe.
Dude, why wouldn't you hire her? That's how they do. You hire an idiot.
I'm thinking is just dumb.
How many people? Look, I know a lot of people, especially like show business, and where like they should see everything, but they somehow just don't. They're happy to have a job. And they don't think about it. And when they hear it, they're like, what?
So like nobody who works for her goes, we work for the CIA. No,
well, you wouldn't even know. Remember the thing of they don't have to tell you what to say because they're not going to hire you if you don't already know.
Yeah.
That's what I think that is from what I've heard so far. I could be wrong.
Okay,
I mean, if some journalist who's like your worst enemy or your worst critic knows more than you do about your organization, maybe you shouldn't be working there. Maybe you should.
You might have shattered her world.
Searching. But as I like to say, the intelligence community is neither intelligent or communal.
Let's listen to a little more. This is hilarious. She's like, well, I guess you know more about it than
that sounded like she didn't know.
It's like they appointed Anna Kasparian to be the head of this thing.
Well, she would have at least been vicious.
Am I crazy? She sounds sincere to me like she didn't know.
Okay, so we get back to this video. There's a little more to it.
Completely firewalled from the CIA. And ultimately, the CIA director, Casey, got Proxmire to compromise and reach an understanding that the Senate would essentially approve any U.S. intelligence involvement with the NED. And, at the time, the NED was sponsoring the American Institute for Free Labor Development, which was absolutely a CIA proxy operating under the auspices of the AFL-CIO. And they helped elect a right-wing military thug in Panama. His name was Barletta, Nicolas Barletta. He's one of many figures that the NED has helped to bring to power by sponsoring groups that were seeking to overthrow governments the same way that the CIA had done covertly. I can give you many examples if you wish.
I mean, I'd love to have all that history and all that background. I mean, that's not how I understand our history to be, and maybe you know more than I do.
Oh, that is where it ends. I'm sorry. That is where it ends. Okay.
That doesn't sound, because it doesn't have the tone of someone that like definitely already knew all this. and was
No,
trying- it has.
she
the
was like,
tone of
"Well,
someone
I
like-
guess I made a mistake."
If I got hit with all those facts like that about a thing, I'd be like, oh, this is like when I found out about the guy who founded Jehovah's Witnesses was like a pyramidologist.
Oh, really?
Like, I didn't know any of that. And I was like, he got buried under a big black pyramid. And just weird stuff like that. And I was like, what? They don't tell you that.
Well, Max, that was quite that you. I don't. You must have been high-fiving so hard.
I mean, yeah, it was like wrestling with Jello. I mean, it just went on and on.
How
like
did
that.
Oh, really? So did she ever admit that she was wrong and she does work for the CIA?
Well, at one point she kept saying, "Look, guys, we're not CIA, bro." It was like that, like, bro, dude. You know, people just they keep escalating, dude. They're like, dude.
It's
Like,
clear they didn't brief you in.
So we kept being like, we kept saying, do you have any bylaws or concrete provisions that prohibit collaboration with U.S. intelligence? And she at one point said, I don't know, I kind of feel like an idiot here because I don't have it in front of me, but I'll get that to you. And so we said, we were super nice. I mean,
she didn't know, dude.
She was nice enough to like serve this up on a platter for us. So we were giving her the opportunity to provide us with that information, and then we were going to include it in a report and say, and quote her and be fair and even-handed to her. We waited a week, then we waited 2 weeks, then we waited a month, and she sent 3 emails promising to answer our questions, and it never came. So we decided that let's release the Kraken, which is that recording.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, she was debating something we never said too, which is that you are the CIA. We called you a CIA cutout, and we demonstrated really clearly how the CIA helped conceive. CIA Director William Casey helped conceive the idea of the National Endowment for Democracy as something that did the work of the CIA that it used to do covertly, but in an overt fashion with congressional funding instead of the secret black budget of the CIA.
What does she think they do? Like gently nudge regime change? I
don't know.
We just WEF nudge it into democracy.
She literally said, we guys, we support independent media. I said, well, how is it independent if the U.S. government is funding it?
That's not independent then.
Do some people? I'm surprised when people don't know. Who remember Alan? He wrote the article about Sasha McLeod, and I had him on, and I like that guy. I talked to him a while. And he didn't know like Gamergate was bullshit, which it was. A bunch of reporters still this day don't, and it actually mirrors. I mean, it's a stupid thing about video games, but shitty journalists still bring it up to this day, like it was Russiagate. And the parallels are unbelievable, and a bunch of people, like, it's not in his wheelhouse to know about. I mean, this should be in her wheelhouse to know this. It's not like she works for the group.
Conspiracy is the story of history. It's the story of plunderers taking care of people who produce. They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything it doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing. It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights or taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
If you haven't heard about our Grand Theft World community membership, here are a few of the things you've been missing. A mobile app where you can access replays of the Grand Theft World podcast and show notes. Access to the Grand Theft World community on Discord, where we crowdsource news and resources, and you can contribute to the show. The opportunity to participate in the Grand Theft World bi-weekly town hall. Exclusive content from Richard Grove, including behind-the-scenes footage and future access to unpublished material. 93 episodes of the Peace Revolution podcast, and the Grand Theft World newsletter delivered straight to your inbox each week. If you want to stay ahead of the great game, visit us at grandtheftworld.com, click or tap the button in the top right-hand corner, and join a vibrant community of researchers blazing a new path to truth. We'll see you there.
I'm in outer space with a microphone.
history, so scoop it as I unfold the groove, tune it, and not drop out, not to cop out, the post beers, remove music. This wealthy cat was moving, stack of cash in sports cruiser, major accent deals mover, promoted fast like homeschoolers. Then noticed that one day some bills that went unpaid, those crumbs they led one way, discovered some unfun game, Then he was called into a meeting to disrupt and expose, but that was the day that the world froze. So stuck in the traffic and then caught in the panic, he dipped out in a frantic speed to exceed the seed planted at the event, and what would soon come, connecting dots to be revealed in Project Constellation. Big props to Maria, broadcasted, that's where I'd hear and get hooked on the name of Richard Grove. What he's saying is hypnotic. Synchronicity came out like chronic, all in full stride, compadres around all sides, seeking sources to provide solution. The heavy-handed knowledge is Willie saying the peace revolution, never knowing how is missing a blessing. The heaviest session recorded and revealed the ultimate history lesson in this quest, and I'm a Midwestern who's rocking it dope. Subscribe to media produced by Tragedy and Hope, and if you didn't know the gift, and here's what you've been missing, and listening is where conviction is revealed in descriptions in a brain model. Don't come out hollow, but full throttle, and dive in the deep end so history doesn't repeat, and make it complete. Catch Grand Theft World every week with Richard and Tony, chop it up with the homies, and I ain't talking about that public school baloney. In a sec you should know me, quoting Gatto in the flow that I'm growing, and LD's bearded is showing the time capsule stack of stats is open. So spread it around, the show is ready to pounce, audience that abounds, seeking out what's profound. I know it is challenge and fallacies in the balance when a forensic historian and boring men while exhorting in examination, contemplation, meditation, revelation, celebration, destinations planned, targets arrived. Autonomy crew of souls that survive, broke free from the 9 to 5, and we doing it live. Hey, with hope in our flow, where consciousness grows, as opposed to you don't have to think about it, dude. Cause it's a comedy show that be bombing truth, whoa, trying to make uncommon truths be more commonly known. That it's a grand theft world that I'm living in. Ain't no reptilian skin, just some normal humans who love to sin. From their banking powers they aim to win, deceive and betray all man. Making everyone slaves to them. It's a grand theft world that I'm hearing at, disguised like a pyramid. For those tuning in, they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts, yeah, neglected aspect, that's what they lack. Yo, Trivium course, it'll deal with that. Be a rebel, bring the logic back, cause it's a grand theft world that they rolling out. Got the Grove model out, tracing Rockefeller dollars straight to clouds. SEC connections are hard to doubt, but most go the common route, walking with their head in the shroud. Yo, it's a grand theft world that I'm peering at, disguised like a pyramid. But those tuning in, they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts. You should know, it's not a video game.
This isn't Grand Theft Auto, folks. This isn't a video game.
This is Grand Theft World.
All right, LD.
It's a Grand Theft World that I'm peering at, and disguised like a pyramid. For those tuning in, they'd be feeling it, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts.
If you need a single location to get cutting-edge information and keep up with the rapidly changing world around us, tune into Grand Theft World, where a forensic historian and a logic professor break down the week's news in depth and in context. There's a ton more there, so go check it out. And don't forget to get your free